Chapter 1. Pell and Nim. Evara woke, still drowning. Her body knew water. It knew the cold fist of it in her throat, the pressure in her chest, the old command to cough, even when coughing would only invite more sea in. She came awake fighting that command, one hand clawing for a surface, knees striking something hard, mouth open around a cry that had no air behind it. Stone scraped her palm. Not wood, not water. Stone. She coughed anyway. Nothing came up. No seawater. No blood. No smoke. Only a dry, tearing sound that hurt all the way down her chest and left the taste of grit on her tongue. Evara rolled onto her side and pressed both hands beneath her ribs, waiting for her body to empty itself. It did not. Her lungs burned as if they remembered drowning, but the burn had nowhere to go. She breathed once. Twice. Hot air went in. Hot air came out. The air smelled of iron, old ash, and a sweetness like fruit left too long in a sealed room. She opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was gravel, small black stones. Not beach stones. No shells. No weed. No sand. They lay under her cheek, in a thin scatter, across a floor cut from darker rock. One little stone had pressed a crescent into her skin. She brushed it away with the back of her hand, then stopped. Her hand was wrapped. The bandage Same had put there was still around her burned fingers, but the cloth had changed. It was no longer wet, no longer stained pink from shipwater and blood. It had gone dry and grey, as if ash had settled into every thread. The burn beneath it throbbed, but distantly, like pain happening in another room. She flexed her fingers. They moved? Good. She breathed again, because breathing was what bodies did, when they did not know what else to trust. Then she remembered the sea, Orren ahead of her. The plank gone. The boot dragging her down, water entering where his name should have been, salt becoming stone. Evara sat up too fast. The cavern lurched, though perhaps that was only her. She threw one hand down to steady herself, and found more stone, warm under her palm. Not hearth warm, not sun warm. A held warmth, deep and dry, as if the rock had been alive once and had not forgotten the insult of cooling. She looked for the sea. There was no sea, no ship either, no tilted passage, no broken room, no little round window too small to escape through, no cot, no open door, no Orren on black water, no rain. Above her, stone arched into darkness. The cavern had no visible flame, but the air glowed faintly, enough to show the walls stretching away in both directions. The light had no color she trusted. Not gold, not blue, not moonlight. It sat on the stone like a memory of light left by someone who had taken the lamp away. Evara pushed herself to her knees. Her skirt had been torn to mid-thigh, where she had ripped it before jumping. The cloth hung dry against her legs. Dry. That seemed wrong enough, that she touched it. No seawater, no rain. The hem was still burned in places from the house, still dark with soot near one side, but the sea had not followed her here. Her hands went to her waist. No pouch. No knife. Of course no knife. The knife was gone with the house. But she checked, because the body kept accounts longer than sense did. No knife. No seed. No blue string. Her throat tightened. Not now. A sound came from behind her. Evara turned so sharply that pain flashed through her neck. At first she saw only shadow. Then the shadow moved. 2 smears of smoke hung above the floor 10 paces away. One was squat and dark, the color of a bruise under lamplight, with sparks of violet blue moving through it when it shifted. The other was taller and thinner, green-gray at the edges, constantly drawing itself into a shape and then losing nerve halfway through. They hung side by side, not touching, though the smaller one kept drifting in front of the taller, as if bravery were a thing that could be performed by blocking the view. The thin one whispered, "It is looking at us." The squat one whispered back, "Souls look. It is one of their worst habits." That one is sitting. Many souls sit. Not here. The two smoke shapes went still. Evara slowly put one foot beneath her. The thin smoke recoiled. It is standing. I can see that. Then say something. You say something. You are in front. That is tactical, not conversational. Evara stood, her legs held, which surprised her. They should not have. They had drowned. They had kicked, until they stopped belonging to her. They had been dragged down by wet cloth and boots and cold. Yet here they were, bare feet on hot stone, knees shaking but hers. She took one step. Both clouds flinched backward. "Stop," said the squat one. Evara stopped because she wanted to, not because it had ordered her. The thin smoke drew itself taller. Yes, stop. Excellent. Continue stopping. The squat one glared at him somehow, despite having no proper face. You ruined it. I reinforced it. You made it needy. I made it specific. Evara looked from one to the other. What are you? The smoke shapes paused. The thin one said, That is rude. The squat one said, It is recently dead. Manners leak out. Evara's stomach dropped. Recently dead. The words did not echo. The cavern swallowed them whole, which made them worse. She looked down at her own hands, at the grey bandage, at the soot on her skirt, at the bare feet she had not felt on stone until now. She pressed two fingers to the side of her throat. There was a pulse. Maybe something moved under the skin. It might have been memory. It might have been fear. She pressed harder and felt the beat again, slow and stubborn. I'm not dead, she said. The thin smoke made a small, distressed sound. The squat one said, They do that too. Who? New ones? I am not a new one. You are very plainly new, the thin one said. Possibly defective. Evara stared at it. It drifted behind the squat one. Defective is not an insult, it added from cover. Many important things are defective. Locks, for instance. Very useful when defective, depending which side you stand on. The squat smoke sighed. Do not speak of locks. I did not speak of doors. You almost did. The taller smoke lowered its voice. It opened its eyes here. I think we may already be past doors. Evara took another step. Stop, the squat one said again, but less certainly. No, the word felt good in her mouth. It had no belt behind it. No father at the table. No captain at a gangplank. No Orren with a ship in his pocket. No sea, asking whether she could follow. Just no. The cavern accepted it without argument. That frightened her more than argument would have. The smoke shapes looked at each other. The squat one puffed itself larger. Soul, you will accompany us to the proper passage. I will not. See? The thin one whispered. Defective. Evara looked past them. The cavern stretched into dimness on either side. No footprints marked the gravel, though the two creatures had left little disturbances where their lower wisps dragged near the ground. One direction sloped gently downward. The other narrowed between two leaning walls and breathed cooler air. Cooler meant passage. Passage meant possibility. She turned toward it. The squat smoke darted into her path. No, Evara walked through it, or tried to. The smoke split around her before she touched it, pulling apart in a ragged ring, and then snapping back together behind her. The creature gave a strangled yelp. She went through me. You moved, the thin one said. I was avoided. She avoided you. I was violated in outline. Evara kept walking. Her bare foot struck a sharp bit of gravel. Pain bit. Real pain. She welcomed it before she thought better of welcoming anything in this place. Pain meant the body still had opinions. She slowed long enough to pull the little stone from her soul. No blood. She looked. The skin had dented, but not broken. She pressed harder with her thumb. Still no blood. Her mouth went dry. The two smoke things drifted behind her, whispering fiercely. Say the rule. You say the rule. You remember rules when frightened. I remember exceptions when frightened. There is a difference. The Lord will ask. The Lord asks, in a manner that makes remembering difficult. The Lord. Evara turned. What Lord? Both smoke things stopped. The cavern seemed to stop with them. The squat one said, too brightly, many lords, general term, a lordly region, full of lord-related. The thin one wrapped a smoky tendril around, where the squat one's mouth might have been. Evara watched them. The thin one said, no lord. The squat one mumbled through the tendril. The thin one squeezed. Evara took one step closer. The thin smoke dragged the squat one backward without seeming to move the ground. It is advancing. I noticed, the squat one said, muffled. Stop muffling yourself, Evara said. The thin smoke released him by accident. The squat one popped forward, sputtering. I was being muffled. I noticed that, too. The squat one's smoke drew itself inward, offended. You are a very unpleasant soul. I am a very tired woman who drowned. Evara's voice wavered on the last word, but she kept it steady enough. Where am I? The two creatures went silent again. No little quarrel. No muttering. No theatrical fear. That told her the answer mattered. The thin one looked down the sloping passage. The squat one looked up into the dark arch overhead. Neither looked at her. Evara's heart, or whatever passed for it here, gave one slow beat. Where am I? She asked again. The squat one's form thickened. Smoke pulled inward, hardening by degrees. First the head, round and heavy. Then shoulders, arms, little clawed hands. Stubby legs formed beneath him, and struck the floor with an offended slap. He was short, broad, and more solid than he had any right to be, with skin the blue-black colour of a bruise and eyes that glowed faintly from inside. Small wings twitched on his back, too torn-looking to fly. The thin smoke sighed as if embarrassed, and began doing the same, badly. He became long-limbed and narrow, with a pointed chin, nervous hands, and eyes too large for his face. His colour settled somewhere between green stone and old candle smoke. His wings hung folded tight behind him. The squat one planted his feet. You are in the outer reaches, he said. Of what? The thin one covered his face with both hands. The squat one swallowed. The last house, he said. The name did not strike like a blow. It landed like a key, turning in a door Evara had not known she stood beside. The last house. She had heard the old women speak of it while picking bones from fish. Heard chapel men avoid the name and use cleaner ones. Heard sailors say it with cups lifted after too much ale, laughing because fear was easier to swallow when dressed as a joke. The place beneath. The place after. The house with no mourning. The house all doors entered sooner or later. Evara looked at her hands again. No blood. Dry cloth. Bare feet on warm stone. The sea tasting of rock. No, she said. The thin creature made a soft, sympathetic sound. The squat one elbowed him. Evara looked up. Where is Orren? Neither answered. She moved toward them so quickly they both jumped back. Where is Orren? The thin one lifted both palms. We do not process living arrivals. Living? Usually. Mostly, the squat one said. Rarely enough that usually remains accurate. Do not complicate her. She is already complicated. She is here. Where is he? Evara asked. The squat one looked her up and down. If he is alive, not here. If he is dead, the thin one flinched. The squat one did not answer fast enough. Evara felt the cavern tilt under her. No, she had seen him ahead. She had followed. She had lost him. Or he had lost her. Or the sea had put distance where breath should have been. But he had been alive when she last saw him. Bloodied, yes. Foolish. Certain. Ahead. Alive. If he is dead? She asked again. The thin creature said gently. Then eventually, perhaps, proper channels. The squat one stepped on his foot. Oh, that was not helpful. It was, technically. I do not care about technically. Evara moved past them. Where are you going? The squat one demanded. To find him. In the last house. If that is where I am. You cannot simply walk about. I can walk. That is not what simply means. The thin one scurried after her. There are passages, records, banks, assignments. The received dead do not go wandering through unratified stone. I was not received. Both creatures stopped behind her. Evara turned. The thin one pointed at her without meaning to. That is what I said. The squat one pushed his hand down. You said defective. Wrongly placed is less insulting. Hardly. Better than defective. Still rude. Evara said, Your names. They both stared at her. No, she said. The squat one straightened. Pell, the thin one said, Nim. Which is which? Pell looked offended enough to become smoke again. I am Pell, and I am Nim, Nim added. Though I would not recommend using either name loudly, repeatedly, or in connection with complaints. Pell Nim. She looked down the cooler passage. You are going to tell me how to get out. Pell laughed. It came out too loud, and ended too soon. Nim looked ill, though Evara did not know whether creatures like him had stomachs. Out? Yes. Out of the last house. Yes. As in back? As in a way. Pell folded his arms. No one goes out. Nim made a strangled noise. Pell glanced at him. What? Broad claim? It is a true claim. Dangerously broad. It is true. In the way stones are dry, until one is thrown in a river. Pell frowned. I hate when you make sense by accident. Evara listened. Out was not impossible then. Only dangerous enough that even these two feared the shape of saying so. She walked toward the cooler passage. The walls narrowed as she went. Stone brushed her bare shoulders. Had her dress torn that much? She looked down and saw the fabric scorched at one side, cut high from the water, hanging loose over one shoulder where the ship had ripped it. She should have felt shame. Instead, she felt irritation. Even dead. Clothes found ways to make work. The passage curved. Then ended. Evara stopped before a smooth wall. No doorway. No crack wide enough for a hand. No sound of air beyond. Behind her, Pell exhaled with visible relief. There, he said. Ended. Very common with passages. We should return to assigned movement. Evara put her hand on the wall. The stone was cool, not cold. Cool enough that her burned palm seemed to breathe beneath the bandage. She leaned closer, not because of the touch, because something moved behind it. Sound. Faint at first. A hum. No. Many hums. Too many to count. The wall did not carry them like ordinary stone carried footsteps. The sound lived inside it, deep in the grain. Voices layered until words became weight. Evara pressed her ear against the wall. The voices grew. She could not understand them. Not because they spoke another language, because they were all speaking at once. Grief folded through grief, breath through breath, name through name. Somewhere under that, one voice held the others together, not Orren. She knew that at once. Orren's voice gathered rooms by reaching for the living ache inside them. This voice did not reach. It held. It made a shape large enough that every other sound could lean without falling apart. The song moved through the stone and into her teeth. Evara's eyes stung. Pell whispered, "Oh, no." Nim whispered, "Why is she hearing that?" "Because you mentioned out." "I did not mention singing. You mentioned improper channels. The house heard you being procedural. The house likes procedure. The house likes obedience. You confuse them." Evara flattened both hands on the wall. The song deepened. For one breath, she forgot the cavern, not herself. The song did not take her the way the sea song had taken the sailors. It did not promise her a place. It only revealed one, a woman crying into a sleeve, because no one living had heard the apology she carried for 40 years, Child laughing, then forgetting why laughter had mattered, Man repeating a name over and over until it became only sound. An old sailor asking whether his boat had made it home. Someone hungry discovering hunger had stayed behind and not knowing what to do with the relief. The voice beneath them held all of it. Evara pulled back. Her hand left a pale print on the stone. Then the wall moved. Not opened like a door, not cracked. It drew away from her palm in a soft fall of grains, each bit of stone receding into the next until a narrow passage stood where the wall had been. The edges of it were smooth and dark and warm, as if newly cut from flesh instead of rock. Pell sat down hard. Nim made a sound like a kettle about to scream and clapped both hands over his mouth. Evara stared. The passage breathed cooler air. The song came more clearly through it. "How did I do that?" she asked. Pell pointed at Nim. Nim pointed at Pell. Neither spoke. Evara looked between them. Pell lowered his hand. "You should not have. That was not my question. It is the safest answer. I am tired of safe answers." Nim laughed once, very softly and very unhappily. "Then you have arrived in a poor institution." Evara stepped through the opening. Pell lunged after her. "No." She turned. He stopped just short of touching her. His little clawed hands curled. He was frightened, she realized. Not of her hurting him, or not only. Frightened of what would happen if he laid hands on her and was wrong about what she was. "Do not follow that voice," he said. His bravery had gone threadbare enough that she could see the worry under it. Evara almost softened. Then she heard Orren's voice in memory. "Follow me." Her chest tightened. She looked past Pell into the new passage. Why? Pell's mouth opened. Nim got there first. Voice low and sharp. "Because it belongs to the Lord below." The passage seemed to listen after the name. Both creatures froze. Evara looked down the dark. The song went on. Not louder, not nearer. Waiting, perhaps? She should have turned away. A sensible woman did not walk toward the Lord of Death, because a wall had opened, and 2 terrified household creatures told her not to. But sense had drowned behind her, or burned, or boarded a ship, under a name no one should have trusted. The song held something Orren's did not. Not warmth, rest. She hated that she wanted even to know the shape of it. Evara stepped deeper into the passage. Behind her, Pell scrambled up. "We have to stop her." Nim hurried after them. "We are not stopping her. We are accompanying the irregularity until a superior disaster assumes authority. That means stopping. No, stopping requires leverage. We have ankles and concern. I can bite. You cannot bite a jurisdictional anomaly. You never let me try things." Evara would have told them both to be quiet, but the passage opened before her again. This time she had not touched the wall. Stone withdrew from her approach with a low sigh, like a tired person moving aside in a narrow kitchen. Pell whimpered. Nim whispered, "That is worse." Evara stopped just beyond the new threshold. The air here was cooler, yes, but not cold. It moved over her face, as if the passage had exhaled. On the left wall, Marks appeared in the stone as she passed. Not letters she knew, not scratches, lines forming, fading, forming again. They seemed almost to make a shape of her name before deciding against it. Evara reached toward them. Nim caught his breath. She stopped short of touching. The lines vanished. "Records," Nim said before he could stop himself. Pell turned on him. "Why?" She looked like she would touch them. "So you named them? Better than letting her touch unnamed records." "Is it?" "I don't know anymore." Records. Evara stared at the blank wall. Law had always lived in other people's hands. Chapel entries, landmarks, men at tables, names written wrong or not at all. Her mother had become whatever story her father told because no record had sat in the house to contradict him. The field was Soln land because men long dead had said so somewhere, and the living kept obeying. A daughter could be called duty without anyone writing the word down. "What records?" she asked. Nim's mouth closed. Pell said, "None." Evara looked at him. He amended, "Some." Nim made a pained sound. "All?" Pell threw up his hands. "Why do we speak?" "Because silence makes her move faster." Evara looked down the passage. They were right. She moved faster. The song grew stronger by degrees, not enough to resolve into melody, but enough to separate some of the voices in it. Some were low as earth, some high and thin, some had no human shape at all. The one beneath them remained steady. She began to feel the place around her more clearly. The walls were not only walls. The thought came, and she rejected it. Then a turn appeared, before she reached it, opening to the right where the passage had been straight. The floor warmed under her right foot and cooled under her left. The house, she thought, and the word was not metaphor. It was a house, not like hers, not like any house built for weather and hunger and men, but it had moods, it had habits, it had places it preferred touched and places it withdrew. It had rooms, it had records, it had things it hid above reach. A house could protect, a house could keep, a house could own. Evara slowed. That finally made Pell and Nim nearly run into her. "What?" Pell asked. "Why are we stopping?" Stopping now is allowed, approved, celebrated. Evara looked at the stone around her. "It knows I'm here." Nim's hands twisted together. "In a very general institutional sense. All arrivals are eventually known." "No." The wall beside her warmed. Not under her hand this time. Beside her ribs. As if something on the other side had leaned close. "It knows me." Pell had no joke for that. Nim looked down. Ivara's throat tightened. For one moment, she wanted the ship's little passenger room back. The door wedged open. Orren on the floor. Saim's broth. Fear, yes, but fear she could count. 3 steps to passage. Bucket in corner. Window too small. Knife absent. This was different. This place could open because she wanted it, or because it wanted her to think wanting mattered. The song changed. One voice rose from the many. Not Orren. A man's voice, though not only one. A voice made from smoke and river and closed books. Low enough that she felt it in her sternum. Not words. Not yet. But sorrow sat inside it, like a chair drawn back from a table. Evara stepped toward it before she could decide not to. Nim caught Pell by the arm. "We need to report." "To whom?" Nim stared at him. Pell swallowed. "Oh!" The song deepened. Ahead, the passage opened a 3rd time. This doorway was taller than the others. Its edges were not rough stone, but shaped black columns, each veined faintly with blue light. Beyond it lay a wider corridor, polished smooth. The floor had no gravel, no dust, no footprints. Evara stood at the threshold. She should not cross. She knew that. The whole of her life had been learning thresholds, Which rooms required permission? Which doors meant danger? Which silences told her to leave before a man stood? Which spaces belonged to men because everyone had agreed to pretend they did? This threshold did not belong to her. That was clear. What was not clear was why it had opened. Pell crept to one side of her, Nim to the other. Neither crossed. Evara glanced at them. "Where does this go?" Pell's voice came small. "Inward." "That is not an answer. It is the answer that will not get my tongue removed." Nim whispered, "He has threatened no tongues recently." Pell whispered back, "I am preserving a broad historical fear." Evara looked through the doorway. The song was clearer now. It did not pull. It did not ask. It continued whether or not she came, and perhaps that was why she crossed. No one had made a place for her at the center of the sound. No one had made her the answer to it. For the first time in longer than she could measure, she was not being used to fill another person's want. She was only hearing. Her bare foot touched the polished floor. The house shivered, not violently, like a sleeper hearing its own name. Behind her, Pell said, "This is very bad." Nim said, "Yes." Then, after a moment, quieter, but interesting, the doorway sealed behind them, not with a slam, not with a grinding of stone. It simply became wall again, leaving no seam, no crack, no sign there had ever been an outer passage, a gravel floor, or a drowned woman waking where she should not. Evara stood in the cool corridor of the last house and listened to the Lord below sing. Chapter 2. A chair by the blue fire. The corridor did not end so much as decide she had been prepared for the room. Evara felt the decision before she saw it. The stone under her feet cooled. The air widened. Pell stopped breathing behind her, or made the little gulping sound that passed for it in him. Nim whispered something too fast to catch, and then choked on his own words. Ahead the song changed. Not louder, clearer. It had been coming through walls, through floors, through the deep grain of the last house. Here it came through air. Evara stopped at the threshold. The chamber beyond was large enough to make the word room feel ashamed of itself. Its ceiling vanished into a dim height where blue light moved like water above stone. Black columns rose along the walls, polished smooth, except where seams of pale writing glimmered and went dark again. Shelves stood in long ranks on the far side, each fitted with narrow drawers. Some were open by a finger's width. Some trembled as the song passed. Some were locked with threads of blue fire, fine as hair. At the center of the chamber burned a hearth. No wood fed it, no coal. A low blue flame turned over itself in the mouth of a black stone fireplace, giving light, but almost no heat. In front of it stood a table set with one cup, one knife, one empty plate, and a chair drawn back slightly, as if someone had risen a moment ago and might return before the food cooled. There was no food, only the place for it. That was worse, somehow. Evara's stomach tightened around the memory of broth. Saim's cup, real fat, tremoring on top. Her father's ashed corner of bread, the seed pouch falling from her hand. She made herself look away from the table. Pell and Nim had gone still on either side of her. Pell stood with both hands clasped behind his back, trying to look like a guard, and achieving the expression of a dog caught with stolen meat. Nim had folded his arms tightly over his chest, but his fingers kept twitching against his sleeves, counting something only he knew. Neither crossed the threshold. Evara looked down. A narrow line ran across the floor, just before her toes. Not carved, not painted, a change in the stone, so faint she might have missed it if she had not spent half her life noticing cracks before they widened. "Can I cross?" she asked. Pell's eyes widened. Nim shut his. A voice from inside the room said, "You already have in every way that matters." The song ceased. The silence, after it was enormous. Evara did not step back. She wanted to. Her body wanted to. The old training in her counted distances without permission. 3 steps behind to the sealed wall. No side passage. Pell too short to hide behind, and Nim too thin. Hearth ahead. Table left. Shelves right. No visible door except the one she stood in. No knife she could reach before the thing in the room did. The knife on the table was too far. The plate might break if thrown. The chair could become a barrier if she got behind it. Ridiculous. She was in the last house. The rules of kitchens and bad rooms did not matter here. Her body disagreed and kept counting. Something moved beside the blue fire. At first, she thought it was smoke. Then the smoke gathered itself. A man sat where no chair had been a breath before. Or perhaps the chair had always been there, and her mind had refused to look at it. He was not made of smoke, though shadow clung to him with the loyalty of clothing. He had a body because he had chosen one. Long hands resting on the arms of a high black chair. Dark hair swept back from a face too still to be young and too unlined to be old. Skin pale where the blue fire touched it, and almost grey where it did not. His eyes were the colour of a room after the last lamp goes out. He did not lean forward. He did not rise. He only looked at her, and the chamber seemed to look with him. Pell dropped to one knee, then remembered he had 2, and dropped the other. Nim folded down more carefully but faster. His forehead nearly touched the floor. Evara remained standing, not because she was brave, because her legs had forgotten the order. The man by the fire looked at Pell and Nim. "You found her." Pell's mouth opened. Nim made a small, urgent sound. Pell closed his mouth. Nim said, "In a procedural sense, my lord, she was encountered before she was located, and then she relocated herself through several unauthorized passages before we were able to establish a meaningful custodial position." Pell stared at him. Nim added, "We accompanied." The man's gaze moved to Pell. Pell swallowed. Responsibly, the silence did not change, but both creatures seemed to shrink inside it. Then the man looked back at Evara. "Evara Soln," he said. Her name in his mouth did not sound like Orren saying it. Orren made her name warm, even when he did not mean to. He put want around it, sometimes too much. Sometimes enough that she had to step back to remember where her own edges were. This man did not warm it. He weighed it, not like judgment, like a clerk weighing grain, or a farmer lifting seed in the palm to know whether spring had any chance at all. "How do you know my name?" she asked. Pell made a wounded noise. Nim whispered, "That is not how one begins." The man did not look offended. "Most arrive with one," he said. "Most?" "Yes, and the ones who don't. They are found by what remains." Ivara's throat tightened. She did not want to ask what remained of her. Ash, salt, a lost boot, a burned hand, a name in Orren's mouth, somewhere above or behind, or not at all. She kept her eyes on the man by the fire. "Who are you?" Pell's head lifted in horror. Nim made an even smaller sound, and pressed his forehead back to the stone. The man's fingers rested motionless on the arms of his chair. "Volos," he said. "Lord below." The chamber accepted the name without echo. Evara had expected a name like that to strike through her. Thunder, fire, the floor, opening. Something large enough to match the stories old women lowered their voices to tell. Instead, he said it as if it had been a duty too long held to require ceremony. Volos, the Lord below, the one whose house she had entered wrong, the one whose song had moved through stone and found a place behind her ribs where exhaustion lived. Evara looked at the blue fire, because looking at him had begun to feel like standing too near a drop. "Am I dead?" she asked. Pell sucked in air through his teeth. Nim whispered, Better question. Still abrupt." Volos answered, "Yes." The word entered her cleanly. She had known. Of course she had known. The stone, the lack of blood. The drowned lungs that hurt without water, the creatures, the house, the song. The way the world had changed its materials without asking her. Still, some final foolish part of the body had been waiting for a mistake. A fevered dream, a shore cave, a strange country below a cliff. Anything but yes. Her knees weakened. She locked them. Volos watched the effort, noted it, did not comment. That restraint made her angrier than pity would have. Where is Orren? Not here. Is he dead? No. The answer came so quickly that she nearly lost breath. No, alive. Evara closed her eyes before the relief could show too much. It showed anyway. Relief was a rude thing. It used the whole body, if not watched. Her shoulders dropped. Her good hand, which had curled without her noticing, opened at her side. The burned one throbbed beneath its grey bandage. Orren was alive. Ahead of her, behind her, somewhere not here. The old anger rose under the relief at once because both had room. He had followed the song. She had followed him. He was alive. She was here. Where is he? She asked. Volos looked at the blue fire. The flame bent toward him, though no wind moved. Above. Above where? Where the living waste their hours, fearing this one. Pell lifted one finger as if to correct something, saw Nim's eyes, and lowered it. Evara took a step into the chamber. Nothing stopped her. The faint line at the threshold did not flare. Pell did not leap. Nim did not faint. Volos did not move. That somehow made the room larger. I want to go to him, she said. Yes. Evara waited. Volos did not continue. Yes, what? Yes, he said. You want that. Her teeth pressed together. Pell's shoulders crept toward his ears. Nim looked as if he were attempting to become smaller by will alone. I asked. No, Volos said. The word did what his name had not. It landed with walls around it. Evara felt heat rise in her face. You do not know what I was going to ask. I know where the question leads. To a door. To an absence of one. She stared at him. The blue fire moved over his face and found no softness there. No anger either. He was not enjoying this. That was not comfort. You brought me here, she said. No. This is your house. Yes. Then you brought me. The sea killed you. The house received you. I was not received. Pell said I was in the wrong place. Pell made a noise in the back of his throat. Volos' eyes moved to him. Pell looked at the floor. I may have used location language. She is not wrong, Nim said faintly. Pell glared at him. Nim whispered, accuracy is safest after the fact. Volos did not rebuke them. Evara noticed. He allowed fear in his servants, but not lies, or not unnecessary ones. That was worth knowing. I woke in stone, she said, not with other dead, not at a river, not anywhere that seemed ready for me. No. Why? Volos looked back to her. For the first time she saw something like interest move behind the stillness. Not surprise. Interest. That was worse. You tell me, he said. I don't know. No? She took another step. Is that answer or agreement? Both. Evara wanted to throw the empty plate at him. The wanting steadied her. Volos's gaze shifted to her bandaged hand. You are hurt. She nearly laughed. I drowned. That is not what I meant. She tucked the burned hand closer to her side before she could stop herself. His eyes followed the motion. Not the way Orren's would have. Orren saw hurt and leaned toward it. Volos saw hurt and measured the space around it. You may sit, Evara Soln. A chair appeared beside the fire. No flash, no smoke curling into shape. It was simply there between one blink and the next, angled slightly toward the hearth, not too close to Volos's own seat, not too far from the warmthless flame. Plain, black wood, a high back, arms worn smooth where hands had rested for years or centuries. A footstool beneath it. Evara stared at it. Her body understood the chair before her mind did. Sit. The word moved through her muscles like water downhill. She had been standing since the field, since the house, since the ship, since the sea, since waking on gravel. She had stood before her father, before fire, before rain, before Captain Veus, before the rail, before the open water, before death itself. Even when Same had told her to sit, she had sat because her legs had already begun to fail, not because the world had made room for rest. This chair waited. No bargain spoken, no hand on her sleeve, no song. "What happens if I don't?" she asked. "You remain standing. No impatience, no threat." The chair stood in the blue light. Evara looked at Pell and Nim. Pell's face had gone strange. He looked at the chair the way a hungry dog might look at a bowl put down by a cruel owner, hope and memory fighting in the same small body. Nim watched Volos instead. Interesting. Evara remained standing. Her feet hurt. That was new. She had not noticed them since waking. Now, because the chair existed, her body remembered every step. The dead field, the yard, the road to Orren, the gangplank, the deck, the broken passage, the jump into water, the impossible floor of the last house. Pain returned, as if invited by the sight of relief. Her knees trembled. Volos did not look away to spare her. That almost made her refuse, almost. Then she thought of the passenger room, of telling Orren not to hum, because she did not want to be moved without choosing. No one moved her now. She crossed to the chair and sat. The chair took her weight without complaint. It did not creak. It did not sag. It did not remind her that the house was poor, that she had chosen wrong, that sitting was laziness if there was water to fetch or turnips to cut smaller. It held. Evara gripped the chair arms with both hands. The burned one protested under bandage. She did not release. Something hot filled her eyes, of all times, in front of him. She blinked hard, but the tears came anyway. Not sobs, not yet. 2 lines down her face, warm enough that she hated them. Volos watched her weep and said nothing. That was worse than kindness, too. Pell shifted on his knees. Nim whispered, "Do we continue kneeling?" Pell whispered back, "I have lost feeling in my left leg." "You are mostly spite and smoke. Spite gets pins too." Volos said, "Rise." Both creatures sprang up too quickly. Pell stumbled. Nim caught him, then pretended he had not. Evara wiped her face with the back of her good hand. No one mentioned it. Good. Bad. The blue fire turned over itself in the hearth. Its light moved across the table's empty plate. Evara looked at it despite herself. Volos followed her gaze. "You hunger by habit. I hunger because I have not eaten enough. You are dead." I noticed. The dead do not hunger as the living do. Her mouth tightened. Do the dead always accept that when told? No. She looked at him. A servant who was neither Pell nor Nim came from the shadow beside the shelves. Evara had not seen it before. It was taller than the 2 creatures, robed in a grey cloth that did not quite touch the floor. Its face was hidden by a veil of thin black gauze. Its hands were long, bone-coloured, and careful. It carried a small tray. Pell and Nim both stood straighter. The servant set the tray on the table beside Evara and withdrew without a word. On the tray sat a cup of dark broth and 1 piece of bread. Evara stared at the bread. It was not Mara's bread. It was too smooth. No ash at the torn edge. No hard crust saved from smoke and poor flour. It looked soft enough to press a thumb into. It smelled of grain and salt and something green. Her stomach clenched. She did not reach. Volos said, "You may eat, What does it cost? Pell looked quickly at Nim. Nim looked at the ceiling. Volos said, "Nothing." "No?" His eyes rested on her. "Nothing costs nothing," she said. For the first time, the corner of Volos's mouth changed. Not a smile, a recognition of shape. "No bargain is attached to the food," he said. "That is not the same answer." No, she almost hated him less for admitting it. Almost. "What does it cost?" she asked again. "Time." Evara looked at the tray. "How much?" "As much as eating takes." That sounds like a trick. It is a fact. Facts make fine tricks when arranged by men. "Men?" Volos asked. The chamber grew colder by one small degree. Evara should have lowered her eyes. She had spent years lowering her eyes. She knew exactly how. She did not. Gods arranged them too, I expect. Pell covered his face with both hands. Nim whispered, "I knew the irregularity would have opinions." Volos looked at her for a long moment. Then he leaned back. "Yes," he said, "just that." "Yes." Ivara's hand moved before she meant it to. She took the bread. No chain rose from the table. No record drawer slammed open. No blue fire swallowed her. The bread was warm against her fingers. She tore it in half and set one half aside. Volos noticed. Of course he did. He did not ask why. That was one of the cruelest mercies yet. She ate the smaller half. The taste nearly undid her. Bread should not have been able to do that. It was only bread. Soft, salted, faintly sweet at the center. It broke on her tongue and filled her mouth with a warmth that went nowhere her body truly needed, but everywhere memory did. Her father had eaten the ashed corner. Mara had given back more than half. The seed pouch had fallen. She swallowed. When she opened her eyes, Volos was watching the fire, not her. Pell was watching the remaining bread with naked longing. Nim was watching Pell watching the bread. Evara picked up the other half and held it toward Pell. Pell froze. Nim whispered, "Do not." Pell whispered, "I know." His eyes did not leave the bread. Evara held it out another inch. Pell swallowed. Volos said nothing. That made everyone more afraid. Pell's hand lifted. Nim seized his wrist. "We do not take food from guests." "Is she a guest?" Pell whispered. "I am reviewing." Evara lowered the bread. "Do you eat?" Pell said, "Yes." Nim said, "Not that." Pell said, "I could." Nim said, "You could chew curtain fringe and call it supper." Pell looked offended. "That was once. You were ill for 3 days. I was experimental." Evara tore a tiny piece from the bread and set it on the edge of the tray, rather than putting it in Pell's hand. "There," she said. Nim looked at Volos. Volos looked at the crumb. The blue fire did not change. Pell snatched the piece and ate it so fast, Evara almost missed the movement. His eyes closed. For one heartbeat, he looked like the little boy under the low-beam table, claiming he was asleep with the spoon in his fist. Then Pell opened his eyes, realized everyone had seen, and folded his arms. "Acceptable." Nim exhaled through his nose. "We will be killed for crumbs one day." "No," Volos said. Both creatures stiffened. Volos looked at Pell. "Not for crumbs?" Pell nodded. Very quickly. Evara drank the broth next. It was not like Symes. No fish, no onion. It tasted of root and iron and dark leaves. It warmed her mouth, but not her fingers. Her body accepted it uncertainly, as if it had received a letter addressed to someone else and was deciding whether to answer. When she set the cup down, the tray was taken away by the veiled servant. The uneaten smear of broth inside it vanished with the cup. Evara watched it go. She could get used to food arriving without work. The thought frightened her badly. She sat straighter. Volos saw. "You are tired past sleep," he said. The words should not have touched her. They did. No one had ever named it correctly. Orren saw she was thin, hurt, hungry, cold. He saw the red around her knuckles, and wanted to make a song of it before he learned how to hold it plainly. Mara saw the need for bread and returned too much. Saim saw burns and wrapped them. Her father had seen labor, disobedience, betrayal, his dead wife in her face. Volos saw tired, not sleepy, not weak, tired past sleep. Evara gripped the chair arms again. "Most mortals arrive afraid," he said. "You arrived working." She looked at him sharply. His face had not changed. There was no softness there, no warmth, but there was a tension, exact and undeceived. "I was trying to find someone," she said. "Yes." "Orren." "Yes." "Do you know him?" "I know of him." "What does that mean?" "It means his name has reached places ahead of him." Evara did not like that. Orren would. That made her like it less. "Is he in danger?" "He is alive." "That is not what I asked." "No." She leaned forward. "Is he in danger?" Volos rested one long hand on the chair arm. The fingers did not drum, did not fidget, did not betray impatience. All living things are in danger. It is a condition they mistake for variety. That is a god's answer. "Yes." "I do not want one." "Then ask a smaller question." Her jaw tightened. "Smaller truths fit through narrower doors," someone might have said. Not to her. She did not know why the thought came that way. Like a voice passing in the corridor. She asked, "Is he coming here?" Volos did not answer immediately. The fire bent lower. Pell and Nim went still again. At last, Volos said, "He may try." Hope rose so quickly that it hurt. Volos watched that too. "He will?" Evara said. Yes, it should have comforted her. Instead, something cold opened beneath the hope. Orren would come. Of course he would. He would come with blood on his sleeve, and a song in his throat, and the whole of himself shaped around reaching her. He would come because he loved her. He would come because he could not bear not coming. He would come because not coming would leave him alone with the question of the water, and Orren had never been good at rooms where no one answered. "He should not," she said. Volos's gaze sharpened. The words had surprised her too. Pell looked confused. Nim did not. Evara looked into the blue fire. "He is hurt." "Yes." "He should be somewhere warm." "He is walking away from warmth." The sentence settled between them. "Toward me," she said. Volos said nothing. That silence had weight. She turned to him. "Do not make that sound foolish." "I did not." "You thought it." "I do not need to think mortals foolish. They provide evidence." Anger saved her from something softer. "You sing to the dead and sit alone by a cold fire," she said. "Do gods provide evidence too?" Pell made a small choking sound. Nim whispered, "We are dead." Pell whispered, "We will be deader." Volos did not look away from Evara. For the first time, something moved across his face that might have been pain if pain had learned to stand perfectly still. "Yes," he said. The answer took the anger from her hands and left her holding nothing. The room seemed very large again. Evara looked at the second chair. She had not noticed it before. Not the one she sat in. Not Volos's high black seat. Another chair stood near the table's far end, half in shadow, turned slightly toward the hearth. It was simpler than Volos's, carved with a pattern of leaves around the arms. Not dead leaves, living ones. The carving was so fine that the leaf edges looked soft enough to bend. No one sat there. No dust lay on it. Nothing in this chamber seemed to gather dust unless allowed. Evara looked at Pell. Pell stared at the floor. She looked at Nim. Nim pressed his lips shut so tightly they nearly disappeared. "Whose chair is that?" Evara asked. The chamber changed. not visibly. The blue fire folded inward, a flame becoming a fist. Volos did not look at the chair. "Not yours," he said. The answer was quiet. It closed more doors than it opened. Evara should have let it lie. She thought of her mother's comb, kept too high, a thing that belonged to an absence but ruled the room all the same. She said, "That was not what I asked." "No. Will you answer?" "No." There were no teeth in the word. That made it final, in a way teeth could not. Evara looked back at the chair. Leaves. Fine carving. A place held ready, or never surrendered. Someone who returns, she thought, though she did not know why. The chamber's records shifted in their drawers. A faint whisper passed through the wall behind her, too low to separate into words. Evara's burned hand began to ache more sharply. She set it in her lap and unfolded the bandage a little at the wrist, needing something practical to do before the air in the room taught her too much. The skin beneath was angry and blistered, but not as bad as it had been. Or perhaps death made injury indecisive. Volos watched her hand. "Who wrapped it?" he asked. "Same." He knew the name. She saw it. "Ankistro's man," Volos said. The room went cold. Evara went colder. Pell looked at Nim. Nim looked at Volos. Volos did not seem to regret speaking the name. Evara's mouth had gone dry. "You know Captain Veus?" "Yes." The gloved hand, the broken doorway, the voice, the gangplank, the way he had said he was sorry for the weather. "What is he to you?" "A servant." The word fell clean, too clean. Evara stood. The chair did not hold her. Good. The room did not move to stop her. Better. "Did you send him?" Pell whispered, "Oh, no." Nim whispered, "This is becoming organized." Volos looked at her across the blue fire. "For what?" She hated him. For making her say it. "For my father." Volos's face remained still. "No." She did not breathe. "No," a clean answer. Maybe true. Maybe exact enough to hide worse things behind it. "Did you send him to Orren?" she asked. "No." "Did you send him to the ship?" "Yes." The truth struck her harder than the denials. "For Orren?" "Yes." "Why?" Volos's eyes moved, not away, but deeper into her face. "Because certain songs open certain doors." Evara thought of Orren on deck, drawn toward the voices. Orren in the field, with a ship in his pocket. Orren's throat in the tavern, making hungry people breathe together. Orren, alive somewhere above. Coming. She gripped the chair back, because standing had become less certain. "And me?" Volos said nothing. "Was I meant to die?" "No." "Too quick?" "No, not too quick. Too exact." "Was I meant to be here?" The silence, after that, was different. Pell looked at Volos, and then down at his own feet. Nim slowly closed his eyes. The blue fire made a low sound, almost like a log settling, though there were no logs. Volos said, "No." Evara did not believe him, not because he lied, because the house beneath her feet warmed when he said it, a slow warmth, recognizing, listening. Volos felt it too. She knew because his hand tightened once on the arm of his chair. Only once. Then the chamber stilled. Evara stepped away from the chair. The house did not follow, not with walls, not with doors, but she felt its attention shift with her, like the gaze of someone in another room hearing a floorboard. "I want to see where I am," she said. "You have seen enough for one death." "I did not ask what was enough." Pell put both hands over his eyes again. Nim murmured, "Boldness is not a survival strategy. Boldness is what survivors rename afterward." Volos looked at Evara for a long time. "What would you do with sight?" he asked. "Learn what can hurt me, And if nothing here can, then I would learn what can own me. The blue fire rose. Not high. Enough. Volos inclined his head slightly. Pell's mouth dropped open. Nim's fingers stopped moving. Pell and Nim will accompany you, Volos said. Pell said, "My lord." Nim said, "Of course, my lord," in the exact tone of someone hearing his sentence pronounced. Volos continued, "You will go where the house permits." Evara narrowed her eyes. "And where it does not? You will discover the difference." "That sounds unsafe." "Yes. At least he did not dress danger in silk." Evara looked at the leaf-carved chair again. "Can I leave this room whenever I wish?" "Yes." "And the house?" "No." The word was plain. Volos did not soften it. Evara nodded because screaming would change nothing, and because nodding made Pell look less likely to faint. She turned toward the chamber door. The threshold line had appeared again. Before she crossed it, Volos spoke. "Evara Soln." She stopped. Her name still felt weighed. She looked back. He had not moved from his chair by the blue fire. The table stood between them, with its empty plate. The second chair waited in shadow. The records slept, or pretended to. "You may return to that chair," he said. The one she had sat in remained beside the fire, angled toward warmth that was not quite warmth. "Nothing will be asked of you while you sit." The offer found its place exactly. Too exactly. Evara thought of her father's house, where every chair had meant a task, waiting when she stood, of the low beam, where sitting meant buying or being seen not buying, of Orren's floor, where she had sat, because standing hurt and because the road behind her had burned, of the ship, where the cot had become almost safe, just before the door slammed. "Nothing will be asked of you while you sit." She should not want that. She did. So she looked Volos in the face and said, "That is a dangerous thing to offer a tired woman." "Yes," he said. She crossed the threshold before she could sit again. Pell and Nim scrambled after her. The wall opened into a corridor that had not been there before. Evara did not ask whether Volos had made it, or the house had. Behind her, the blue fire did not brighten. The song did not resume. Not until she had walked far enough that the chamber should have been out of hearing. Then, faintly, through stone and floor, and the ache beneath her burned hand, Volos began to sing again. Evara kept walking, but slower. Chapter 3. The Old Path. The feather would not burn. Orren woke to that first. Not pain. Pain had become too large to be first. It lay under everything now. A country he had been dragged into and told to name home. His arm pulsed. His throat scraped with every breath. His knees ached. His ribs complained. His jaw throbbed where rain and fear had clenched it too long. Those were all waiting when he opened his eyes. But the feather was in the fire, and it would not burn. It lay across the little flames, pale and veined with dark red, its edges untouched, while orange tongues worried at it from below. The fire itself was wrong, too small to have warmed him through the night, too steady for wet ground, smelling faintly of onion and old bread instead of smoke. Iren sat on the other side with his chin propped in one hand, watching the feather as if it had insulted him. "Difficult," he said. Orren blinked. The sky overhead had gone grey, not morning grey, not evening, the kind of light that had given up choosing a side. Mist hung low over the road. Grass bent under beads of water. A line of stones ran away from the fire and disappeared after 10 paces, then appeared again farther on at the wrong angle. The old road? The last house. Evara. He tried to sit up. The world buckled. Iren's hand was suddenly at his shoulder, not forcing him down, only stopping him from falling sideways into the fire. "Slowly," Iren said. Orren knocked the hand away. The motion hurt enough to blind him. He bit down on a cry and tasted old blood. Iren let his hand fall. Yes. Excellent. We have reached the proud stage of dying, much more dignified than the shivering stage, though less efficient. Orren breathed through his nose, until the black at the edges of his sight retreated. How long? Long enough for me to do several necessary things and 2 unnecessary ones. That is not an answer. It is, if you stop expecting numbers to do all your living for you. Orren looked at the mist. Is it morning? Somewhere. He hated him. The hate was useful. It gave him something cleaner than grief to hold. He pushed himself upright, this time more slowly. His bandaged arm lay across his lap. The cloth around it was not his. Finer weave, torn unevenly. Iren's shirt hem, perhaps? Blood had soaked through and dried stiff. His hand below it had swollen at the knuckles. Sand still sat under his nails. Sand. Wing blood. Malin's face. He looked at the feather in the fire. Iren followed his gaze. It refused the usual arguments. Whose is it? The road went very quiet. The fire made no sound. That bothered Orren more than it should have. Fire should crack. It should eat. This one only existed. You know whose, Iren said. Orren's throat worked. He did know. The feather had the same red dark veining as the torn wing on the beach. The wing he had held, pulled, broken. The wing that had fought him not like a weapon, but like a body begging not to be made into one. He looked away. I thought you burned it. I tried. Why? Because leaving pieces of old powerful dead things beside sleeping fevered singers is generally frowned upon by people with sense. Did she leave it? Yes. Orren waited. Iren sighed. No, perhaps. Not in the way a woman might leave a glove on a table. Her song left it. Her soul left it. Her death tripped over itself and something fell out. Choose whatever sentence you dislike least. Orren stared at the feather until the blue-red veins blurred. She followed us. She is not following as a hound follows meat. You keep correcting the wrong words. You keep using words as if grief makes them accurate. Orren laughed once. The sound tore his throat. He bent forward, coughing. Pain opened in his chest. His mouth filled with a copper taste. He spat into the grass. Red threaded the spit. Iren watched with irritating attention. Will I lose my voice? Orren asked. It was not the question he meant to ask. It was the one his body chose. Iren's face changed by almost nothing. Orren saw it anyway. Not today, Iren said. The answer was too careful. Orren wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. That means yes someday. That means I am not in charge of someday. A relief to all parties. I need it. Yes, for Evara. Iren looked into the fire. The feather lay untouched. Orren hated him again. It was easier than hating the silence after Evara's name. He tried to stand. His legs shook badly, but they held. Barely. One boot gone, the other stiff with dried salt. His foot, without the boot, sank cold into the wet grass. He looked down at it stupidly, as if expecting the missing boot to explain itself. Iren rose, too, light as a thought. Can you walk? Orren took one step. His knee nearly folded. He locked it. Yes. Iren's mouth twitched. A bold interpretation. Show me the road. You are on it. Then show me the right part. That is better. Orren looked at him. Iren smiled without warmth. Words matter, especially where we are going. Best practice now, while mistakes still only embarrass you. The feather stirred in the fire. Not from wind. Orren saw it move, and had to look away because the motion was too much like a hand. They left the fire burning behind them. Orren noticed, after 10 paces, You're leaving it? It will go out. It isn't burning anything. Then it will stop not burning anything. Orren looked back. The little fire had already become a blur in the mist. The feather was no longer visible. For half a breath, he thought of turning around, taking it, keeping proof that Malin had been real, that the beach had happened, that the word "my boy" had not only been a trick of drowning grief. Then he remembered the wing in his hands. He walked on. The road did not look like a road for the first mile. It looked like a stretch of stubborn ground that had forgotten how to belong to the hill around it. Rain lay in the grass on either side, but the path itself stayed dry. Stones appeared where Orren needed to put a foot, though never early enough to comfort him. Once he stepped toward what seemed to be mud, and found hard ground under him only when his weight committed. Another time he trusted a flat stone, and it sank just enough to laugh at him. Iren walked ahead with his hands folded behind his back, barefoot, dry, unfairly cheerful. Orren tried to hate that too, but exhaustion took the edge off everything. His body moved in pieces, the wounded arm, the raw throat, the knee that had struck sand or stone or ship, and now disliked bending, the bare foot numb from cold, his ribs, one of which might be cracked, though he had no room left in himself to care. Each pain kept its own rhythm. He listened to them because he had nothing else to sing. Step, throat, step, arm, step, Evara. The name entered uninvited. He almost shaped it into melody. His throat closed around it. Not yet. He did not know whether he stopped himself because she had asked him not to make her name into a song, or because he was afraid the name would come out empty. Ahead, Iren glanced back. Orren glared at him. "I did not say anything," Iren said. "You looked. My apologies. I shall try guiding you blind." "Could you?" "Yes, badly." Orren breathed through the pain until words became possible. "Does she know?" Iren slowed. "Who?" "Evara." "Does she know what?" "That I'm coming?" The road changed under the question. Not much. A colder stone, a darker stretch of grass. Mist drawing closer to Orren's shoulders. Iren stopped walking. Orren nearly ran into him. "I do not know," Iren said. "Honest. Too honest." Orren wished he had lied. "She is in the last house. That is where the dead go." "You said she did not go by the ordinary bank." "I said no such thing to you." "You thought it." Iren turned. For the first time since Orren had met him, he looked properly startled. "Good." Orren smiled, though it hurt his split lip. "You are not the only one who hears things he should not." The surprise faded into something more guarded. "That may be true," Iren said. "What does it mean?" "It means you should not drink from anything that whispers your name." Orren stared at him. "You think that is a joke?" Iren said. "It is mostly not, Iren." The god's eyes moved past Orren for a moment, toward the mist behind them. The road had taken the fire entirely now. No glow, no feather, no camp, no shore, only the path and the wet grey light. "She entered strangely," Iren said. The words were reluctant. Orren felt hope rise so fast it made him dizzy. "Strangely how? If I knew, I would have chosen a more satisfying adverb." "Could strange mean alive?" "No." The word struck hard enough that Orren's knees loosened again. Iren reached as if to steady him, then seemed to think better of it. Orren stayed upright out of spite. "Do not do that," he said. "Answer? Give hope and cut it in the same breath. You asked whether strange meant alive. It does not. But strange is not nothing." Orren swallowed. Strange is not nothing. He took that because there was nothing else. They walked again. The landscape changed when Orren blinked. At one step, wet scrub and low stones. At the next, a line of black pines leaning toward them, though no pine grew near that coast. He stopped and looked back. The wet scrub remained behind them. Ahead, pines. To the side, nothing but mist. No seam, no crossing. The road had simply decided another place came next. "Where are we?" he asked. "Yes," Iren said. Orren looked at him. "I am too tired to enjoy you. That improves many people's judgment." "Where? On an old road?" "You keep saying that, as if it explains anything." "It explains enough. Roads are less about where than how. That explains less. To you." The pines whispered overhead. No wind moved them. Orren tried to listen for birds, and heard none. No insects, no distant water, no creak of branches. The trees moved, but made no ordinary tree sounds. Their needles brushed together like people murmuring in the next room. He could not make out words. Good. He did not want more voices. Then one spoke clearly. Not in the air. Inside the rhythm of his next step. Orren. He stopped. Iren stopped too, but did not turn. "Do not answer." Orren stared at the trees. "Who is it?" "Road." That was not a road. Everything is, if one has low standards, and enough grief. The voice came again. This time it sounded like Mara. "Boy?" Orren's chest tightened. The low beam appeared between two pines. Not fully. A glow only. A door opening in rain. Mara's hand on her hip. Torv lifting two wrapped fingers. The boy under the table with his spoon. Then it vanished. Orren had taken one step toward it before he knew he had moved. Iren's hand closed around the back of his collar and yanked him upright. Orren choked. "Do not," Iren said. Orren ripped free. That was Mara. That was a road wearing her voice, because you were foolish enough to miss her loudly. "I didn't say." Missing is rarely verbal. Orren looked between the pines. Nothing. No tavern glow. No door. No Mara. He had left without saying goodbye. There had not been time. That was true. That was also a coward's pocket. He pressed his good hand against his eyes. "I should have." "Yes," Iren said. Orren dropped his hand. Iren looked back at him. "You expected comfort?" "No, you should have. You will carry it. Now keep walking." The cruelty helped. Orren hated that it did. He walked. The pines thinned into a slope of yellow grass under a white sky. No rain here. Heat pressed against the road. Sudden and dry. So strange after Skeldrun and Storm that Orren's body did not know how to receive it. Sweat opened under the salt crust on his skin. His bare foot found dust instead of wet grass. He had never been this warm and this cold together. Iren did not seem to notice. Of course, Orren wiped his face with his sleeve, and regretted it when cloth dragged over split skin. "How far does it go?" "To the beginning of the descent." "Which is how far?" "Asking again has not changed the road's length. It may change my hatred of you. That, at least, seems to need no assistance." Orren walked until speech cost too much. The heat grew. The yellow grass gave way to black earth cracked into plates. Then to a road of white stones that burned his bare foot. Then, in one blink, to a shaded lane beneath trees, hung with strips of cloth. Some strips were new. Some had rotted into threads. Some were stained dark with old weather. Each one moved slightly as they passed, though the air was still. "What are those?" Orren asked. "Promises." He looked at the cloth strips. "To whom?" That is the problem with promises. People forget the listener and remember only the performance. Orren's jaw tightened. Iren glanced at him. "Yes, that one was pointed. You know nothing of me. I know you kept singing after your throat began tearing, because men on a ship needed anchoring." Orren said nothing. "I know you tore apart an elder creature with your hands, and now cannot decide whether guilt or anger is more faithful to the woman you lost. Stop. I know you nearly sang Evara's name a moment ago. and swallowed it because she taught you fear of your own gift in under a day, which suggests she is either very wise or you are very late to the lesson." Orren stopped walking. The strips of cloth moved around them, every one a small, dry tongue. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Seeing whether you prefer honesty once it stops flattering you." "I prefer silence." "No, you do not." Orren's good hand curled. "Careful." Iren looked at the hand, then back at his face. The god smiled. Not mockingly this time. "Sadly." "There," Iren said. "That is the trouble." Orren wanted to hit him. He did not, because he could not afford the strength. Because Iren might vanish and leave him. Because Evara was below, and every delay was another cruelty. Because some part of him, small and raw, knew Iren had set the knife in the right place. He turned and kept walking. The cloth strips whispered overhead. For a time, Iren did not speak. That was almost worse. At the end of the lane, they came to a tree split down the middle by lightning. Its heartwood had burned black long ago, but green leaves grew from one side. The road passed through the gap in the trunk. Iren stopped before it. Orren did too, because the space inside the tree was dark. Not shadow, dark. A vertical seam of night standing inside the burned trunk. "No," Orren said. Iren looked at him. "You have become wonderfully concise." "What is that?" "A short way." "To where?" "Closer. To the last house. To the path that remembers how to reach it." Orren stared into the black seam. It smelled faintly of smoke. Not ship smoke. Not fire from the hearth. House smoke. Wet thatch, burning badly. Old wood giving way. Oil, ash, bread. Evara's house. He stepped back. Iren's face lost its humor. "Not every door is kind enough to smell different from what hurt you," he said. "I can't." "Yes, you can. Do not tell me." "You can," Iren said again. "Whether you should is another matter." Orren looked at him. "Then should I?" Iren did not answer quickly. Orren almost laughed. "You do not know? I know several endings." "That is not an answer." "No, it is a burden, pretending to be one." Orren looked into the seam. Smoke. Dark. Heat. The sound of a roof giving in. Evara walking through rain with no cloak. Evara saying there was no house. Evara's hand wrapped badly in his room. Evara alive because she had escaped fire. Then dead because she had followed him into water. He had told her to follow. He would tell the dark the same thing now, if he went first. The thought made his stomach twist. "What happens if I turn back?" he asked. Iren watched him closely. "Now? Yes. You live, perhaps." "And Evara?" Iren's expression said enough. The black seam waited. Orren stepped into it. The world narrowed to the width of his shoulders. Heat passed over his face. Smoke filled his nose. He heard a bowl shatter, a belt snap. Wood split inward. A man grunt in pain. Evara say Papa in a voice that did not belong to the woman he knew, but to a child still hidden somewhere inside her. Orren stumbled. A hand caught his wrist. Not Iren's. Too small, too calloused. Warm through smoke. Evara? He turned toward it. The hand vanished. He fell out the other side of the tree onto cold stone. His knees hit hard. He stayed there, coughing. No smoke. No tree. No yellow grass. They stood at the edge of a wide, empty basin under a ceiling of stone. Orren lifted his head slowly. Underground. The sky was gone. A faint red glow breathed somewhere far below. Not flame. Not sun. The air was dry and mineral-heavy. The road under him had become a ledge cut into a cavern wall. It wound downward along black rock, descending into a depth he could not see. Iren stepped out of the air beside him. As if he had taken a different, and more polite door. Orren glared at him from the ground. "You could have warned me." "I did." Repeatedly, in spirit. Orren pushed himself to his feet. His whole body shook. The cavern stretched beyond sight. Above them, stone vanished into darkness. Below, the red glow moved, as if water carried it. A sound rose from the depths, rushing, distant, steady. A river, not the sea, not mercy. Orren's throat had gone dry at once. "Water," he said. Iren's head turned sharply. "Not yet. I need." "Not yet." The tone stopped him. For once, no joke. Orren looked at him. Iren's face had gone still, his eyes on the unseen river below. "Listen carefully," Iren said. "From this point on, nothing down here is only what it seems to be. Not water, not stone, not hunger, not pity, not a door, not a name. If something offers relief before asking your name, assume the question came first, and you failed to hear it." Orren swallowed with a throat that felt made of scraped leather. "Is that a rule?" "That is me, trying to keep you from becoming a cautionary song before the gates." The gates. The words moved through him. Evara was somewhere beyond them, or below them, or held by the house they guarded. Hope returned, thin and painful as a stitch pulled through skin. He looked down the ledge. "How far?" Iren sighed. Then, to Orren's surprise, he answered plainly. "Far enough to hurt, not far enough to stop." Orren nodded. The cavern air carried the river sound upward. Under it, so faint he thought at first it was only blood in his ears, came another sound. A song, not Malin, not the choir, not his own. A low voice beneath many voices, holding them in a shape large enough to bear their grief. Orren froze. Iren watched him hear it. "Volos," Orren said. Iren winced. Quieter. The song went on below them. Deep, patient, terrible. Orren took one step down the ledge. His body almost failed. He did not let it. Another step. The path descended under his bare and booted feet, stone after stone, toward the river and the song beneath the world. Chapter 4. The Return Bargain. Ankistro came back to himself without his coat. That was how he knew Volos was annoyed. The dead could arrive in the last house, with a crown still in their hands, if the crown had mattered enough to their dying. Beggars came clutching crusts. Sailors came with rope burn. Children came with dolls, buttons, beetle shells, stones shaped like hearts. Men who died lying often arrived with the lie still wet in their mouths. Ankistro arrived naked on black sand, without hat, without boots, without blade, without ship, without crew, without even the courtesy of a shirt. Petty. Effective, but petty. He inhaled too sharply and burned his lungs on dry heat. For one senseless moment, his body tried to remember drowning. His arms jerked as if to swim. His legs kicked. His mouth opened for water and found air so hot it scraped the throat. Not water, not sea. He rolled onto his side and retched nothing into the sand. The sand steamed where his breath touched it. "Dramatic," he rasped. "If lacking hospitality." No one answered. That was worse than mockery. Ankistro pushed himself upright and looked at what remained of him. 2 legs, regrettably bare and scratched by black grit. 1 hand, his own, knuckles split and nails broken. 1 wrist ending in old sealed ruin. No talon key. The absence struck harder than the nakedness. He lifted the stump and stared at it. Without the talon key, the left side of his body felt badly punctuated. A sentence ending in midair. The scar tissue at the wrist had gone pale and tight, ridged where metal and law had learned his flesh long ago. Phantom fingers flexed in a shape the living hand no longer owned. The memory of the key answered from nowhere. Hook, claw, hinge, tooth, signature, lock. Gone. Volos had stripped him down to meat and debt. Ankistro laughed. It came out cracked from the heat. "Very well," he said to the shore. "You have my attention." The shore lay beneath a sky that was not sky. High above, darkness arched without stars, not empty but withheld. To his right, a river moved slowly, black at the center and red along the edges where faint light bled under the surface. It made almost no sound. That bothered him. Rivers should confess themselves. This one glided like a clerk carrying sealed papers. A boat moved away from the bank. Its porter did not look back. Of course. Ankistro got one knee under him. The sand resisted, drawing at his skin. Not enough to hold him, enough to remind him that here resistance was permitted only decoratively. The unfinished oath was gone. He did not let himself think that all at once. He thought instead of parts. The stern rail, patched in darker wood, after Belladon shot it half away. Forward mast that still leaned a finger width, no matter how same, cursed, braced it. The galley hatch, where Ven had carved an obscene blessing, and then denied literacy for 3 months. The third step below passenger deck that lied. The rail where Evara Soln had stood in another man's cloak, watching his glove, the wheel under Dovan's hands, rain running off Same's nose as he said, "Currents? Wrong." Leo tied to the mast, and weeping toward the cliffs, Orren Keld, lifting his face to the song like a boy hearing his first true compliment. The ship striking, wood breaking underfoot, water, men shouting, then nothing. Ankistro flexed his living hand until the nails bit his palm. No, not nothing. A bargain had spaces between its words. A good captain learned to live there. He stood. The black sand clung to his bare feet. Heat rose from it in slow, cruel breaths. Ahead, away from the river, steps cut themselves into a slope of stone as he looked at it. Not before, as the place waited to see whether he would notice the insult of being made to climb. He did. He climbed anyway, with every step. More of the shore vanished behind him. The river dimmed. The boat became a line. The dark above lowered until it was not above at all, but around him. The stairs narrowed. Stone rose on both sides, polished by hands or sorrow or time, and the air cooled just enough to make him aware of how much heat had entered his skin. At the top stood a door. No handle, no hinges, only a tall slab of black stone with one mark cut into its center, a narrow line curving through a circle. His writ mark. Volos had marked the door with his debt. Ankistro smiled despite himself. "Possessive language," he said, "and now possessive architecture. We are becoming intimate." The door opened. Not inward, not outward. It simply remembered that it had another side. Smoke poured around him. Cold this time. It wrapped his ankles, calves, thighs, waist. Ankistro stood still because thrashing was rarely dignified and never useful once a god had decided on theater. The smoke climbed his chest, his shoulders, his throat. It passed over his mouth, tasting of ash, old coins, and extinguished lamps. Then the world dropped. For one breath, there was no body, only debt, then floor. His knees hit polished stone. He had been put on them. Ankistro remained there for half a heartbeat. Only that. Then he rose, slowly, not hurriedly. A man could be forced to kneel. Remaining there was collaboration. The chamber around him was not the one he had expected, and not quite the one he remembered. The last house had many rooms for humiliation, and Volos disliked repeating decor when a fresh arrangement might cut cleaner. Black walls, blue fire, no windows, shelves of sealed drawers disappearing into shadow, a table long enough for a council and set for no one. At the far end, 3 steps rose to a high-backed chair. Volos sat in it like stillness had been carved around him. No smoke body today, not holy. Ankistro almost admired the restraint. The lord below wore a man's shape, because that made the insult more personal. Long hands, pale face, dark hair, eyes like the end of a corridor. Smoke gathered at his shoulders, but did not conceal him. Blue fire moved under his skin in places, faint as veins seen beneath ice. "My ancestro," Volos said. The words crossed the room without raising themselves. Ancestro bowed. A full court beau would have been better with a coat. Without one, he felt like a fool bending naked before a judge, which was, of course, the point. "My lord," he said, "how kind of you to receive me undressed. I had feared the evening might become formal." Volos regarded him. The silence extended. Ancestro straightened. The silence continued. He made himself not cover the stump at his wrist. "What am I to do with such failure?" Volos asked. "There are schools of philosophy that suggest learning from it." "I asked what I am to do." "Ah, then we begin with your needs. Efficient." Volos did not move. The air around Ancestro's skin cooled another degree. He missed his coat with sudden vivid longing. Not warmth, armor, pockets, buttons, cufflinks, hat brim, the 1,000 small articles by which a man told a room how much of him it was permitted to see. Here, the room saw everything: his scars, his ribs, the old line across his hip where a Kreshy knife had kissed bone, the pale bite marks near his right shoulder, a lover's once and then a hostage's, indistinguishable without the story. The Sunline brand, long since cut from his upper arm, scarred over badly enough to make the absence legible. The missing hand, the body aging around bargains that kept him useful but never whole. Volos saw all of it, and worse, needed none of it explained. "You were to deliver Orren Keld to Camarath," Volos said, "alive, unbroken enough to sing, delayed only as necessary." "Was I?" Ancestro said. "I had understood there to be more poetry in the instruction." "You lost the singer." "Temporarily. You lost the woman. She was never mine to lose." "You lost the ship." Ancestro's jaw tightened. Volos saw, of course. "The ship," Volos repeated, and the room's blue fire lowered as if to listen. Ancestro smiled. It was a good smile. He knew because it cost him. The unfinished oath has survived worse than weather. It is beneath the water. Many excellent things are beneath water. Pearls, wrecks, secrets. Half of Seleucia, depending which tideborne historian is drunk enough to lecture. "The ship is dead." "No," Ancestro said. The word left him before caution could dress it. Volos leaned back slightly. "There? Hook taken." Ancestro felt it and hated him. "No?" Volos asked. "The ship is owed. So are you. I am here to discuss both ledgers." A drawer opened somewhere along the wall. Only one. The sound was soft, a record waking. Ancestro did not look toward it. Looking at records in the last house was like touching wet paint in a courtroom. One did not prove innocence by leaving fingerprints. Volos's right hand shifted on the chair arm. "You sank with your vessel. A temporary complication. Your crew drowned. Also temporary, if we conduct ourselves with imagination. You believe yourself placed to negotiate." "I believe," Ancestro said, "that if you meant to discard me, I would have awakened in a drawer." This time something like amusement passed behind Volos's eyes. Small victory. Small victories were still edible. "You overestimate your inconvenience," Volos said. "You underestimate the expense of replacing me. I have servants. You have functionaries, shades, clerks, supplicants, monsters, loyalists, prisoners, and the occasional ambitious fool. Servants, certainly. But men who can enter living courts. Smell lies through perfume. carry relics without asking what they do, move hostages politely, set fires with plausible regret, and return afterwards still able to entertain. Rarer. Modesty has not improved you. Death is too short for false virtues. The drawer along the wall slid another inch open, and Kistro felt its attention like a blade at the back of his neck. Volos said, "You presume this is death." "I presume nothing. Presumption is for heirs, priests, and other people shortly to be disappointed." The Lord Below's gaze sharpened. Heir. And Kistro had not meant to touch that word. No, that was false. He had meant it, and regretted the accuracy. Volos looked at the scar where the Sunline brand had been cut away. "Do you miss it?" he asked. The question was too quiet, and Kistro's smile did not change. "My brand? Your brother's shadow." The chamber became very still. Vasilen's laugh moved through Ankistro's memory before he could stop it. Sun in high grass, gold on dark skin, a boy king with trust enough to be murdered by it. Ankistro's hand reaching too late, always too late. Salt fire, hooves, screams. Saphira's face turned from him at the river. Grief and disgust braided so tightly he had spent years trying to remember which had come first. He bowed his head slightly, not in submission, to hide the first expression. When he looked up, he had chosen another. "My lord," he said, "if you wished to discuss family, you might at least have offered a chair." "No." "Then we remain at business." "Yes." "Good." Pain acknowledged, not entered. That was the trick. One did not deny the door. One simply refused to step through it, while the enemy held the lamp. And Kistro took a slow breath. The air smelled of cold fire and old records. "Let us set failure aside," he said. "No. Let us place it attractively, then. I sailed the route you specified." Volos's fingers stilled. "The Skeldron outer channel," Ankistro continued. "Close enough to the cliff line to avoid the newer ice shelf. Far enough in ordinary conditions to pass before second nightfall. Your instructions." "Yes?" "No mention of the Choir Deep. No. No warning of a current that behaved like an invitation. No. No courtesy note that a storm would arrive with the timing of an executioner and the manners of Belladon tax law. I am not Lord of Storms. No. We both have brothers to blame for weather, should cowardice become fashionable." Volos's expression did not change, but the room darkened at the edges, and Kistro smiled more gently. "Forgive me. Death has left me underdressed and irritable." "You imply I arranged the wreck." "Imply? No. I build a little house of facts and invite you to stand in it." "The sea took your ship." "The song steered the taking." The boy counted the song. "And lived, I suspect." Volos said nothing. There, not confirmation, not denial. A held breath in a room without lungs. Ankistro stepped closer to the table. No sand held him now. The floor allowed it. Another small victory, or bait. "Where is Orren Keld?" he asked. "Not here." "Alive, then?" "Probably." "And the woman?" Volos's gaze altered. Only a fraction. Ankistro noticed because his life had often depended on fractions. "Ah," he said softly. Volos's eyes returned fully to him. Ankistro spread his living hand, palm out. Not a taunt, a recognition. "The girl arrived." "You were not contracted to deliver her to me." "No. But she improves the shape of your board, does she not?" The blue fire flared. "Not high. Enough. Careful," Volos said, and Kistro inclined his head. "Always least when advised. Evara Soln is not yours to name as a piece. No. That would make two of us." The drawer in the wall slammed shut. Pell would have jumped, if Pell had been present. Syme would have given Ankistro a look that said he had grown sentimental in a suicidal direction. Ven would have laughed and died for it. Dolven would have missed the point entirely, and somehow survived. The thought of them came too sharply. Crew? Not dead. Not yet. Not while Volos still listened. Ankistro let the silence do the work for a breath. Then he said, "Raise them?" Volos leaned back. There was no surprise in him. That meant he had expected the demand. Ankistro would have been insulted if he had not also expected the expectation. "Your ship," Volos said. "My ship." "Your crew." "My crew." "Your body." "Useful, though poorly presented at present." "The Talon key?" Ankistro's stump throbbed. He did not look at it. "Yes." Volos's gaze moved to the wrist anyway. "You want much for a man standing in my house with no garment, no weapon, no ship, no crew, and no power. I commend the inventory. You have missed my charm." "I have not." "Then the list is complete. You ask resurrection." "Return," Ankistro corrected. Volos's eyes narrowed. That one mattered. "Resurrection implies generosity," Ankistro said. "Return acknowledges prior standing. My contract predates this failure. It remains active unless you close it. You died. An administrative inconvenience. Death is my administration. And yet here we are, at your desk." Volos stood. The chamber did not shake. It did not need to. Pell and Nim feared his quiet for good reason. Volos rising was not motion, so much as a law becoming vertical. The blue fire drew inward. The shelves stilled, and Kistro's skin prickled where the room's attention sharpened. "You forget," Volos said, "where you are. No. Who holds you. No. What you owe." And Kistro smiled. That smile cost more than the first. "My lord, forgetting what I owe would require a mercy you have never offered me." Volos descended one step, then another. The third brought him to the floor. He did not cross the whole room. He did not have to. Distance adjusted around him. In one blink, he stood at the far end of the table. In the next, nearer. Or perhaps Ankistro's mind had looked away between moments and lost the right to measure. Volos stopped opposite him. The table remained between them. A courtesy, a barrier, a reminder of that law-loved furniture. "You wish your contract unchanged," Volos said. "I wish many things. Let us not embarrass either of us by counting them." "Unchanged?" "In duration, yes. And in nature?" Ankistro said nothing. Volos's eyes held his. There it was, the place where the road narrowed. "My ship," Ankistro said. "My crew. My key. My body. The prior term of service remains. No, plain, clean, expected, still." Ankistro felt it strike somewhere under the ribs. He had known Volos would not return everything at original cost. Gods had many faults, but undercharging was rarely among them. He rested his living hand on the back of the nearest chair, not because he needed support, because a naked man negotiating in a death god's chamber deserved at least the appearance of choosing where to place his hand. "What is your proposed adjustment?" he asked. Volos' mouth did not smile. "You will carry my writ beyond the term." Ankistro went still. "There it is," he said. "You will collect where I cannot be seen collecting. Carry where the living would bar my hand. Enforce return bargains. Move relics. Retrieve debtors. Bear messages to courts, ships, war camps, old shrines, hidden children, false kings, and men who think their ledgers end at burial. Busy? Yes. And my crew, bound to your service, under mine. No." Volos's eyes sharpened, and Kistro's hand tightened on the chair back. The wood did not crack. Good. He lacked the dignity to break furniture naked. "No," he said again, clearer. The crew returns as crew, not chain. They drowned under your command. Yes. You asked me to restore lives lost in your failure. Yes. Then they return under the debt that pays for them. To me, Ankistro said. Volos tilted his head, and Kistro heard how it sounded. Worse, he meant it. They serve me, he said. They always have. Badly, often, loudly, with insufficient regard for hygiene or theology. But mine. If you bind each man directly to yourself, you do not return my crew. You create a procession of frightened clerks who know rope, useless at sea, useless to me, useless to you. Conveniently, their freedom preserves your command. Their partial freedom preserves their usefulness. I am the one making the argument that benefits you. Please attempt gratitude. Your concern for them moves me. No, it doesn't. No. Good. Honesty again. They stood with the long table between them. Volos said, They will be writ-bound. The word entered the chamber. A second drawer opened, then a third, then many, not loudly, softly, terribly, like 100 mouths taking in breath. And Kistro kept his face still, writ-bound. His crew returned to wet decks and orders and hunger and bad jokes, but marked under Volos's writ through Ankistro's own office. Not direct slaves, not free, bound through him, which meant every command he gave would carry 2 weights, captaincy and the shadow under it. He would save them and own the manner of their saving. Neat, cruel. Volos had improved over the centuries. No man signs unwilling, Ankistro said. They are dead. Then their signatures should be easy to obtain. Volos looked at him, and Kistro let the absurdity sit. Choice matters less when the alternative is remaining dead, Volos said. Then you have discovered why I distrust most divine bargains. And yet you make them. I distrust storms. I still sail. A pause. Then Volos said, They may accept return. Small victory, dangerous victory. And Kistro nodded, as if he had not needed it too much. And the ship? He asked. The unfinished oath returns. Whole? He did not ask. Not yet. A man desperate for one word rarely received it. With her marks, Volos added, and Kistro's stomach tightened. Define marks. Mine? No. Yes. The word closed, and Kistro felt the ship in memory. Old boards, patched rail, wheel under Doven's hands. He imagined blue fire in the seams, writ marks beneath the hull, a god's law threaded through keel and mast, through bilge water and sailcloth, through every groan she made in weather. The unfinished oath restored, and never again merely his. Had she ever been merely his? He hated the question. Volos watched him hear it. You call it return, the Lord below said. Return leaves record. What poetic damage will your record do? The ship will know the way to me. Cold moved through Ankistro, despite the chamber's heat. Ah, there, a restored ship that could cross where other ships could not. A vessel with a keel written into death's ledgers, useful for collecting, ferrying, enforcing smuggling pieces between realms and jurisdictions that ought not touch. A writ captain needed a writ-bound ship. Volos had always loved efficiency when it hurt someone else. And Kistro breathed once, slowly. Does she answer to you? He asked. She answers through you. Lovely. A leash with lace. A leash you asked for. I asked for a ship. You asked for your ship. The correction landed. The difference mattered. The unfinished oath had always been unfinished. Now Volos meant to make the incompletion useful, and Kistro considered refusing. Truly considered it. There were moments a man could preserve something by letting it die. Songs rarely praised those moments, because audiences preferred rescue. Ankistro had not had the luxury of audience morality in a very long time. If he refused, the crew remained dead. The ship sank beyond all bargaining. He entered whatever draw Volos chose, or whatever further service could be extracted from a soul without body. Orren Keld went on toward whatever plan had been set. Evara Soln remained in the last house, unaccounted for by him. The world continued arranging itself around men who believed refusal made them clean. If he accepted, the crew lived, returned, altered, owed. He would tell himself later that living men could mutiny, flee, curse, love, drink, ruin themselves, and choose small disobediences the dead could not. He would tell himself he had saved them from stillness. He would tell himself the ship had wanted water under her again, whatever marks lay in the keel. He would tell himself many things. Some would be true. That was how the worst bargains survived scrutiny. What else? Ankistro asked. Volos's face stilled further. Of course there was more. The boy. Orren. Yes. What of him? He may come below. He will. Volos said nothing. Ankistro smiled faintly. You should have heard the way he said her name. He will. If he enters the last house, you will not interfere. Currently, I am naked in your chamber. My immediate plans for interference are limited. Ankistro, there it was. No possession this time. Name as warning. He bowed slightly. I will not interfere with Orren Keld's descent. You will not aid him. Define aid. Volos's eyes narrowed. There are cliffs, and there are cliff edges, Ankistro said. A man may walk along one, and not quite fall from the other. Since we are becoming lifelong associates, I prefer precision. You will not guide, shelter, provision, warn, bargain for, sing for, bleed for, kill for, or die, for Orren Keld until his matter in my house is concluded. Ankistro tilted his head. Sing for? The house enjoys complete lists. The house has never heard me sing. The house is grateful. Despite himself, Ankistro laughed. It surprised him. It surprised Volos too, perhaps. Or perhaps not. The laugh died quickly. And Evara Soln? Ankistro asked. Volos did not answer. The chamber grew colder. Ankistro felt the old cliff under his own feet, and, because he was occasionally a fool, stepped closer. She saw me, he said. Yes, you knew. I know now. Will she be made to forget? No. That answer struck strangely. Ankistro looked at him. Volos's face was unreadable, but not empty. Never empty. He had spoken with a precision that admitted no convenience. No, Evara would remember. Why? Punishment? Record? Respect? Volos' strange distaste for false accounts, or interest in a woman who saw doors break and still asked where law hid. Ankistro found he preferred not to know. She may accuse me, he said. Yes. And if she does? Volos looked at him as if the question were beneath both of them. Then you will have been accurately named. There were insults one could answer, others one simply wore. Ankistro spread his hand. Then let us return to the invoice. Ship, crew, key, body, clothes. If your lordship can spare fabric. In exchange, extended writ service, the writ-bound office marked ship. Crew returned under accepted bond through my command. Non-interference with Orren Keld's descent, and whatever unsaid future war you think I have not noticed. Volos was silent. Ankistro smiled. Come now, he said. I am naked, not blind. Blue fire moved in the Lord below's eyes. What war? Volos asked. Ah, we have reached the part where you pretend your board is a table. Answer. Ankistro leaned one hip against the chair, because if he was going to be destroyed for impertinence, he preferred to do it comfortably. You are collecting God-touched bloodlines. Songs, mantles, debt enforcers, root breakers, Relic carriers, you send me to Camarath, near the Brass Heart's shadow, to Skeldrun, where old seasonal lore is souring under ice. Place Orren Keld on a ship through quiet waters, and act surprised when he falls through grief into your house. You keep old bargains alive past their natural usefulness. You do not hoard pieces because you admire the box. Volos gave him nothing, and Kistro continued. I have served kings, usurpers, merchants, priests, mothers with more strategy than armies. None gather like this unless they expect a break. A break in law, in gods, in inheritance, in whatever pleasant word the High Court will use when they discover rot under their own table. Volos watched him. The silence changed. No longer punishment, assessment. And Kistro felt the room alter around him. He had become less amusing, more useful, more dangerous, better, worse. And if such a war comes, Volos asked, then you will need more than drawers and gloomy architecture. You offer yourself as general. I offer myself as the man who understands that wars are won before banners are sown. You presume command. No, I presume your other servants are either dead, devoted, frightened, or divine. All poor traits in the early stages of complicated crime. History, if successful. Volos's mouth changed by the smallest measure. Not smile. Perhaps the memory of one. And what do you ask for this future service? He said. There it was, the true counter-offer. And Kistro had not come unarmed after all. Power did not always look like a blade. Sometimes it looked like knowing exactly where one's humiliation stopped yielding profit. He stepped away from the chair. Sayum Oro returns with memory enough to know what he accepted. And Kistro said, 1. Dovan returns with his hands. 2. Leo returns unpunished for answering the choir. 3. Perit eats tomorrow. Volos's eyes flicked, almost amused now. 4. The boy is a poor knot-tier and poorer swimmer. His stupidity does not merit hunger twice. Sentiment. Efficiency. Hungry men tie worse knots. Accepted. And Kistro did not breathe relief, not visibly. The crew who refuse return remain in your keeping without penalty. Volos watched him. That one mattered. You expect refusals? I expect terror. I allow for courage. Or cowardice. Often they share boots. Volos considered. Accepted. And if I call on you for passage to retrieve one of mine from a return bargain not of your making, you answer. No. And Kistro had expected that too. He let the silence stand, then said, You answer once. No. You hear the petition. Volos said nothing. Hearing costs you nothing, Ankistro said. False. Yes, it was. Volos looked toward the shelves. Records shifted in their drawers. Somewhere in the chamber, a name whispered and was shut away. At a time of my choosing, Volos said. Ankistro's heart struck once. Hard. Accepted, he said, before the god could improve the cruelty. Volos lifted one hand. The chamber darkened. Then speak. Of course. Bargains liked mouths. Blood had its uses. Signatures their vanity. But spoken terms entered a man through the same door as breath. They settled deeper. Ankistro straightened. He had spoken oaths as prince, exile, captain, liar, lover, murderer, debtor. Most had cost less than their witnesses believed. This one already had teeth in him before he opened his mouth. I, Ankistroveus, he said. The room listened. His name did not echo. It sank. Former of the Sunline, captain of the unfinished oath, bearer of the Talon key, debtor to Volos, lord below, accept return under writ. Blue fire rose along the walls. The drawers opened another inch. I will carry the writ where I am sent. I will collect what is lawfully owed under your seal. I will move what must be moved, guard what must be guarded, Burn what must be burned, and speak what must be spoken. A pause. The old prince in him wanted to choke. The captain continued. My ship returns marked. My crew returns by accepted bond, writ-bound through my office and not direct claim, unless they choose otherwise. Those who refuse remain without added punishment. I will not interfere in Orren Keld's descent, or matter within the last house, until concluded. The room's attention sharpened at Orren's name. Ankistro felt that. Interesting. I will answer future call in the break you prepare for, named or unnamed. Volos's eyes held his. And you will hear one petition from me, at a time of your choosing concerning passage for one of mine. The chamber went still. Volos said, accepted. No thunder, no blaze, no theatrical howl. The words simply closed around Ankistro's ribs. He staggered. Only a fraction. Volos saw. Of course, pain opened along the missing wrist. Ankistro gasped before he could stop it. The Talon key returned like a sentence being driven through flesh. Metal unfolded from absence, not placed on him, grown through the old scar, locking into bone and memory, silver-black joints sliding into shape with intimate cruelty, curved claw, hooked edge, key teeth along the inner line, too fine to be seen by most living eyes. The old weight dragged at his arm. The old hunger woke in the wrist and reached for doors, locks, throats, ledgers, obligations. Ankistro clenched his jaw until one tooth cracked at the edge. He did not cry out. That pride was small. He kept it. Next came clothing, less painfully, almost more insultingly. A shirt settled against his shoulders, white linen, finer than what he had lost. Trousers, boots, belt, coat. His coat, or near enough. Dark wool, green lining. Silver thread dulled by salt. Hat in hand, not on head. Volos allowed him the final gesture himself. Ankistro looked at the hat, then put it on. The room permitted the restoration. His body changed last. That was unpleasant. The bruises of drowning withdrew. The cold in his lungs eased. The cut across his scalp sealed. Strength returned not like wine or sleep, but like debt recorded correctly. No joy, only function. He felt older afterward, not in bone, in claim. Volos remained across the table. You will bear a title, he said. I had collected enough. This one will be useful. Titles are often useful to the people using the titled. The writ captain. The words entered him. Not as deep as his name, deeper than comfort. The Talon key flexed once. Ankistro looked down at it. The metal answered the title with a faint blue line along one joint. Subtle, he said. Rarely. Does it come with better pay? It comes with return. Ah, the most sentimental compensation. Volos turned away, ending the audience by moving toward the blue fire. Ankistro did not leave. Not yet. My lord. Volos stopped. Ankistro heard Syme's voice in memory. She left Spring behind. He should not ask. He had already bought too much. Still, Evara Soln, he said. Volos did not turn. What of her? The lord below asked. Ankistro chose his words carefully, not because he feared consequence, because he did not know why he cared. She left something in the fire. The blue fire bent toward Volos. Many do. Seed, Ankistro said. I think spring. For a long moment, Volos did nothing. Then he turned his head slightly. Not enough for Ankistro to see his face. Enough to make the room colder. You have developed an interest in gardening? Volos asked. No. Then why speak? Ankistro smiled. But it did not fit well, because I know the difference between cutting a chain and cutting a root. Volos was still. Then, softly, do you? The question found too much. Kavari high grass, Vaseline falling, Sapphira at the river, the sunline cut, a ship marked, a girl staring at his glove. Ankistro bowed. Not often enough. Volos looked back to the fire. "Go," he said. The floor vanished. Cold struck like a god's hand. Ankistro hit water. The sea closed over him. Electric and black. For one breath, the last house clung to him from inside. Blue fire in the lungs. Sand against bare feet that were no longer bare. The bargain's words wrapped around his ribs. Then instinct took him. Up. His coat dragged. His boots dragged. The talon key pulled at his left side. Heavy and alive. He kicked anyway. Something brushed his leg. Rope, plank, corpse, God's joke. He did not stop. The surface broke above him. He rose into rain. Air entered him in a great, ugly gasp. He coughed, spat, cursed, and found he loved the taste of the living world so sharply it embarrassed him. The storm still raged. The wreck did not, because the unfinished oath rose beneath him. Wood surged from the black water under his boots. A rail lifted, a deck, a mast stabbing upward through foam, whole and streaming. The hull breached the sea with a groan too large to be natural. Water cascading from seams that should have been split, from planks that should have been at the bottom. Blue light flickered once along the keel and vanished before any mortal eye could properly accuse it. Ankistro grabbed the rail as it came up beside him. His ship rolled beneath him, found buoyancy, and shouldered the next wave like an old drunk remembering how to fight. Men came with her. Sailors clung to rigging. Rails, hatch covers one another. Syme surfaced near the forward stairs with a roar, and an expression of such offended survival that Ankistro nearly laughed aloud. Doven was on his knees by the wheel, both hands intact, coughing river-dark water onto the deck. Then lay sprawled over a coil of rope, laughing and crying and claiming loudly that he had never doubted anything in his life. Leo hung from the mast rope, eyes wide, wrists raw where he had been tied before death or return or whatever word the living would invent. Perrit vomited over the side. Good, useful, alive. The crew looked at Ankistro, one by one. They knew something had happened. Not all. The details would blur. The dead rarely carried bargains back cleanly, unless the terms required it. But they felt the mark. He saw it in their faces. Their eyes moved to him first. Then the ship. Then the sea. Then back to him, as if asking which god had chosen to be generous, and what part of them had been taken in gratitude. Syme knew more. Of course, Syme knew more. His broad face had gone grey beneath rain and salt. He looked at Ankistro's restored coat, the talon key, the faint blue line that vanished under his cuff. Then he closed his eyes. Only for a moment. When he opened them, he said, "Captain." Ankistro put one hand on the rail and lifted himself fully onto the deck. His knees nearly failed. He did not allow it. A captain could collapse later, privately, in a locked room with a bottle and no witnesses worth fearing. The unfinished oath rode the storm, marked, returned. His, not his. The distinction would matter tomorrow. Tonight, men needed orders. Ankistro straightened his hat. Rain ran from the brim. "Lines first," he shouted. Existential horror after. For one stunned breath, no one moved. Then Syme barked a laugh. That laugh saved them. Doven hauled himself to the wheel, then rolled off the rope, and began cursing it into usefulness. Leo wiped his face with both bound hands until Perrit cut him loose. Men found lines. Men found footing. Men found breath. The writ-bound, though none of them yet knew the word, returned to work, because work was the first mercy aboard any ship that still floated. Ankistro crossed to the wheel. The current had changed. No eastward pull now. No choir in the cliffs. No shore song promising men the shape of their wanting. Only storm, sea, ship, and the taste of a bargain still wet behind his teeth. Syme came to stand beside him. For a while, neither spoke. Then Syme said, low enough for rain to cover, "What did it cost?" Pankistra looked ahead. South was somewhere beyond the dark. "Orren Keld," he said, "is no longer our cargo." Syme absorbed that. And the girl? Pankistra thought of Evara Soln in the last house, of her burned hand, of spring left on a floor, of Volos saying no to forgetting. Not ours either. Syme's mouth tightened. Were they ever? Pankistra smiled without humour. "Syme," he said, "do not become philosophical in weather. It unnerves the rigging." The larger man looked at him for a long moment, then nodded toward the deck, where men worked with the frantic relief of the twice living. "And us?" Pankistra felt the title beneath his skin. Brit Captain. He felt the crew through it too. Faintly. Not thoughts. Not souls. Claims. Lines from each man to him, and threw him down into a blue-lit dark. A net he had bargained into being with every intention of calling it rescue. "Still mine," he said. Syme heard the missing comfort. "Aye," he answered softly. "That is what worries me." And Kistro did not punish him for that. The ship climbed a wave. For one breath, at the crest, the world opened. Black sea in every direction. No wreckage, no shore, no singer, no girl. Only the unfinished oath under his boots, and the storm trying to decide whether it had been cheated. And Kistro gripped the wheel beside Dovan. The talon key clicked softly beneath his glove. "South," he said. Dovan looked at him. Syme looked at him. The crew waited. And Kistro smiled into the rain. Because a man who had sold another piece of his soul should at least have the decency to do it with teeth. "South," he said again, "before the sea realizes we are being rude." Chapter 5. The River That Carries Names. By the time the ledge reached the river, Orren had begun bargaining with his own feet. One more turn, one more stone, one more place to put the bare foot before the road took it back. The ledge wound down the cavern wall in a long, mean spiral, narrow enough that his shoulder brushed stone whenever his balance failed, which was often. The rock tore at his sleeve. His booted foot slipped on patches that looked dry and were not. His bare foot had stopped feeling cold and begun feeling separate from him entirely, as if some unlucky stranger walked beside him and sent complaints up through the ankle. Iren went ahead. Of course he did. He moved along the ledge, as if it were a garden path. Bare feet, loose cloak, one hand trailing along the wall only when he wished to look decorative. He did not look back often. When he did, his face had the irritating cheer of someone preparing to say something useless. Orren saved his breath by hating him silently. The river grew louder below. At first, it had been only a shape inside the dark, a low rushing under the strange song that moved through the cavern. Volos's song. Iren had not liked him saying the name. Orren had said it anyway in his head, until the sound dulled. Volos, the lord below. The one who had Evara, or whose house had her, or whose rules stood between dead and living and every road that might still be forced open. Volos. The ledge narrowed. Orren pressed his good hand to the wall and kept moving. The river came into view by degrees. Not water first. Light. A red-black glow moved under the cavern floor, widening with each turn of the path. It slipped across the underside of stones, touched the damp edges of the ledge, and found old blood on Orren's sleeve. His arm looked worse in that light. Everything did. The bandage Iren had tied had gone stiff and dark. The skin below it throbbed in time with his heart. His fingers had swollen enough that bending them made sparks crawl behind his eyes. The river itself appeared when the ledge spilled onto a wide shore of black grit. Orren stopped. He had expected water. He did not know what this was. It ran like water. It moved in a broad channel through the cavern, swift at the center and slow along the banks, curling around stones worn smooth by passing. But the surface was not a surface. It was skin over depth. Names moved under it. Not written, exactly. He saw one rise in pale letters, stretch thin as it rode a current, then dissolve before he could read it. Another turned below the surface, bright as a fish's belly. Some were not letters, he knew. Some were only sounds made visible, little knots of breath and memory. They gathered along the bank, where the current slowed, bumped softly against one another, and slipped onward. Orren forgot his pain for 3 heartbeats, then remembered it all at once, and nearly sat down without meaning to. Iren caught his elbow before he fell. Orren pulled free. "You are becoming predictable," Iren said. "You are becoming unbearable." "Excellent. Predictability is a much greater flaw." The river whispered. No, not whispered. The names did. They touched one another in the current and made small sounds, lips shaping last words, mothers calling, men swearing, children asking whether it was time to go home. Nothing loud enough to understand. Everything loud enough to know it had once belonged to a mouth. Orren took one step toward the bank. Iren's hand came across his chest. "No, I wasn't. You were." Orren looked at him. For once, Iren's face held no joke. "Do not drink," Iren said. "I was not going to drink." "You were thinking of touching it. That is different. Down here, differences enjoy pretending to be bridges. Do not trust them." The river curved below them, black at the center, red along the edges where light rose from beneath. The air above it was cooler than the cavern air, and wet enough to ease Orren's cracked throat by the mere idea of breathing. He swallowed. The movement hurt. Iren noticed. "Of course, especially," he said, "when thirsty." Orren looked away. On the near bank, figures stood in loose clusters. Souls, he thought, and hated how quickly the word had become usable. Some were pale and thin as candle smoke. Others looked nearly alive except for some wrongness. A woman with seaweed in her hair and no water dripping from it. A soldier with an arrow through his throat who kept trying to speak around the shaft. A boy with both hands cupped as if carrying something small and precious, though Orren could see nothing there. They did not look at Orren. That was worse than staring would have been. A few knelt beside the river and dipped their fingers into the current. One old man lowered his mouth to the water, then lifted his head with a name shining briefly on his tongue. He swallowed. The light vanished. He began to weep, but no tears fell. "What is this place?" Orren asked. Iren's eyes moved over the bank. "A crossing." "I can see that." "Then why ask?" "Because crossings have names. This one has too many." Orren looked back to the water. A name struck a stone near the bank and broke apart into 3 smaller names. Each drifted in a different direction. His throat tightened. "Does every dead person come here?" "No." "Did Evara?" Iren did not answer. Orren turned on him. The movement made the cavern tilt. He caught himself against the wall and stayed upright, because falling would have wasted time. "Did she?" "I do not know." "You always know enough to avoid knowing." Iren's mouth tightened. "Good," the river whispered under them. A woman down the bank began to sing softly to herself, but the song had no tune, only the shape of one. She stopped when she could not remember the next word. The dead boy with cupped hands turned toward her and offered whatever he held. She looked at his empty palms and smiled anyway. Orren could not bear it. "She drowned," he said. "Wouldn't she come by water?" "Reasonable," Iren said. "I do not need reasonable. I need true." The god's eyes shifted toward the river. "The dead do not arrive according to the poetry of their deaths. Burned men may come by road. Drowned women may come by stair. Kings may crawl. Children may be carried. Murderers sometimes appear neatly at the proper door, which remains one of the universe's more tasteless habits. Orren, I am saying I do not know. Orren stared at him. Iren held the look this time. No sidestep, no grin, no escape hatch in the face. I do not know, he said again. The words should have been useless. They were. They also had the shape of truth, and Orren hated that more. A sound came from the river, not a name. A pole through water. Orren looked. A boat moved against the current. It had not been there a breath before, or it had been part of the river and separated itself only when needed. It was narrow, low, and made of the same dark brightness as the water, its sides constantly moving while holding their shape. Names slid beneath its surface and rose along the bow like sparks, then sank again. At the stern stood a figure in a hooded cloak. No cloth moved around it. The cloak was river dark, and under the hood there was no face, only rushing water caught in the suggestion of one. 2 arms held a pole longer than the boat. The arms were too thin, or too long, or both. When the pole dipped into the current, the river bent around it with the obedience of something touching itself. Iren straightened. Orren noticed. The boat came to the bank without touching it. The prow hovered a hand's width from the black grit. The hood turned toward Iren, then toward Orren. The water inside the hood moved faster. The living is early, the porter said. Its voice was not loud. It was every stone in a riverbed speaking at once. Orren's bruised body tried to step back. He did not let it. Iren lifted a hand. He followed me. The hood turned slowly toward him. Behind the porter, the river carried 3 names past the boat. One was bright enough to make Orren's eyes ache. It vanished under the hull. Poorly, then, the porter said. He is before you. Iren's expression soured. Even here, even now. Orren nearly laughed. It hurt too much, so he stopped. The porter looked at him again. Name. Orren stiffened. Iren spoke at once. No. The river's surface tightened. Every whisper along the bank dimmed. The porter did not turn from Orren. Name. Iren stepped between them. He is not crossing as received. Name. He is under road guidance. Name. I brought him under the old allowance. Name. Orren swallowed. His own name had been safe once. A thing shouted across taverns, written badly on tavern slates, breathed by Evara in the field. A thing that had belonged to him because no one else wanted it enough to take it. Here the river carried names like fish bones and last coins. He said nothing. Iren's voice lost its lightness. You will not take his name. The porter's hood tilted. I take nothing. I carry what enters. That distinction has drowned better arguments than yours. The road God remembers manners when the water can answer. I remember many things, Iren said, selectively. The dead along the bank had begun to watch. Orren felt their attention gather, not hungry, not cruel, curious. The dead were curious in a way the living were not. They had already suffered the worst common surprise. The porter's face water rushed harder. Road wing. The name moved through the cavern. Iren's shoulders tightened. You bring a living trespass by old ways, the porter said. You refuse the bank its question. You deny the river what every mouth owes before it empties. He is not empty, yet. Iren said nothing. Orren hated how much that yet entered him. The porter leaned slightly forward. Orren did not see eyes. Still he felt examined. Blood, breath, raw throat, salt, grief, the broken place where Evara's name kept striking. Then the porter said, Orren Keld. His name hit the river, not from his mouth, from the porter's. It appeared under the surface in pale letters, whole and bright for one instant. Orren lunged before thought. Iren caught him around the chest and hauled him back. The name vanished under the current. No, Orren gasped. He did not know what he meant. No, do not take it. No, give it back. No, I did not give it. No, do not let it go where Evara might not hear. The porter's hood remained turned toward him. The river knows names that have been spoken in grief, it said. Yours has been loud. Evara, he thought. Had she spoken it? In the water? Below? His heart beat too hard. Evara Soln, he said. Iren closed his eyes. The river changed. Not much. Enough that the dead nearby drew away from the bank. The name did not appear in the water. Orren stared. He said it again, louder. Evara Soln. Nothing. No pale letters. No bright fish flash beneath the current. No whisper. No answer. His chest went cold. The porter looked down at the water, as if listening to something below hearing. Not by my bank, it said. Orren's knees nearly failed. Iren's hand caught his shoulder. This time, Orren did not pull away. What does that mean? Orren asked. The porter said nothing. What does that mean? Iren answered quietly. She did not cross here. Then she is alive. No, you do not know that. I know enough. Not here means not dead. Not here means not here. Orren turned on him. That is nothing. No, Iren said. It is strange. Strange is not nothing. He had said that before. Orren gripped it now, because there was no other hand near enough. The porter lowered the pole into the water. The boat slid closer to shore. The living crosses under road guidance, it said. The river carries him to the outer gate. It does not receive him. It does not name him beyond what grief has already made public. It does not return for him unless return is owed. I appreciate your generosity, Iren said. The porter's hood turned toward him. I stated terms. Even better. Generosity without warmth becomes tolerable. Payment, Iren sighed. Orren looked at him. Iren reached into the air beside his own ear and pulled out 2 coins. Orren stared despite himself. They were not like any coins he had seen. Thin, dark, each with a hole in the center. Edges worn smooth by fingers or teeth. One side showed a wing. The other showed a road bending into a line of water. Iren held them between 2 fingers. The porter did not take them. 3, it said. Iren's mouth tightened. For a living man not received. For a living man. A road wing. And the song that follows. Orren went still. The song? He asked. The air beside him warmed. Not much. Enough that the hair along his arms lifted. He smelled wet feathers, blood, salt, Malin. Iren did not look at him. He produced a 3rd coin. The porter extended one long hand from the cloak. Water ran over fingers that were not fingers and did not drip. Iren set the coins in its palm. They sank through the water skin and vanished. Bored, the porter said. Iren stepped into the boat. It did not rock. Of course it did not. Orren stood on the black shore and looked at the moving riverwood, if wood was what it could be called. The side of the boat held its shape, but names moved through it. One passed under his hand's reach, and he saw, or thought he saw, the first letter of Mara's name. He stepped back. Iren looked at him from the boat. Haste! Orren hated the word. Haste had put him ahead of Evara in the water. Haste had put him on this road. Haste would still take him below, because love had become a thing with no patience left. He put one hand on the boat's side. It was cool, solid, not wet. He climbed in badly. His injured arm failed halfway, and his ribs struck the side hard enough to make him gasp. Iren caught him by the back of his shirt and dragged him the rest of the way in, with no grace at all. You handle rescue like an insult, Orren said through his teeth. Then you understand my method. The boat moved before Orren had settled. He dropped to the bottom and sat with his back against the side, breathing hard, eyes shut against the rush of red-black light. The boat did not feel like a boat, not truly. It felt like standing on a thought the river had agreed to hold. Names moved beneath him, around him, under his hand. He curled his fingers away from the surface. The porter pushed against the current without strain. Iren stood near the bow, looking ahead. The river carried them deeper into the cavern, away from the bank of waiting souls and the whispering shore. For a while, Orren tried not to listen. That was impossible. The names brushed the boat and spoke as they passed. Not clearly, not all at once, but near enough to wound. A mother's voice, "Tarin, not the river. Come back from the river." A man laughing, "Tell her I sold the good knife, not lost it." A child. I was holding it. I was holding it. A woman so old her words had worn smooth. Enough now. Orren pressed his palms over his ears. The names entered through bone. Iren glanced back. "Do not chase any one of them. I am sitting. Your mind is not." "Can you hear them?" "Yes." "How do you bear it?" "Badly. Over time." The honesty silenced him. The boat slid around a bend. The cavern widened, then narrowed, then widened again, as if the river had no respect for ordinary stone. On both sides, banks appeared and vanished. Once Orren saw a set of stairs descending from nowhere into the water, every step crowded with souls waiting to board a boat that did not stop for them. Once a field of white reeds grew along the bank, each reed tipped with a name burning like a tiny lamp. Once the river split around a black stone island where no dead stood. No names drifted, and even Iren would not look. Orren looked. Of course. On the island lay a crown. Not a fine one. Iron, dark, plain. Too small for a man. Too large for a child. He blinked. The island was gone. What was that? Iren did not ask what he meant. Not yours. That is an answer to a different question. It is the answer to the one that would have killed you. Orren let that sit, because he had no strength to pry. The thirst returned as the boat went on. It had never left, perhaps. It had only crouched under larger pain. Now it rose behind his tongue, thick and demanding. His throat had sung through storm, screamed through water, swallowed salt, coughed blood, spoken too many names in a place that hoarded them. Every breath scraped. The river moved within reach. Cool, full. Names slid under the surface. Light moved with them. The water lapped silently against the side of the boat. "Do not drink," Iren had said. Orren swallowed nothing. His throat hurt. Iren and the porter stood near the bow, speaking low. Not in Skeldron, not in any language Orren knew. The words were quick, old, edged with familiarity. Iren's voice had lost its frivolity. The porters remained water over stone. Orren caught only one word, because it sounded the same in any mouth. Malin. The warmth near Orren's shoulder stirred. He looked. Nothing there, only air. Red-black river light. His own hand on the side of the boat. The thirst pressed harder. He imagined Evara sitting in the passenger room with broth in both hands, taking his cup because he had offered, and because hunger was not pride's servant. He imagined her in the field saying, "Then ask whether it lets poor girls through the gate." Had she said that? Or had he imagined it after? There had been so many things she might have said, and no time to keep them in order. He imagined her behind him in the water. No, not behind, beside. Then ahead, his memory blurred, and thirst moved into the gap. The river touched his fingers. He had not meant to lower them. A name slid over his skin, not written, felt. It was not Evara's. Still it passed through him like cold through cloth. A man's last shame, a hidden coin, a door left unbarred, a daughter never apologized to, then gone. Orren jerked his hand back. No one turned. The water had left no wetness on his fingers. Only cool, only relief. He stared at his hand. His throat burned. Iren said something sharp to the porter. The porter answered. Iren's shoulders stiffened. Orren looked at the river. Not a drink, just enough to wet his mouth. He knew the thought was foolish, because it dressed itself reasonably. He leaned over the side. The river did not rise to him. That made it feel less like a trap. He cupped one hand and lowered it. The water entered his palm like ordinary water, cold, heavy, beautiful. A name coiled in it, pale against his skin, then dissolved before he could read it. He lifted the handful to his mouth. At the bow, Iren turned. No, too late. Orren drank. The water went down like winter light. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then thirst became enormous, not in his throat, everywhere. He had been thirsty all his life, and had not known it. Thirsty in taverns while singing for bowls. Thirsty in the field with Evara's hand over his. Thirsty in the water, on the beach, beside Malin, on the road. Thirsty for food, yes, and warmth and applause, and a mother whose name he had not had, and a father's face, and a room that needed him after the song ended. Thirsty for Evara? He bent for more. Iren reached him and caught his hair at the back of his head, yanking him upright. Orren snarled. He did not mean to. The sound came from somewhere lower than his voice. Iren stared at him. The porter did not stop the boat. Names rushed past. What? Iren said very softly. Did I tell you? Orren wrenched free. His scalp burned where Iren had pulled. Good. Pain. Body. Boat. He swallowed. The river water had left no taste in his mouth. It had left certainty. Evara was below. Evara could be found. The road was worth any cost, because the only cost that mattered had already been paid when she vanished. The doubts that had troubled him, the ship song, the look on her face when he said, "Follow," the way she had said she did not want to be moved without choosing, stood now at a distance. He could see them, yes, but as a man saw houses along a road he had no time to enter. He would get her back. Then they would speak. Then all of it would find its proper shape. The thought settled in him cleanly, too cleanly. Iren still stared. Orren wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I was thirsty. That, Iren said, is the least interesting reason anyone has ever damned himself. The word should have frightened him. It did, less than it should. What did it do? Iren's face was pale. That frightened him more. It listened, Iren said. Orren looked at the river. Names moved under the surface, unchanged. What did it take? The river does not always take, Iren said. Sometimes it files. The porter turned its hood slightly. Iren's jaw tightened. Do not look smug. You do not have a face. The porter said, The living chose. He is half dead with fever and grief. Choice often arrives poorly dressed. Iren looked as if he might strike the porter. Orren nearly laughed. That frightened him too. He pressed one hand to his chest. Beneath skin and salt and pain, his heart beat slowly, strongly. The panic that had lived there since the water was quieter now, not gone. Harnessed? He tried to remember Evara saying, I need to know I chose. No, that was not what she had said. What had she said? I don't want to be moved without knowing I chose to move. There. The words returned, but they felt less sharp than before. He would ask her forgiveness for the songs, for all of them. He would learn. He would change. He only needed to get her out first. Shore first. Then turn. His fingers dug into his palm. The boat struck something. Not hard. A soft arrival. The far bank had appeared without approach. Black sand, paler than the first shore, rose from the river in a long slope. Beyond it, the cavern opened into a wide plain of ash-coloured stone. And farther still, Orren forgot the river. The gates stood across the plain. At first, he could not understand their size. His mind tried to make them cliffs, then towers, then the ribs of some god-buried beast. Bone pillars rose from the stone, each broader than a mast, each curving inward at the top toward a darkness stretched between them. Not shadow, not night, void. It had no surface and no depth. It was a place where sight went and did not return. The bones were not white. They had been white once. Now they were the color of old teeth, smoke-stained and veined with black. Chains hung between several of them, links thick as barrels, disappearing into the void as if something on the other side breathed and shifted in sleep. The air before the gates moved, slowly, in and out. Orren stood in the boat without remembering to rise. His ruined body swayed. Iren gripped his elbow before he pitched over the side. Easy. Orren could not answer. The song he had heard from the ledge was clearer here, though still distant. Volos's song, coming from somewhere beyond bone and void, beneath rooms, beneath names, beneath the old law of death. It held the dead who had crossed. It held the house. It held Evara, perhaps. He tried to hum. Only a rasp came. Blood touched the back of his tongue. Iren heard. His hand tightened around Orren's arm. "What?" Orren asked. Iren did not look at him. He looked at the gates. For the first time, Orren saw fear on his face, without any decoration over it. "Nothing?" Iren said. The lie was so poor that it almost became kindness. The porter extended one long arm to the bank. "Here the living leaves." Orren climbed out. His bare foot sank into black sand. The boat moved away before Iren stepped after him, then seemed to remember the road god and let him disembark onto a stone that had not been there. Iren did not thank it. The porter did not look as if it expected thanks. The boat slid back into the current. Names flowed around it. Just before the river bent away, the porter's hood turned toward Orren one final time. "When you return," it said, "bring what remains of your name." The boat vanished around the bend. Orren stood on the far bank with river certainty, cooling in his stomach, and the gates of bone and void breathing ahead. Iren came beside him. Neither moved for several breaths. Then, from somewhere inside the void, a chain dragged across stone. Orren's skin went cold. Iren exhaled. "There," the Roadwing said softly. "Now we are where hope begins to read the terms." Chapter 6. Tharos. The chain dragged again. Orren had heard chains before. Harbour chains hauled over stone. Goat chains clinking against trough posts. A tavern door chained shut after a brawl because Mara trusted iron more than apologies. The sound always carried weight behind it. A plain agreement between metal and whatever resisted moving. This was not that. The chain inside the gates did not sound dragged across stone. It sounded dragged across bone. The noise came through the void between the pillars, slow and enormous, each link striking somewhere Orren could not see and yet felt under his ribs. The blackness between the bone posts shifted with it, not opening, not closing, breathing around what waited inside. Orren's body tried to step back. The river water inside him told him forward. Iren's hand caught his sleeve before either command won. "Do not run," Iren said. Orren looked at him. The Roadwing's face had changed. No grin, no careless tilt to the mouth. The boyishness had thinned until only the old thing underneath remained, bright-eyed and watchful, and not nearly amused enough. "That is your advice?" "It is the useful part." The chain dragged again. The sound shook dust from the high bones of the gate. No, not dust. Ash. It fell in a fine grey sheet and vanished before touching the ground. Orren swallowed. His throat had gone so dry that swallowing felt like dragging cloth over broken pottery. He tried to flex the fingers of his wounded arm and managed only a twitch. Blood had stiffened the bandage. His knees ached. His bare foot sank into the black sand of the riverbank. Every injury in him seemed suddenly loud, as if his body wished to remind the thing behind the gate that living flesh had arrived in poor condition, but still available. "Iren," he said. "I know. What is that?" The void breathed. 3 low growls answered from inside it. Not echoes, 3 throats. Iren's eyes did not leave the gate. Tharos. The name moved across the ash-colored plain and came back smaller. Theros, Orren repeated, because fear sometimes wanted to touch the blade and see whether it cut. Iren winced. "Try not to announce yourself to every old law with teeth. You brought me here." "Yes." "Then stand in front of me." "No." Orren looked at him sharply. Iren did not look back. "I cannot cross this part for you," he said. The words entered colder than the cavern air. "You opened the road." "Yes." "You brought me to the river." "Yes." "You paid the porter." "Yes." "And now?" "Now the gate decides whether you are only trespass or something worse." Orren laughed once. It hurt his ribs. "Worse than trespass?" "Living," Iren said. The void split, not wide, not enough to show what waited beyond the gates, only enough for darkness to take shape inside darkness. First came breath, hot. It rolled out across the plain and struck Orren full in the chest. He staggered. The heat smelled of old meat, iron, dry stone, and the inside of a mouth large enough to have swallowed runes. The river behind him hissed where the breath touched its edge. Then eyes, 6 of them. They opened at different heights inside the black. The left pair burned low and amber, fixed on Orren's body with simple, terrible hunger. The right pair moved constantly, silver-white, flicking from Orren to Iren, from Iren to the river to the air beside Orren's shoulder where Malin's unseen warmth shivered. Those eyes did not look hungry. They looked informed. The center pair were dark, not black like the void, dark like soil under winter, dark like a room after someone has left, and the chair remains warm. They looked at Orren and did not immediately want to eat him. That was not comfort. Tharos stepped through the gate. The body came after the heads, enormous and low, black-furred where it was not plated in grey bone. A chain thicker than a ship's mast ran from a collar around the central neck back into the void. Each link had marks cut into it. Too many, too small, each one glowing faintly and then going dark as the beast moved. Its paws sank into the stone plain and left prints that smoked. 3 heads, 1 body, 1 tail lashing behind it, long and ribbed and tipped with a hook of white bone. The left head opened its mouth. Orren saw teeth large enough to split him without effort. Its tongue, dark and wet, slid along the front of its lower fangs. The right head sniffed. The sound was almost delicate. Its nostrils flared. It breathed in the air around Orren, and Orren felt something taken from him. Not blood, not scent, something closer. Skeldron tavern smoke, Evara's name, Malin's blood, the river water, and Kistro's cut, his own motherless childhood, which perhaps had not been motherless in the way he thought. The right head breathed it all in and rumbled. The center head lowered until its eyes were almost level with Orren's. Almost. It was still taller than any horse he had seen. Orren's legs shook. The river certainty in him stood hard and clean behind his fear. Evara was beyond. Evara was beyond. Evara was... The left head lunged. Orren threw himself backward. Too slow. The tongue whipped around his ankle. Wet heat closed over his bare foot and calf. The world lurched. He hit the ground on his back, the impact driving what little air he had out of him. The tongue tightened. His skin burned where it touched. Tharos dragged him forward across the black sand, toward the left head's open mouth. "Orren!" Iren shouted. The sound came from farther away than it should have. Orren clawed at the ground. His good hand found grit. His wounded arm failed under him. Sand filled under his nails. He kicked with his booted foot and struck nothing but air. The left head's breath washed over him. The mouth opened wider. The center head growled low, not at Orren. At the left, the pull slowed, not stopped. The right head sniffed again, sharper now, almost offended. Iren stood several paces back, hands clenched at his sides. Several paces back, not helping. The sight filled Orren with such rage that fear briefly lost its place. "You said—" Orren gasped as the tongue pulled again. "You said road." "I said not promises," Iren said. The left head dragged him another arm's length. His heel struck a stone. Pain flared up his leg. Orren grabbed the stone with both hands. It came loose. Of course it did. He slid closer. The teeth filled the world. The song came then, not from his throat, behind him, inside him, under him. A faint hum, so soft at first that he thought it was blood in his ears. It trembled through the sand, through the burning tongue around his leg, through the place in his chest where the choir had once opened and the river had filed his name. He knew it. No, he refused to know it. The beach returned, pale wing in wet sand, fingers on his cheek. My boy whispered through blood. Orren's body went cold. No, the song continued. Tharos's center head lifted. The dark eyes shifted away from Orren and toward the space beside him. The left head's tongue loosened by a fraction. The right head made a soft sound, half growl, half question. Orren twisted and kicked free. He scrambled backward on hands and heels, dragging his injured arm badly enough to make black spots burst in his sight. The tongue snapped against the ground where his leg had been and left a smoking welt in the stone. The song threaded through the air. Malin's song, not the choir as it had been on the ship, not the terrible many-voiced pull toward cliff and surrender. This was one voice, broken, distant, still threaded with the same blood-deep beauty. It did not command. It asked the way a wounded hand asked to be held without knowing whether it deserved one. Tharos listened. The center head listened. The left head shook itself, irritated, and lunged again. Orren opened his mouth. Nothing came. His throat had closed around fear, thirst, blood, and hatred. He had sung through storm. He had sung sailors back into their bodies. He had sung while cut and slapped and half-drowned. Now, before the gate, with Evara beyond it and Malin's dead song beside him, he could not make even one note. The left head came. Malin's melody rose. It brushed him, not pulling. Offering? He saw again the moment on the beach when her eyes had found his face. Not hunger, not victory. A woman trying to look at a sun she had reached too late. He had torn her wing. He had held her while she died. She was helping him. Orren gagged on the first note. Blood filled his mouth. The left head stopped inches from him, breath flattening his wet hair against his skull. Orren spat red onto the sand. Then he sang, not loudly. He had no strength for loud. The sound came cracked and low, barely more than a thread under Malin's. It shook when it left him. It scraped the torn places in his throat and opened them again. Pain climbed behind his eyes. He tasted river water, salt, and old iron. Still, the note held. Malin's song curled around it. For one instant, revulsion rose so hard he nearly broke away from her. He did not want her in his voice, did not want her blood in his mouth, did not want to need the woman he had killed. In order to reach the woman he had lost, the left head snarled. He stayed with the note, not because he forgave her, not because he understood, because Evara was beyond the gate. He sang the only thing he could find that was not fear, not monster, not mouth, not teeth. Keep her. The word did not leave his lips, but the shape entered the sound. Keeper of threshold. Keeper of the door no living thing had right to cross. Keeper who knew hunger because hunger had been given a chain and told it was duty. Keeper who smelled names and did not choose the laws it guarded. The left head hesitated. The center head lowered. The right head's eyes fixed on Orren's face. He sang the chain. That surprised him. The song found it before he did. The weight of it. The marks burned into each link. The drag across bone. The old command running from collar into void. The sound of a creature that could devour and yet waited. Century on century. At a door it did not own. Tharos shuddered. The chain went taut. Far inside the gate, something answered with a low, echoing pull. The center head whined. It was not a small sound. It shook dust from the bone pillars and sent a ripple through the river behind them. But it was a whine. Orren's eyes filled. He did not know why. The song moved to the right head. Witness. That one did not want meat. It wanted accuracy. It smelled his name. And the smell was wrong, because Orren had crossed river without being received, carried living breath into a dead jurisdiction, drank from water that knew better, brought a mother's song, and a lover's name, and a god's interference tangled around him. The right head opened its mouth. Nobelium teeth bared. Just breath. It breathed him in again. Orren nearly collapsed under the pressure. His name rose from him. Orren Keld, singer, liar, lover, coward, beloved, killer, son. The last word struck the song and almost destroyed it. Son. Malin's harmony trembled. Orren felt her there more clearly than before. Not as shape, not as voice, but as grief pressing both hands to the far side of a window. Son. No, no. His note faltered. The left head snarled and lunged. Iren shouted something. Malin's song rose not stronger, but closer. Orren heard her without words. Not forgiveness, not command. Only one broken insistence. Live. He forced the next note out through blood. It cut him. Good. Pain was clean. Pain did not ask him to accept what she was. He sang Evara then, not her name. He was afraid of what this place might do with it. He sang the shape of her refusal, her hand on a dead cornstalk, her saying no before he could make no beautiful, her counting knives in rooms, her tearing bread smaller, her bandaged hand lifting a cup, her telling him not to draw near the line while she was tired, her jumping anyway, her following anyway. The song changed when he sang her. It stopped pleading. It stood. Tharos's center head lowered until its nose nearly touched Orren's chest. The beast breathed him in. Not sweat, not blood, not even name. Need. The head growled. The sound entered Orren's ribs and made him understand, with sudden and terrible clarity, that Tharos did not care whether he loved her. Love had stood before these gates 1,000 times. 10,000. Mothers with dead infants. Husbands with rope marks still around their throats. Daughters carrying fathers' ashes. Kings demanding sons. Murderers demanding wives they had killed. Lovers singing, begging, bargaining, threatening, bleeding. Love was not rare here. Love was not a key. Orren nearly stopped, because if love was not enough, what had he brought? Malin's song answered under his. Truth, perhaps. Not virtue, not worth. Truth. He had come because he loved Evara, because he could not bear losing her, because he had failed to look back in the water, and could not survive a world where that was the last shape of them, because some part of him believed if he reached her, then the drowning would become a middle instead of an end, because he wanted her alive, because he wanted himself forgiven, because those wants were tangled, and he did not know how to pull one free without tearing the other. The song gave all of it. Tharos heard. The left head stopped snapping. The right head closed its eyes. The center head pressed its nose to Orren's chest. The touch should have thrown him backward. Instead, it held him still. Orren sang with his mouth full of blood and his body shaking apart. Malin's harmony thinned beside him. The feather-veined warmth of her presence flickered, dimmer now, as if helping him had cost whatever remained. "No," he tried to say. The word came out inside the song. Varos exhaled. The heat of it passed through him and took the note with it. Silence fell. The beast withdrew one step, then another. The chain dragged back toward the void. The left head gave Orren one final look of open disappointment. The right head watched Iren and made a low sound that might have been warning. The center head turned last. It paused at the gate. Dark eyes found Orren again. He could not move. The center head bowed. Not submission, recognition. Then Tharos stepped aside. The way between the bone pillars opened, not wider, only differently. The void still stood there, black, impossible, but now there was a seam within it, a place where darkness folded inward, around a path narrow enough for one body at a time. Orren tried to stand, failed. His knees had become sand. Iren came to him then, only then. Orren wanted to curse him for waiting, hit him, weep against him. All three required strength he did not have. The road wing crouched beside him and did not touch him at first. "Can you walk?" Orren spat blood into the black sand. "Ask me something new." Iren's mouth twitched and died before it became humor. "That was impressive," he said. Orren's laugh scraped out of him. "I nearly got eaten." "Yes, impressively." Orren looked toward the gate. The seam in the void waited. Beyond it, the song below moved faintly through the dark. Volos's song, the house's song, the dead, Evara, somewhere among or beyond or beneath it. Malin's warmth had almost gone. He felt it at the edge of him, fading, against sense, against hatred, against the memory of his hands on her wing. He turned his head as if he might see her. Nothing, only ash-colored plain, bone pillars, Iren, river behind, gate ahead. Still, he whispered, "Why?" Iren's face tightened. Orren looked at him. "Why did she help me?" The road wing stood, too quickly. "Iren." "No?" Iren said. The word was very soft. Orren stared. "No? No, not here." "What aren't you telling me?" The seam in the gate pulsed once, as if impatient. Iren looked toward it, then back to Orren. "Many things." "Tell one." "That if we stand on the threshold discussing your talent for attracting catastrophic women, Tharos may reconsider breakfast." Orren pushed himself to his feet. He nearly fell. Iren reached. Orren let him steady him this time, only for the single moment it took to get his weight under him. Then he stepped away. "Tell me." Iren's eyes were bright and old and guilty. Orren knew the answer before the god opened his mouth. No, he did not know. His body knew something. His song knew. The right head had breathed the word from him. Sun, the beach, the hand on his cheek. "My boy found you." The song that had come not to call him into death, but to help him through the mouth of it. "No," Orren said. Iren said nothing. "No!" The road wing's silence was worse than any answer. Orren staggered back one step. The gate breathed behind him. Malin's fading warmth brushed his cheek once. Not a hand, less than air. Still he felt it. His throat closed. "She was not," he said. Iren looked away. "Say it," Orren demanded. "Orren, say it." Iren's jaw tightened. When he spoke, he did not sound young at all. "Malin of the choir deep was your mother." The gates of bone and void stood open. Evara was somewhere beyond them. Orren could not move. He looked down at his hands, at the blood dried in the creases, at the torn nails, at the places where pale down still clung to his skin, though he had scrubbed and sea and river and road had taken everything else. The last of Malin's warmth left the air. Orren opened his mouth. No song came, only a sound too broken to be her son's, and too human to be anything else. Chapter 7. Your mother was there. Malin of the choir deep was your mother. The words did not echo, they should have. The gates of bone and void stood open behind Orren. The river breathed somewhere beyond the bank, and the cavern held enough hollow dark to throw any sound back changed. But Iren's sentence did not travel. It entered Orren and stayed there. Malin, mother, the torn wing in the sand, her hand on his face, his hands on her body. No. Orren looked at Iren and waited for the correction. There would be one. There had to be one. A quick little turn of the mouth. A god's trick. A cruel lesson. One of Iren's narrow truths, dressed to cut a different way. The road wing only looked back. No smile. No escape. Orren's legs moved before he knew he had given them the order. He crossed the small space between them and struck Iren across the mouth. The blow was bad. His wounded arm did not obey, and his good hand was clumsy with exhaustion. It landed more with the heel of the palm than the knuckles. Pain went up Orren's wrist and into his elbow. Iren's head turned a little, only a little. The god did not step back. That made it worse. Liar, Orren said. Blood ran from his own split lip. Or Iren's. He could not tell. There was blood in too many places. Iren lifted one hand to his mouth, touched the corner, looked at the stain on his thumb. Not this time. Orren hit him again, or tried. Iren caught his wrist before the second blow landed. Not hard, not hurting, only stopping it. Orren pulled against him, and his body shook with the effort. His knees nearly went. Iren let go. Orren staggered back. Say it is a trick. I cannot. You can. You say anything. That is untrue. You say half of everything. Yes. Then say the half that makes this false. Iren's face tightened. Behind Orren the gate breathed once. Tharos had withdrawn into the black, but the beast's presence still filled the space. Heat lingered on the ground, where the hungry head's tongue had dragged him. The chain marks smoked faintly in the ash-colored plain. The seam through the void waited. Evara was beyond. Evara was beyond. And Orren could not make his feet move. She was a monster, he said. Iren's eyes moved once toward the place where Malin's song had faded. Sometimes. No, yes, no, Orren. Do not say my name. The words came out so sharp that his throat tore around them. He coughed, bent, spat red onto black sand. The red darkened and vanished, as if the ground were thirsty. Mother? The word moved inside him again. He wanted to cut it out. A mother was a thing other people had, or lied about having, or buried. A mother was a woman in a tavern song with warm hands and foolish advice. A mother was Mara shoving a bowl at him, and pretending she had not kept the thick part. A mother was an empty space at the beginning of his life, one he had learned not to ask about because no answer had ever come with bread. A mother was not a winged creature on a beach calling him my boy through blood. A mother was not something he had killed with his own hands. He looked down at them. The hands shook. He had washed them in sea, river, rain, road mist. Still pale down clung near one torn nail. A small red-brown vein in the feather fray caught the blue-white light from beyond the gate. Orren scraped at it with his thumb. It stuck. He scraped harder, until skin opened. Iren stepped forward. Stop. Orren laughed. It came out ragged and high, and nothing like laughter. Stop? Yes. Now? Iren said nothing. Orren shoved the hand toward him. She touched me. Yes. She called me that. Yes. And you knew. I suspected. The distinction struck him like spit. You suspected. I did not know until the gate. That makes it kinder? No. Cleaner? No. Then why say it? Because you asked whether I knew? No. Before, on the beach, on the road, at the fire, you knew enough. Iren looked away. There it was, the first honest wound in the god's face. Orren stepped toward him again, but the anger had nowhere to go now. His body had spent itself against Tharos and could not hold rage upright. His voice dropped. You used it. Iren's jaw worked. You used her song at the gate. I did not call it. You let me use it. Yes. You let me sing with her. Yes. You let me stand there, not knowing what she was. Iren looked back. Would knowing have helped? The question was soft. Orren hated him for it. He hated him because he did not know the answer. Would he have sung with her if he knew? Would he have refused and let Tharos take him? Would he have run? Would he have fallen on the sand and broken apart before ever reaching the gate? Would he have tried to apologize to a dead woman before he had the strength to save a dead woman he loved? You had no right, Orren said. No. The answer stopped him. Iren did not defend, did not laugh, did not slip sideways into cleverness. No. He took the word like a man accepting a cup he deserved to drink. Orren's eyes burned. Why? Iren rubbed the corner of his mouth again. It had stopped bleeding. Or perhaps gods did not bleed long enough to satisfy anyone. Because if I told you on the beach, you would have walked back into the sea. Orren looked toward the river. The black-red water moved quietly, carrying names he could not read. I almost did. Yes. You should have let me. No. You said roads were choices. They are. Then let me choose. I did. Iren's voice sharpened, and for one breath he looked like something older than the boy face could hold. Again and again I did. You chose the water. You chose the road. You chose the river. You chose the gate. You chose to sing. Do not mistake my silence for authorship of every step you took. Orren stared at him. The anger found one last spark. You think this clears you? No, Iren said. I think it makes us both less comfortable. That is usually where truth begins. The gate breathed again. From inside the seam of darkness came a draught that smelled nothing like the river. Dry stone, blue fire, dust that had never known sun, old cloth, old names. The faintest trace of bread cooling in a room where no one ate, and under it, the song. Volos' song. Low, patient, holding many voices inside one. Evara was beyond. The thought returned like a hand around his throat. Evara first, the rest later. He tried to step toward the gate. His body did not move. Malin's face rose instead, not as she had first appeared. Winged, impossible, hair like wet copper, song moving around her. Not as the thing he had blamed, as she had been after. Sand on her cheek, blood at her mouth. Eyes moving over his face, as if she had found a shore she had been swimming toward for years. Found you. Orren made a sound through his teeth. Iren watched him. Do not tell me the whole of it, Orren said. I had not planned to. No stories. Know why she left. Know why I never knew. No father, no old laws. No gods putting hands where they did not belong. Not now. Iren's face changed at father. Only slightly. Enough. Orren saw it. The next question rose at once, sharp and starving. His father. Alive. Dead? God? Man? Monster? One more absence with teeth. He almost asked. Evara, he thought, and held the question back so hard it shook him. Later, he said. Iren's eyes narrowed. That is a dangerous word. It is all I have. No. You have a gate. Orren looked at the seam in the void. His body remembered the tongue around his ankle, the hot breath, the center head lowering, the right head breathing in his name, the left head's disappointment when he escaped the mouth. It also remembered Malin's song carrying his own when his throat failed. Mother. He closed his eyes. No, later. He opened them and stepped through the seam. The void took sound first. The river vanished. Iren's breath vanished. The faint hiss of Tharos's chain vanished. Orren's own heartbeat vanished, though he felt it hammering in his chest. The world narrowed into black pressure on every side, as if he had stepped between two moments and neither wanted him. His foot found no ground, then ground. His other foot followed, because falling forward had become his most reliable form of courage. The black pressed against his skin, not cold, not warm, the absence of both. It touched the cut on his arm, the scrape in his throat, the raw places on his knees, and carried each pain away for one impossible instant. Relief. He reached for it. It withdrew. The pains returned all at once, crueler for the pause. Orren staggered. A hand gripped the back of his shirt. Iren. Of course he had followed. Careful, Iren said, though the word sounded as if spoken from the bottom of a well. I thought you could not cross for me. I crossed for me. You were blocking the way. Liar. Often the old answer should have annoyed him. It steadied him. A little they walked, or moved. It was difficult to tell. The void had no walls, but pressed like walls. No floor, but permitted steps. No air, but allowed breath. Once, Orren looked to the side, and saw his own face as a child, mouth open in song, then not a child at all, then only darkness. Another time he heard Evara say, I walked, as she had below deck, and his whole body turned toward it. Iren seized his jaw and forced his face forward. Not here. Orren knocked his hand away. Do not touch me. Then stop offering your face to hungry illusions. They sounded like her. Yes, that is why they are hungry. The darkness thinned. Blue-white light appeared ahead. Not daylight, not fire. The kind of light that lives under a door before dawn and makes a child think someone has stayed awake all night. They stepped out of the void into the last house. Orren's first thought was that death had better floors than most of Skeldron. Black stone stretched beneath his feet, smooth enough to hold a blurred reflection. He saw himself in it and wished he had not. One boot, one barefoot, salt-stiff clothes, blood-dark sleeve, hair clinging to his face, mouth swollen, eyes too bright. Behind him the void seemed closed without sound between two pillars of smaller bones set into the wall. Ahead lay a corridor. It ran straight for perhaps 20 paces, then turned left. Or seemed to. The far end shifted when he looked at it too long. The walls were cut from the same black stone as the floor, without tool marks polished in places by hands or shoulders or centuries of passing dead. Thin seams of blue light ran between some stones. Others showed faint lines that might have been writing, but faded whenever his eyes tried to hold them. The air was warm. That unsettled him. He had expected cold. Everyone expected cold of death. Perhaps because the dead became cold, and the living were poor at imagining any place without making it a body. But the last house held heat. Dry, close heat. The kind of warmth that made him aware of every damp thread against his skin. It smelled of stone, ash, old pages, and something like bread. His stomach turned. Down the corridor, voices moved, not speaking to him, not to anyone. A murmur behind walls, under floors, in rooms beyond rooms. Dead voices, perhaps. Records, prayers, complaints. Last words wearing themselves thin. Orren took one step. The house noticed. He knew it at once, not because anything moved, because everything did not. The corridor held itself still. The murmurs dimmed. The blue seams narrowed. The air seemed to lean toward his breath. living. Iren came to stand beside him, very carefully, not touching. "Do not sing unless you must," he said. Orren's lips parted. No sound came. He had been about to ask why. No, he had been about to test the corridor with a note. Shame moved through him. Iren looked at him sidelong. "Yes." Orren glared. "Stop hearing things. Stop thinking so loudly." The voices behind the walls resumed, softer than before. Orren moved forward. Every step made him more aware of his body as trespass. The floor seemed too clean for the blood he left. His bare foot made a faint print. Then the print vanished. His boot squeaked once. He winced at the noise. At the first turn they passed a doorway with no door. Inside was a room full of bowls. Thousands of them, perhaps. Small clay bowls, carved wooden bowls, metal cups, cracked basins, a child's painted dish, a sailor's tin mug, a chipped tavern bowl so much like the ones at the low beam that Orren stopped. Each vessel held something different. Water, ash, coins, teeth, a lock of hair, a spoon, a bit of bread gone hard as stone. One held a fishhook bent nearly straight, another 3 grains of barley. One near the door held nothing at all, but Orren knew somehow it had once held soup. He smelled turnip when he looked at it. Evara. He stepped toward the room. Iren said, "No, I only—" "No." Orren looked back at him. "Is she there?" "No." "How do you know?" "Because if she were stored in a bowl, this would be a shorter and much stranger story." Orren almost laughed. The sound rose and died before leaving him. Iren's face softened by a fraction. "Those are not people. They are what arrived with need still clinging to them, or after, or before. The house is particular about objects. Objects. Evara had left the seed. "Spring," she had said at the rail. A thought struck him so hard he put a hand against the doorframe. Her seed. Iren looked at him. She said she left spring behind. The room of bowls seemed to listen. A small drawer opened somewhere far away. Then shut. Orren turned toward the sound. "What was that?" "The house recording your carelessness," Iren said. "That was not carelessness." "No. But anger is easier if I name it badly." Orren looked at the bowls again. Had something of Evara arrived here? The seed pouch? The burned comb? The blue string he had tied to her basket? Did death gather things left in houses? Things lost in water? Things held too tightly and not tightly enough? He saw, for one impossible breath, a narrow leather pouch on a shelf near the back. He lunged. Iren caught him around the waist and dragged him back into the corridor. The room vanished. Not closed. Vanished. Black wall where the doorway had been. Orren twisted free. It was there. What was? The seed. Perhaps. Then why stop me? Because perhaps is how the last house trains desperate men to open wrong doors. Orren struck the wall with his good fist. Pain shot through his hand. The wall did not care. "Evara," he said. The name hit the corridor. Every blue seam went black. Iren's face tightened. Quietly. Orren turned on him. "I am done being quiet." "No, you are done being powerless. You are confusing the two." The words landed too near. Orren stepped toward him. The corridor lengthened. Both of them felt it. Iren looked away first, down the hall. "The house does not like being shouted into. I do not care what it likes. It cares what you care about. That is worse." Orren breathed hard through his nose. The river water in him had cooled but not faded. It held his fear into a narrow line. Evara first. Evara before Malin. Before father. Before seed. Before gods and road and bowls and every strange room death wanted to use to make him look aside. "Then lead," he said. Iren's eyes returned to him. "I cannot lead you once we are inside in the way you mean." You brought me here. Yes. Do not start carving differences now. I carved them before you agreed. You simply stepped over the warning because it was inconveniently placed. Orren pressed both hands to his face. The left hand trembled. The right one hurt from striking the wall. His bandaged arm burned. His throat hurt. His eyes stung with the tears he did not have time to spend. He heard Malin again. Not her song. The memory of her last word. Below, she had tried to give him the road. He had used her death to find it. He lowered his hands. Which way, then? Iren looked down the corridor, then left, then right, then, for reasons Orren could not understand, up at the smooth black ceiling. Volos knows we are here. Orren's stomach tightened. Then why hasn't he stopped us? Good question. Iren, I hate good questions. Answer. The road wing touched one hand to the wall. The stone did not open for him. Orren saw his face change. Only for a breath, but enough. You cannot open it, Orren said. Not that one. What does that mean? It means the house is deciding where we are allowed to go. I thought you opened roads. So did I once. Youth is embarrassing. The wall to their left breathed. Orren stared. The black stone drew inward, grain by grain, until a passage opened where no seam had been. Cool air moved out, carrying the sound of distant water and a single voice singing under many. Volos. Orren stepped toward it. Iren caught his shoulder. This time, Orren did not pull away. Listen to me, Iren said. There was no joke in him now, no boyishness, no door left open in the tone. You will want to make this into a song, a challenge, a performance. Do not. This is his house. He is not a tavern room. He is not a prince with soft hands. He is not a beast at a gate who can be reminded of mercy. He is law down here, and law does not become kinder because you bleed beautifully on it. Orren stared into the passage. Evara was somewhere beyond the song. I know. No. You know the words. That is not the same as knowing the thing. Orren looked at him then. What would you have me do? Ask. The word came plain. Too plain. Orren almost laughed. All this way to ask? Yes. I came to take her home. That is why you must ask. The passage waited. The house listened. Orren thought of Evara in the field. You found one, and made room for me inside it. Evara on the ship. I don't want to be moved, without knowing I chose to move. Evara in water, behind him. He had asked her to follow. He had not looked enough to know when she stopped. His hands curled. I will ask, he said. Iren studied him. Orren hated that the god did not seem comforted. They entered the new passage. It sloped gently downward at first, then upward without changing direction. Orren stopped once, disoriented, but Iren pushed him lightly between the shoulder blades. Do not argue with house geometry, Iren said. It has tenure. Orren did not answer. The passage walls were less smooth here. Marks appeared in the stone as they walked. Some looked like letters, some like scars. Once he saw a line that resembled the curve of Evara's name, and his hand lifted toward it. Iren said nothing. Orren lowered his hand. The line vanished. Good. He could learn. He could learn quickly enough to save her. The song grew clearer. Volos's voice was not beautiful the way Orren understood beauty. It was too deep for that, too wide. It carried other voices inside it, the way the river carried names. It did not reach for him. It held what it already had. That was worse than seduction, a voice that did not need him. They came at last to a narrow balcony overlooking a lower chamber. Iren stopped in the shadow before Orren could step into sight. Below, blue fire burned. Orren saw the chamber in pieces. Black columns, shelves with thousands of drawers, a table set for no meal, a high, dark chair, another chair carved with leaves and standing empty in shadow. And beside the fire, Evara. She stood with her back partly turned, one hand bandaged, the other resting on the arm of a black chair, as if she had just risen from it. Her hair had dried in pale, uneven strands around her face. Her torn dress had been covered by a dark mantle that did not belong to Skeldrun, plain but warm-looking. She was paler than he remembered, or perhaps the blue fire made everyone look already half-memory. Alive. No, dead. There. The word that mattered most was there. Orren's hand closed around the balcony rail. His knees nearly gave. Evara turned. Not fully. Her head lifted first, as if she had heard him breathe. Across the distance, through blue fire and death's chamber, her eyes found his shadow. For one moment, no god, no house, no river, no mother, no monster, no bargain existed. Only Evara seeing him, her mouth parted, not a smile, not relief. Something too complicated to survive naming. Then the blue fire lowered. Volos's song stopped. The lord below turned his head toward the balcony. "Iren," he said. The road wing sighed beside Orren. "Yes," Iren murmured. "That is about how I hoped this would not go." Chapter 8. Rooms that know her. The first door opened because Evara touched it. The second opened because she looked at it too long. The third opened before she had decided whether she wanted to know what waited behind it. Pell made a noise every time. By the fifth door, Nim had begun counting under his breath. Not numbers exactly, but small frightened words that sounded like parts of a rule memorized badly. Permitted, not invited. Observed, not assigned. Accompanied, not liable. Permitted, not invited. "Will counting help?" Evara asked. Nim startled so badly his narrow shoulder struck the wall. "Help? No, almost certainly not. But when things go wrong, it is useful to know which part of wrong began first." Pell, walking on her other side, puffed himself up. "Nothing is going wrong." A section of wall ahead of them sighed inward and became a passage. Pell stopped. "That part is going wrong." Evara looked into the new passage. No blue fire here. No table. No empty chair. No Volos with his still hands and awful attention. The corridor bent away into dimness, lit by seams of pale light running along the floor. It smelled faintly of warm bread and old grief. She did not step through immediately. That was new. Since waking on gravel, she had been moving because stillness had seemed like surrender. Find Orren. Find air. Find a way out. Find anything that made sense. Motion had been the only thing still obedient to her. Now the house was moving first. That changed the work. A house that blocked, you could be fought. A house that opened for you wanted something harder to name. Pell edged closer to the passage and sniffed. His little nose wrinkled. "Unfinished meals." Nim put both hands over his face. "Why would you say that aloud?" "Because she will ask. We can pretend not to understand questions. It is historically reliable." Evara looked at him. Nim lowered his hands. "Less so today." She stepped through. The passage widened into a room full of tables. Not one table, not 10. Tables stretched into shadow, some long enough to seat a wedding, some small enough for one person and a child. Every table held plates, bowls, cups, folded cloth, spoons, knives, heels of bread, cut fruit, half-filled mugs, bones picked clean, bones untouched, soups without steam, stews with fat hardened white on top, little cakes no larger than thumbs, fish laid open silver side up, apples bitten once and left to brown without rotting. No one sat in the chairs. That was the wrongness. Food waited everywhere, and no one reached. Evara stopped with one hand on the back of a chair. The wood was warm, though no body sat there. A bowl near her held porridge, thin, grey, with 3 berries placed carefully in the center. A child's portion. The spoon beside it had a bite mark in the handle. She looked away and found a platter with one crust of bread set aside on a folded napkin. Not eaten. Saved. Her chest tightened. Pell muttered, "They bring habits." Nim shot him a warning look. Pell went on anyway. Quieter. Living habits. Saving the last bite. Pouring for someone late. Cutting meat for hands that are not coming. The house keeps them until the habit loosens. Evara looked at the crust. How long? Nim answered this time, because Pell's face had become too open. Time is not uniform in the house. That is not what I asked. It is not uniform in grief either, Nim said, then looked startled by his own sentence. Pell stared at him. Nim folded his arms. Occasionally I say something useful. Do not make a festival of it. Evara walked between the tables. The room smelled of food, but not hunger. That was almost worse. At home food announced lack before taste. The thin place in the pot, the carefully chosen bowl, the way her father's eyes moved to bread before words did. Here, food existed after need. It had no urgency left, and yet Hans had arranged it with such care that she felt as if she were trespassing in the moment before someone returned. A small plate near the end of one table held 3 grains of corn. Evara stopped. No, not corn. Barley, maybe, or some other seed. Pale and swollen, under a film of light. Still, her body knew the shape of hope when reduced to something small enough to hide in a fist. She reached toward the plate. Pell caught his breath. Evara paused with her hand above the grains. Don't, Nim whispered. She looked at him. He had gone very still, long fingers pressed together. Not comic now, not fussy, afraid in a way that had learned to use procedure as a blanket. Why? She asked. Because if it is not yours, touching it is theft. If it is yours, touching it may be consent. If it is neither, the house may decide you have made it one. Evara lowered her hand. The grains remained where they were. She thought of the seed pouch in the house, leather slick with smoke, her fingers closing around it, then opening when pain and fire and falling wood took the decision from her. She had left spring on the floor, or spring had left her. She swallowed. Do things from above come here? She asked. Sometimes, Pell said. Nim said, often. Pell frowned. Not often. Often compared to never. Everything is often compared to never. Do not do proportions at me. Evara looked from one to the other. My house burned. Pell's mouth closed. Nim's hands lowered. I left things, she said. A comb, seed, a string. The room seemed to hear her. Nothing moved. But the light along the table edges dimmed by a breath. Nim's voice came carefully. Some things arrive because the dead carried them. Some because they were named too hard at the moment of leaving. Some because a record required proof. Some never arrive at all. Who decides? Neither answered. Evara looked around the room. The plates, the cups, the food that waited until waiting lost meaning. The house? She asked. Pell's wings twitched. Nim said, sometimes. That was a yes, with a door built into it. Evara nodded once and walked on. The next door opened, because she did not want it to. She had barely thought the room should end before the wall at the far side withdrew and revealed a narrower hall. The air beyond was colder. Pell groaned. Records. Nim shut his eyes. That word should be rationed. You say that about all words, because all words are dangerous when she is listening. I am standing here, Evara said. Yes, Nim said miserably. That is the whole difficulty. The record hall was not a hall at first glance. It was a throat, a long, high corridor lined on both sides with drawers from floor to ceiling, each one narrow as a hand and deep as a grave. No handles, only slits. The drawers shifted as she entered, some sliding out by less than a finger's width, others retreating into the wall as if not wanting to be noticed. Blue-white script crawled over them and vanished when she tried to read. The sound here was worse than the mealroom. Whispers. Not voices exactly. Labels. Corrections. Scratches of a pen. Names spoken. Crossed out. Spoken again. Evara heard someone insist, "That is not what they called me." Another voice answered in a tone too dry to be comfort, "It is what was entered." She stopped. Nim stood very straight. "We need not linger." Evara walked deeper. "Or we could linger," he said. "Lingering is permitted in limited contexts." Pell leaned toward him. "You are sweating." "I do not sweat." "You are leaking worry." "I am internally humid." The drawers trembled as Evara passed. Some names she almost saw. Mara, but no. The letters changed before grief could grab them. Soln, perhaps, but the script folded into another shape. Keld, clear enough that her breath caught. The drawer bearing that almost name slid open. Only a crack. Inside was darkness, and the faint sound of a man coughing blood. Evara went cold. "Orren." The drawer snapped shut. Pell jumped. Nim made a tiny sound that did not become a word. Evara laid her hand against the drawer face. The stone was cold at first, then warmed beneath her palm. Not the deep warmth of the threshold stones. Not the almost kind warmth of the chamber chair. This was a fever warmth. Living. Wrong for this place. "He is here," she said. "No," Nim said quickly. "Then, no in a spatial sense." Pell looked at him. Nim swallowed. "Which is the only sense in which I can responsibly say no." Evara pressed harder. The drawer did not open again. "What did I hear?" Pell rubbed one foot over the other. "A record noticing." "Noticing what?" Nim looked at the drawer as if it might bite him. "A living name crossing thresholds. It should not." Ivara's fingers curled. Orren had followed. Of course he had. The first feeling was relief so bright it nearly blinded her. The second was dread. Of course he had. Her father had held too tightly. Orren reached too far. The world seemed full of men who could not understand that love and possession could stand close enough to share a shadow. She took her hand from the drawer. The warmth stayed in her palm. A second drawer opened near her shoulder. This one bore letters that resolved too quickly. Evara Soln, her own name, not carved, not written, but held in pale light across the drawer face. She stepped back. Pell whispered, "Oh," Nim whispered, "No." The drawer slid outward. Inside lay no object, only a sheet of black glass, thin as onion skin, and on it one line beginning to form. Evara Soln. Received. The line stopped. The light flickered. Received through. The letters broke apart. By water. No. By stone. No. Unassigned. The drawer shuddered. Evara stared. The script wrote and unwrote itself, like a hand unable to decide which lie would fit. "Why does it not know?" she asked. Neither creature answered. She looked at Nim. He had gone grey-green at the edges. "Why?" "You came wrong," Pell said. Nim closed his eyes, as if that had physically hurt him. Evara looked back at the drawer. "I came drowned." "Yes," Pell said. "No," Nim said at the same time. Evara waited. Nim sighed. "You died by water. That is not the same as arriving by it. The house received you through stone, or you opened stone before reception, or stone opened because—" He stopped. "Because?" Pell shook his head violently. Nim pressed his lips together. The drawer trembled harder. The line began again. Evara Soln. Received by. Evara put her hand on the drawer. The writing stopped. The warmth beneath her palm spread through the face of it. For one moment the drawer felt less like stone than skin. She pulled her hand away. The drawer closed. Not slammed. Closed, as if relieved. Evara stood there with her burned hand aching under the grey bandage, and her good palm warm from a record that could not decide what she was. "I do not belong in that line," she said. Nim's voice came very softly. "No?" Pell looked at him. Nim did not take it back. Evara turned from the drawer. The hall had changed behind her. Of course it had. The door through which they had entered was gone. In its place stood a smaller opening, framed in dark wood rather than stone. Beyond it hung rows of objects from hooks. "Returned things," Pell said, and sounded almost relieved. Nim looked as if he might argue, then decided records were worse. Evara crossed into the room of returned things. This one felt most like an ordinary storage room, which made it the most terrible. Shelves rose in uneven rows. Hooks hung from the ceiling. Tables held trays divided into small squares. Every space carried objects that had outlived hands or reached death before them, or after them. Buttons, rings, knives, pins, dolls, a shoe with the sole worn through, a soldier's tooth, a child's ribbon, a cup with one side smashed in, a lock of hair tied in red thread, a fishhook, a rosary of unfamiliar stones, a folded letter sealed but never opened, a burned spoon. Evara moved slowly. This room knew pockets. It knew shelves too high. It knew under-mattress hiding places. It knew the little things people kept, because throwing them away would make a truth official. She looked for her mother's comb. At first she told herself she would not. Then she was already searching. 2 teeth missing. Bone gone yellow. Narrow box, too high to reach without a stool. The object that had made her mother more real and less knowable every year. She found 3 combs. None were hers. One made of black horn, all teeth intact. One carved wood, with a child's initials scratched badly along the spine. One bone comb broken clean in half, and tied together with red thread. Not hers. Her throat ached. "Lost something?" Pell asked, then flinched, as if he had hurt himself. Evara ran one finger along the edge of the broken bone comb. "Many things." Pell's expression changed. Small, uncertain. Sometimes things arrive late. Nim looked at him, surprised by the kindness. Pell noticed. "What?" "Nothing. You're looking. I have eyes." "You were looking kindly." "I was not." Your face went soft. "My face is naturally administrative." Evara almost smiled. Almost. She let the comb go. Further down, on a lower shelf, she saw a little blue thread curled inside a glass dish. Her heart lurched. She snatched it up. The thread was not Orren's string, too fine. Dyed differently. Frayed in the wrong places. She closed her hand around it anyway before sense caught up. No, not hers. Not his. Not anything but someone else's kept foolishness. She put it back, carefully. The room seemed to notice the care. A shelf to her right shifted aside, revealing a narrow alcove. Inside hung a dark mantle. Plain. Wool? Or something like wool. Not rich. Not courtly. Not a dress for a dead queen, or a guest in a god's chamber. Only warm, dark cloth with a hood and deep inner pockets. Pell frowned. That wasn't there. Nim's eyes went to Ivara's torn dress and burned shoulder. It may be appropriate. Appropriate from whom? She asked. No answer. The mantle hung in the alcove, waiting. Evara touched the fabric. Warm, of course. She could refuse it. Stand half-dressed and ash-marked in the last house, because accepting cloth from a place that might be trying to claim her felt dangerous. She could also admit that she was cold. Dead or not, she was cold. She took the mantle and put it on. It settled over her shoulders without weight. The hood fell back. The cloth covered the torn places in her dress, the bruises at her upper arm, the soot along her side. It did not hide the bandage on her hand. Good. She did not want that hidden. Pell studied her. You look less drowned. Thank you. Was that not a compliment? It was almost one. Nim turned toward the next passage, eager to escape both emotion and objects. We should continue only if continuation remains strictly necessary. It does, Evara said. To what end? She did not answer, because the answer had changed since waking. At first find Orren, then find the way out. Now something else had come under those wishes. Learn the house. Learn what kind of trap opens doors. Learn what kind of lord offers a chair and calls it nothing. They left the returned things behind. The next corridor was lined with doors. Unlike the others, these did not open. Evara felt it before touching them. Each one held itself closed in a different way, some politely, some with disgust, some with sorrow. One door on the left had no handle and smelled faintly of smoke. It made her throat close, and she did not stop before it. Another door was covered in names, scratched over names, until the wood looked furred. Another pulsed with heat like an animal sleeping on the other side. At the end of the corridor stood a green-black door, carved with leaves. Not dead leaves. Living ones? The same pattern as the empty chair in Volos's chamber. Evara stopped. Pell walked into her leg. "Ow," he said, though she knew perfectly well he had hit her, and not the other way around. Nim did not scold him. Nim was staring at the door. The air near it smelled of rain. Not sea rain. Not Skeldrun rain through a broken roof. Spring rain. Soil opening. Roots drinking. Green things beginning, without asking whether the dead approved. Evara put one hand to the door. Pell grabbed her wrist with both hands. She looked down at him. He let go at once, horrified by his own boldness. "Do not," he whispered. It was not command this time. It was fear. Nim's voice was thin. "That door is not assigned." "To whom?" "No one." "That is not true." "No," Nim said. "It is safer." The door breathed under her palm. Just once. "Im out." Ivara's burned hand throbbed. The leaves carved into the wood seemed to shift, though when she looked directly, they remained still. One leaf near the center had a small notch along its edge, like a bite taken out, like frost. "Whose door is this?" she asked. Pell shook his head. Nim said nothing. She did not take her hand away. Behind the door, faintly, a woman laughed. Not loudly, not happily either. The laugh of someone hearing an old argument begin again. Ivara's eyes stung without warning. She did not know the woman. She knew absence. A chair kept ready. A door that smelled of returning rain. A god by a cold blue fire who answered, "Not yours too quickly." "Kore?" Nim began. Pell slapped both hands over Nim's mouth. The door went still. Evara looked at them. Pell's eyes were wide. Nim's eyes were wider above Pell's hands. "Move," Evara said. Pell shook his head. "I heard him." Pell shook his head harder. Nim made a muffled sound that might have been agreement, denial, or resignation to imminent destruction. Evara looked back at the door. "Kore," she said. The corridor chilled. Pell made a strangled squeak. Nim pulled Pell's hands down just enough to whisper, "Do not finish names you do not know in houses that remember them." Ivara's palm cooled against the door. The warmth withdrew, not offended, careful. She understood that. Careful was not the same as gone. She stepped back. The door did not open. For the first time since Volos had allowed her to walk, Evara was glad. Pell sagged against the wall. Nim patted his own chest as if checking that all components remained present. That, Nim said, was nearly a reportable incident. Pell glared. Everything is reportable, if you are frightened enough. I am always frightened enough. Yes, but you are usually less correct. Evara kept looking at the door. Does she return? She asked. Nim flinched. Pell whispered, We should go. Does she? Neither answered. The leaf-carved door stood closed. The smell of spring rain faded. Evara thought of her father, saying her mother had roads in her feet, of the comb too high to touch, of the way a room could be ruled by someone gone, of Volos sitting near a chair that was not hers, and saying return did not spare absence without ever using the words. She had not heard him say that. No, he had not. Had he? The house shifted around her. For one dizzy moment, she could not tell whether the memory belonged to her, the door, or a song she had heard through stone. Evara, Nim said. He had not called her mistress. Not soul. Not irregularity. Her name. She turned. Nim stood very still, Pell beside him, no longer complaining. Both looked down the corridor behind her. The black stones under Evara's bare feet warmed, not all at once, step by step, like someone approaching from far away. She heard it then, a sound beneath the house's sounds. Not Volos's song, that still moved somewhere deep, holding the dead. This was smaller, rough, a breath caught in a broken throat, a foot dragging, a pulse where no living pulse should be. Evara's hand closed on the edge of the dark mantle. Orren, she said. The corridor narrowed, then opened, not into the rooms behind her, into Volos's chamber. The house had brought her back without asking. Blue fire burned ahead. Volos stood near it, no longer seated. His head was turned slightly, as if he had been listening before she heard anything at all. The leaf-carved chair remained empty in shadow. The chair he had offered her sat beside the hearth, angled toward the fire. Evara stepped into the chamber. Pell and Nim stayed just behind the threshold. Volos did not look at her. He is here, she said. Yes. The word should have filled her with joy. It did. It also filled the room with dread. Volos turned toward her then, and his gaze moved over the mantle, her bandage, the warmth still lingering in her palm from record and door. You walked far, he said. I walked where the house let me. No, she frowned. You walked where it knew to open. Evara's mouth went dry. Before she could answer, the blue fire lowered, not dimmed, lowered, as if bowing away from something entering the house. A sound came from above. Evara looked up. She had not noticed the balcony before. Perhaps it had not been there. Black stone curved along the upper wall, half hidden by shadow. A narrow rail, a passage behind it. Two figures stood there. One small, cloaked, bright-eyed, with the wrong stillness of a thing that wore youth as a joke. Iren. The part of her that knew stories whispered. The other. Evara forgot the room. Orren stood gripping the rail with one hand. No, not stood. Held himself upright. He looked as if the sea had spat him out, and the road had refused to let him fall. One boot gone. One foot bare and dark with black sand. Clothes torn and stiff with salt. Blood dried along one sleeve. Fresh red at his mouth. His face hollowed by fever. Eyes bright enough to frighten her. He had a bandage on his arm, and blood under his nails. He looked older. He looked younger. He looked like Orren, and like someone who had done something he could not yet survive remembering. Her body moved toward him before she decided. Only one step. The house did not stop her. Orren's face changed. Relief first. Then something like shame. Then hope, so naked, she nearly looked away. She had thought, when he came, that joy would be simple. It was not. She loved him. She was angry he had come. She wanted to run to him. She wanted to ask what his coming had cost. She wanted to touch his face and tell him he looked terrible. She wanted to ask why he had not looked back in the water. She wanted, more than anything, one breath in which no one needed her to answer quickly. Volos's song stopped. The chamber felt the absence. The lord below turned his head toward the balcony. "Iren?" he said. The little god beside Orren sighed. "Yes," Iren murmured. "That is about how I hoped this would not go." Orren's eyes did not leave Evara. Her hand tightened on the chair back. Not Volos's chair, the one he had offered her. She heard herself breathe. The sound was small. Alive or dead, it was hers. Chapter 9. The Expected Audience. Volos had said Iren's name, not Orren's. That should not have mattered. Orren stood on the narrow balcony above the blue fire chamber with one hand locked around the black stone rail, and felt the slight as if it had been placed between his ribs. He had crossed storm, wreck, shore, road, river, and gate. He had sung before Tharos, with his throat bleeding. He had learned a mother's name only after his own hands had ruined her. He had stepped through the void with Evara's face held in front of him like the last lamp in a freezing room, and the lord below looked at Iren first. The old anger moved in him. Good. Anger held the body upright, where grief had begun to chew through bone. Beside him, Iren sighed softly. "Yes, that is about how I hoped this would not go." Below, Volos stood near the blue fire, with his head turned toward the balcony. He had not raised his voice. He had not needed to. The chamber carried him, or the house did, or the dead pressed in the walls knew when to be quiet. Evara stood on the floor below, one hand on the back of a black chair, not kneeling, not pleading, standing. The sight of her broke him more thoroughly than the sight of her dead would have, perhaps, because this version of her could still look at him. She wore a dark mantle over the torn remains of the dress she had drowned in. Her burned hand was wrapped in grey cloth. Her hair had dried unevenly around her face, some strands pale as frost, some darker where old water or shadow clung to them. Blue fire hollowed her cheeks and made her eyes look deeper set, not old, not exactly, but altered by a night, in a place that had no night. She was 3 stories below him, or 30 paces, or 1 law away. The distance did not know what it wanted to be. Orren moved toward the stairs. The rail lengthened under his hand. He stopped. No, he looked down. The balcony had not moved, or had. The stair at its end seemed farther than before, curving behind a column that had not been there a moment ago. The path remained visible, but the room had made a point. The house did not like haste. Orren tightened his grip until the healing cuts in his palm split open again. Evara saw. Of course she did. Her mouth moved. No sound reached him. Volos looked from Iren to Orren then. At last, the lord below was not made of smoke in this chamber. He was shaped like a man, though the shape looked less worn than chosen. Pale face, dark hair, long hands, stillness so complete that ordinary calm seemed noisy beside it. Blue fire moved in the hollows of his eyes, or reflected there, or had been there before fire learned to burn. His gaze touched Orren's bare foot, his missing boot, the black sand at his ankle, the blood on his sleeve, the river stain at his mouth, the torn bandage Iren had tied, the place on his cheek Malin had touched, though no mark showed there. Then Volos looked at his throat. Orren felt the look like a finger pressing under the jaw. "You brought the living into my house," Volos said. Iren lifted both hands slightly, guided. "A smaller sin with better shoes. You crossed old ways. They were still ways. You passed the gate. I remained on the proper side until invited by disaster. Road wing. The name shut the little smile out of Iren's face. Volos did not move. Do not dress trespass as grammar. Iren bowed his head a fraction. Orren heard the submission in it and hated him for it, then hated himself for needing Iren to be unafraid. "I came," Orren said. His voice did not fill the chamber. It scraped out of him, rough and salt-broken. But it reached. The walls carried that too. Every drawer, every column, every stone seam seemed to turn its attention from Iren to him. Good or terrible? Volos looked at him. "Yes, I came for Evara Soln." Below, Evara's hand tightened on the chair back. He saw it. A small movement, 2 fingers pressing into black wood. He wanted to read it as love, as relief, as yes, Orren, yes, take me from this place. He knew better now. Not well enough, but better. Volos said, "You announce what the house already knows. Then let me come down. The path is open." The stair that had retreated now sat plainly at the balcony's end. Orren hated the house for making him ask without words. Iren leaned close. Slowly. Orren did not look at him. "Stop advising me like it saves anyone. It sometimes saves furniture." Orren limped toward the stair. Each step down hurt, in a different dialect. The bare foot hated cold stone. The booted foot hated balance. His knee threatened to buckle after the 3rd step. His ribs clenched around breath. His arm throbbed in time with the low song still moving under the house, though Volos himself had stopped singing. Halfway down, Orren had to grip the wall. The stone warmed under his palm. He pulled his hand back, as if burned. Evara moved below. Only half a step. Volos did not stop her. The house did. Not visibly. Nothing rose between them. No chain. No smoke. No wall. But the space around Evara held, and she stopped, as if she had felt the pressure before Orren saw its shape. Her jaw tightened. She did not look at Volos. She looked at Orren. He descended the rest of the stair, because falling would have been quicker but less useful. When he reached the floor, the chamber grew larger. He was sure of it. The distance to Evara widened by perhaps 3 paces. The ceiling lifted. The table stood between them now, though it had not stood so directly before. Empty plate, 1 cup, knife, chair, blue fire. Volos's arrangement, or the house's, either way. Law enjoyed furniture. Orren stood with the table between him and the woman he had come through death to reach. Evara looked at him fully now. He had imagined this moment on the road, not in detail. Detail would have been dangerous, but he had imagined the shape of it, her running to him, or him to her, or both of them stopped by astonishment before closing the distance. He had imagined her saying his name like rain after drought. He had imagined her anger too, but only as something that would break when she saw him. He had imagined forgiveness hidden inside first touch. He had not imagined her standing still with one hand bandaged, and one hand on a chair given by the Lord below, looking at him as if relief and fear had both arrived in his body. "Orren," she said. The name crossed the chamber. No song, no warmth added. Only his name. It nearly brought him to his knees. Evara. Her eyes closed for one breath. When she opened them, she looked at his arm, his mouth, his bare foot, his hands, not his eyes first, his wounds. That was Evara, even dead. She counted damage before speeches. "You're bleeding," she said. He almost laughed. "I noticed." "No," she said quietly. "You don't." The old rhythm between them appeared and vanished in the same instant. It hurt worse because it still fit. He took one step toward her. Volos said no. The word did not shout. The chamber obeyed it anyway. Orren stopped because the air thickened before him. Not enough to push, enough to make another step feel like walking into deep water. His skin went cold. Water. Evara's eyes sharpened. She saw something in his face and knew where the fear had found him. "Let him stand," she said. Not to Orren, to Volos. The Lord below looked at her. Something passed between them that Orren could not read. Familiarity, not enough for that. Understanding, perhaps. Worse. Volos lifted one hand slightly. The pressure before Orren eased. He hated that Evara had asked. He hated more that Volos had listened. "I will not be kept from her," Orren said. Volos looked back at him. "You are standing in my house, before a dead woman you love. You have already been kept from many things." Orren's hands curled. Iren had reached the floor behind him. He said, "Nothing." That silence was deliberate. "You know why I'm here?" Orren said. "Yes." "Then answer me." "You have not asked." The chamber held the words. Orren's mouth opened. Nothing came. He had said he came for her. Said he would not be kept. Said Volos knew. None of that was asking. He felt Evara watching him. She had told him to ask before. In the field. Below deck. Perhaps with no words at all in the water. Ask? The simplest thing. The hardest. Orren looked at her. "Do you want to leave?" he asked. The question scraped him as it came out. Evara went still. The blue fire moved over her face. Pell and Nim stood near the far wall, almost hidden behind one of the black columns. Orren had not noticed them at first. Pell's hands were clasped over his own mouth. Nim's eyes had gone so wide that his whole narrow face seemed built around them. Evara did not answer quickly. Orren felt the silence enter his bones. Not answer quickly did not mean no. He told himself that. Not quickly did not mean no. Volos watched him. Of course he did. Evara said, "I want many things." Orren's throat tightened. That is not an answer. It is the first honest one. The words struck harder than refusal. He looked at the chair under her hand, the black one beside the blue fire, the one angled toward warmth. "What has he offered you?" Evara's face changed. Only slightly. Disappointment, perhaps. "No," she said. You only made my answer about him before I finished giving it." Orren flushed. The house seemed to lean nearer. He looked down at the table, because looking at her face had become too much. Empty plate, cup, knife. The knife was long and dark-handled, edge clean, unused. His hand wanted it for no reason he trusted. "What do you want?" he asked, quieter. Evara drew breath. That should not have mattered. She was dead. Or he had been told she was, yet her chest rose, and the whole room seemed to make space for the act. "I want to know whether going back is life," she said, "or only more walking because someone ahead of me hears a song." Orren flinched. The water opened behind his eyes. "Follow me." His own voice in the storm, her face in black water. Then nothing. He gripped the edge of the table. "I thought I was saving you." "I know." That was not forgiveness. He heard that now. He did not know what to do with the sound. Volos said, "You have your answer." Orren turned on him. "No, no, no." The Lord below's eyes narrowed by the smallest measure. Orren stepped away from the table. Pain went up his leg. He let it. "You are not using her unfinished answer to close the door. Her unfinished answer belongs to her." "Yes," Orren said, surprising himself. "It does." Evara looked at him then, with something sharper than hope. Orren held to that. "I came to ask you," he said to Volos, though his eyes remained on Evara, "what it costs." Volos's gaze did not move. "For what?" "For her return." Pell whimpered behind the column. Nim whispered, "Terms." Evara heard him. Her eyes flicked toward Nim, then back. Orren saw that too. The word terms changed the room. It brought Ankistro to mind. The sealed paper, the purse, the captain's gloved hand, Volos's servant. Volos had said. And Kistro's bargain. The ship returned, perhaps. The writ bound. Everyone owed someone. Orren had come with no coin, but blood. He had paid blood all the way here, and had not yet learned whether blood was accepted. Volos looked toward the shelves. One drawer opened. A narrow sound. Wood or stone sliding within stone. Evara's shoulders tightened. "What is that?" Orren asked. "A record," Volos said. "I asked what it records." "You." Orren's mouth went dry. Volos extended one hand. The drawer slid from its wall across the chamber without crossing the floor. It simply arrived above the table and opened fully. Inside lay a thin sheet of black glass. On it, pale lines began to form. Orren Keld, living trespass, road guided, gate permitted, river marked. The line paused. Volos looked at Orren's mouth, drank. The word formed. Iren swore softly behind him. Volos did not look surprised. Evara did. "Orren," she said, "what did you drink?" His shame rose too fast for him to hide. "I was thirsty." Iren made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had lost all hope of humor. Evara stared at him, not angry, worse, afraid. Volos touched the black glass with one finger. The word did not vanish. It deepened. "River water does not kill the living," he said. "Not quickly. It clarifies." "Clarifies what?" Evara asked. "What the drinker believes he cannot survive doubting." Orren felt his certainty stir inside him. Evara below. Evara can be found. Evara first. Everything else after. The thoughts had seemed clean since the river. Now, under Volos's words, he saw how clean they were. Too clean. He gripped the table again. "What did it take from him?" Evara asked. "Nothing." "No," she said. "That is never the whole answer." Volos looked at her. For one strange moment, Orren felt the room alter around them. Volos and Evara, facing each other across his record, spoke a language of cost more fluently than he did. "It filed him," Volos said. Evara's mouth tightened. Orren hated them both then, briefly, irrationally, for understanding the shape of what had happened to him before he did. He looked at the record. "Does that bar me?" "No," Volos said. "Then it doesn't matter." Evara's eyes moved to him. He knew at once that he had said the wrong thing. I know," she said. The words were tired. Volos touched the record again. More lines formed. "Malin of the choir deep, blood inheritance unresolved. Matrilineal song remnant present at gate. Mother." Orren lunged and slammed his hand over the black glass. Pain shot through his palm. The glass was cold enough to burn. "Do not write that." Volos did not move. "The house writes what arrives." "Not that. The dead are not made less dead by inaccurate records." Orren's chest heaved. Malin's face hovered at the edge of him. "Found you. Not storm. Below." Evara's eyes were on him now. Fully. She had not known. Of course she had not. "What does that mean?" she asked. Orren did not look at her. Iren answered softly. "It means the woman on the shore was his mother." The chamber went quiet. Even the drawers stopped whispering. Evara's breath caught. Orren still had his hand on the record. He felt the letters trying to form beneath his skin. "Orren?" she said. "No, not now. Not here. Not with Volos watching, and the dead in the walls and Malin's name trapped under his palm." "I killed her," he said. The words left him before he could stop them. Evara said nothing. That was mercy, perhaps, or shock, or both. He lifted his hand from the glass. The words were there. Of course they were. "Killer of Malin of the choir deep." "No," Iren said sharply. The record paused. Volos looked at him. Iren stepped forward. "That is not the whole entry." Orren looked at him too. Iren's face had gone pale with anger. "Right, the context," the Roadwing said. Volos's eyes cooled. "Careful." "No," Iren said. "If the house is so devoted to accuracy, let it be accurate. He killed her in ignorance, after the choir song, after wreck, after drowning, after grief sharpened by the old pull. He killed her believing she had killed Evara Soln." The record waited. Volos looked at Orren, then at Evara, then back to the glass. The line altered. "Killed Malin of the choir deep in ignorance, under grief and song contagion, prior to parentage revelation." Orren stared. The correction did not absolve him. It made the guilt harder, to turn into one clean blade. Evara said, very softly, "Orren." He looked at her then. Her face held horror. Not of him, for him perhaps, and for Malin, and for herself, because Evara had never been able to see one pain without counting the others waiting beside it. He wanted to cross the room and bury his face against her shoulder. He wanted her hand in his hair. He wanted to be told he had been wrong, but not damned. He wanted her to take the record from him and tear it. He wanted the impossible thing every guilty child wants, for the person he loves to make the truth smaller. She did not. Good, bad, both. "I am still asking," he said. His voice shook. He hated that. Volos looked at him. "For return?" "Yes. Evara Soln has not answered whether return is what she wants." "Then let her answer away from you." Volos's face did not change. The blue fire, dark. Chapter 9. The expected audience. Volos had said Iren's name, not Orren's. That should not have mattered. Orren stood on the narrow balcony above the blue fire chamber with one hand locked around the black stone rail, and felt the slight as if it had been placed between his ribs. He had crossed storm, wreck, shore, road, river, and gate. He had sung before Tharos, with his throat bleeding. He had learned a mother's name only after his own hands had ruined her. He had stepped through the void with Evara's face held in front of him like the last lamp in a freezing room, and the Lord below looked at Iren first. The old anger moved in him. Good. Anger held the body upright, where grief had begun to chew through bone. Beside him, Iren sighed softly. "Yes, that is about how I hoped this would not go." Below, Volos stood near the blue fire, with his head turned toward the balcony. He had not raised his voice. He had not needed to. The chamber carried him, or the house did, or the dead pressed in the walls knew when to be quiet. Evara stood on the floor below, one hand on the back of a black chair, not kneeling, not pleading, standing. The sight of her broke him more thoroughly than the sight of her dead would have, perhaps, because this version of her could still look at him. She wore a dark mantle over the torn remains of the dress she had drowned in. Her burned hand was wrapped in grey cloth. Her hair had dried unevenly around her face, some strands pale as frost, some darker where old water or shadow clung to them. Blue fire hollowed her cheeks and made her eyes look deeper set, not old, not exactly, but altered by a night, in a place that had no night. She was 3 stories below him, or 30 paces, or 1 law away. The distance did not know what it wanted to be. Orren moved toward the stairs. The rail lengthened under his hand. He stopped. No, he looked down. The balcony had not moved, or had. The stair at its end seemed farther than before, curving behind a column that had not been there a moment ago. The path remained visible, but the room had made a point. The house did not like haste. Orren tightened his grip until the healing cuts in his palm split open again. Evara saw. Of course she did. Her mouth moved. No sound reached him. Volos looked from Iren to Orren then. At last, the Lord below was not made of smoke in this chamber. He was shaped like a man, though the shape looked less worn than chosen. Pale face, Dark hair, long hands, stillness so complete that ordinary calm seemed noisy beside it. Blue fire moved in the hollows of his eyes, or reflected there, or had been there before fire learned to burn. His gaze touched Orren's bare foot, his missing boot, the black sand at his ankle, the blood on his sleeve, the river stain at his mouth, the torn bandage Iren had tied, the place on his cheek Malin had touched, though no mark showed there. Then Volos looked at his throat. Orren felt the look like a finger pressing under the jaw. "You brought the living into my house," Volos said. Iren lifted both hands slightly, guided. "A smaller sin with better shoes. You crossed old ways. They were still ways. You passed the gate. I remained on the proper side until invited by disaster. Road Wing." The name shut the little smile out of Iren's face. Volos did not move. "Do not dress trespass as grammar." Iren bowed his head a fraction. Orren heard the submission in it and hated him for it, then hated himself for needing Iren to be unafraid. "I came," Orren said. His voice did not fill the chamber. It scraped out of him, rough and salt-broken. But it reached. The walls carried that too. Every drawer, every column, every stone seam seemed to turn its attention from Iren to him. "Good or terrible?" Volos looked at him. "Yes, I came for Evara Soln." Below, Ivara's hand tightened on the chair back. He saw it. A small movement, 2 fingers pressing into black wood. He wanted to read it as love, as relief, as "Yes, Orren, yes, take me from this place." He knew better now. Not well enough, but better. Volos said, "You announce what the house already knows. Then let me come down. The path is open." The stair that had retreated now sat plainly at the balcony's end. Orren hated the house for making him ask without words. Iren leaned close. Slowly. Orren did not look at him. "Stop advising me like it saves anyone. It sometimes saves furniture." Orren limped toward the stair. Each step down hurt, in a different dialect. The bare foot hated cold stone. The booted foot hated balance. His knee threatened to buckle after the 3rd step. His ribs clenched around breath. His arm throbbed in time with the low song still moving under the house, though Volos himself had stopped singing. Halfway down, Orren had to grip the wall. The stone warmed under his palm. He pulled his hand back, as if burned. Evara moved below. Only half a step. Volos did not stop her. The house did. Not visibly. Nothing rose between them. No chain. No smoke. No wall. But the space around Evara held, and she stopped, as if she had felt the pressure before Orren saw its shape. Her jaw tightened. She did not look at Volos. She looked at Orren. He descended the rest of the stair, because falling would have been quicker but less useful. When he reached the floor, the chamber grew larger. He was sure of it. The distance to Evara widened by perhaps 3 paces. The ceiling lifted. The table stood between them now, though it had not stood so directly before. Empty plate, 1 cup, knife, chair, blue fire. Volos's arrangement, or the house's, either way. Law enjoyed furniture. Orren stood with the table between him and the woman he had come through death to reach. Evara looked at him fully now. He had imagined this moment on the road, not in detail. Detail would have been dangerous, but he had imagined the shape of it, her running to him, or him to her, or both of them stopped by astonishment before closing the distance. He had imagined her saying his name like rain after drought. He had imagined her anger too, but only as something that would break when she saw him. He had imagined forgiveness hidden inside first touch. He had not imagined her standing still with one hand bandaged, and one hand on a chair given by the Lord below, looking at him as if relief and fear had both arrived in his body. "Orren," she said. The name crossed the chamber. No song, no warmth added. Only his name. It nearly brought him to his knees. Evara, her eyes closed for one breath. When she opened them, she looked at his arm, his mouth, his bare foot, his hands, not his eyes first, his wounds. That was Evara, even dead. She counted damage before speeches. "You're bleeding," she said. He almost laughed. "I noticed." "No," she said quietly. "You don't." The old rhythm between them appeared and vanished in the same instant. It hurt worse because it still fit. He took one step toward her. Volos said no. The word did not shout. The chamber obeyed it anyway. Orren stopped because the air thickened before him. Not enough to push, enough to make another step feel like walking into deep water. His skin went cold. Water. Ivara's eyes sharpened. She saw something in his face and knew where the fear had found him. "Let him stand," she said. Not to Orren, to Volos. The Lord below looked at her. Something passed between them that Orren could not read. Familiarity. Not enough for that. Understanding, perhaps. Worse. Volos lifted one hand slightly. The pressure before Orren eased. He hated that Evara had asked. He hated more that Volos had listened. "I will not be kept from her," Orren said. Volos looked back at him. "You are standing in my house, before a dead woman you love. You have already been kept from many things." Orren's hands curled. Iren had reached the floor behind him. He said, "Nothing." That silence was deliberate. "You know why I'm here," Orren said. "Yes." "Then answer me." "You have not asked." The chamber held the words. Orren's mouth opened. Nothing came. He had said he came for her. Said he would not be kept. Said Volos knew. None of that was asking. He felt Evara watching him. She had told him to ask before. In the field. Below deck. Perhaps with no words at all in the water. Ask? The simplest thing. The hardest. Orren looked at her. "Do you want to leave?" he asked. The question scraped him as it came out. Evara went still. The blue fire moved over her face. Pell and Nim stood near the far wall, almost hidden behind one of the black columns. Orren had not noticed them at first. Pell's hands were clasped over his own mouth. Nim's eyes had gone so wide that his whole narrow face seemed built around them. Evara did not answer quickly. Orren felt the silence enter his bones. Not answer quickly did not mean no. He told himself that. Not quickly did not mean no. Volos watched him. Of course he did. Evara said, "I want many things." Orren's throat tightened. That is not an answer. It is the first honest one. The words struck harder than refusal. He looked at the chair under her hand, the black one, beside the blue fire, the one angled toward warmth. "What has he offered you?" Ivara's face changed. Only slightly. Disappointment, perhaps. "No," she said. You only made my answer about him before I finished giving it." Orren flushed. The house seemed to lean nearer. He looked down at the table, because looking at her face had become too much. Empty plate, cup, knife. The knife was long and dark-handled, edge clean, unused. His hand wanted it for no reason he trusted. "What do you want?" he asked, quieter. Evara drew breath. That should not have mattered. She was dead. Or he had been told she was, yet her chest rose, and the whole room seemed to make space for the act. "I want to know whether going back is life," she said, "or only more walking because someone ahead of me hears a song." Orren flinched. The water opened behind his eyes. "Follow me." His own voice in the storm, her face in black water. Then nothing. He gripped the edge of the table. "I thought I was saving you." "I know." That was not forgiveness. He heard that now. He did not know what to do with the sound. Volos said, "You have your answer." Orren turned on him. "No, no, no." The Lord Below's eyes narrowed by the smallest measure. Orren stepped away from the table. Pain went up his leg. He let it. You are not using her unfinished answer to close the door. Her unfinished answer belongs to her. Yes, Orren said, surprising himself. It does. Evara looked at him then, with something sharper than hope. Orren held to that. I came to ask you, he said to Volos, though his eyes remained on Evara, what it costs. Volos's gaze did not move. For what? For her return. Pell whimpered behind the column. Nim whispered, terms. Evara heard him. Her eyes flicked toward Nim, then back. Orren saw that too. The word terms changed the room. It brought Ankistro to mind. The sealed paper. Chapter 10. Rest is not love. Let us discuss what love believes it can survive, Volos said. Evara did not look away from Orren. That was the first work, not the first feeling. Feelings had become disorderly things. They rose when not called and arrived carrying other feelings by the throat. Relief at seeing him alive had come with anger. Anger had come with tenderness. Tenderness had come with fear. Fear had come with the memory of water and his back ahead of her, a pale shape in the storm that kept becoming smaller no matter how hard she kicked. So looking at him was work. His blood had fallen on the black floor and stayed there. That troubled her. The house took everything else quickly. Footprints disappeared. Doors sealed without seams. The air closed around words as if storing them. But Orren's blood remained in 2 dark drops beside the table, red-black in the blue firelight, thickening slowly. Living blood. Trespass. The record had called him. River marked Mother Killer, until Iren corrected it. No, not corrected. Complicated. That was different. Worse, perhaps. Orren's eyes were on her, wide and fever-bright, full of the kind of hope that asked to be fed before it asked whether she had bread. Evara's burned hand throbbed. She had thought she wanted him here. She had. She did. That did not make his arrival simple. Volos stood at the far side of the table, one long hand near the black glass record. The words written there had dimmed, but not vanished. They waited under the surface, like fish beneath winter ice. Iren lingered behind Orren. The road wing looked smaller in this room. Not less himself. More careful about where he placed the self he had brought. He kept glancing at the walls, the ceiling, the place where the balcony had been, as if counting ways out and finding them politely absent. Pell and Nim had retreated behind a column. Not very well. Pell's wing stuck out. Nim kept pulling it back. Evara drew a breath. What terms? Orren asked. His voice shook on the second word, though he tried to hide it. Volos looked at him. Not yet. Orren's hand tightened on the table. Evara saw the movement begin and finish, saw blood crack at one knuckle, saw the throat working as he swallowed pain and urgency and whatever the river had done to him. Not yet, Orren said. No, you asked if I would accept terms. I asked if you would accept them. I did not say you were prepared to hear them. Orren laughed once, raw and disbelieving. Prepared? Iren said, Orren, do not. The 2 words cut back over his shoulder without Orren turning. Iren closed his mouth. Evara hated that too. Hated that Orren had walked through all this, with a god beside him, and still sounded alone enough to bite any hand near him. Hated that Iren let him. Hated that Volos watched it, as if every wound in the room were a claw's finding its proper place. She put her good hand flat on the table. The black glass record cooled the air beneath her palm, though she was not touching it. Orren, she said. He looked at her at once. Too fast. The speed of it hurt. Sit, she said. He blinked. What? You are bleeding on his floor and standing because you think falling will weaken your argument. Sit. A strange sound came from Pell behind the column. quickly smothered by Nim. Orren's face changed. Pride first, then shame, then something almost like a smile, broken before it formed. "I can stand." "Yes," she said. "I can see how badly." He looked at Volos, as if asking permission by refusing to ask. Volos lifted one hand. A chair appeared behind Orren. Plain black wood. No arms. No comfort except the fact of being a chair. Orren did not sit. Of course he did not. Evara looked at him until he did. It was not graceful. His knees trembled halfway down. One hand gripped the table. The other hovered near the wound at his arm and failed to be useful. When he settled, his shoulders dropped despite himself, and pain went through his face so clearly she had to look at the table for one breath. There, still Orren, still stubborn enough to make sitting look like defeat, still alive. Volos watched him sit, with no satisfaction Evara could see. That made the whole chamber more dangerous. "Good," Evara said. Orren looked up at her. She had not meant the word to soften. It did. His eyes shone with it. No, she could not be responsible for every breath in him. She turned to Volos before Orren could make hope from the wrong thing. "Now say why not yet." Volos's gaze rested on her. "The living trespass cannot hear cleanly while the river works. What does that mean in words that do not belong to a ledger?" Iren made a faint sound. It might have been approval. Volos ignored him. "He drank from the river that carries names." I understood that. "He has been clarified?" That was the word you used. Not cleansed, not healed. Clarified. Volos looked at Orren. His doubt has not vanished. It has been filed behind the thing he most wants to preserve. Orren's face hardened. "Do not speak of me as if I am not here." "You are exactly here," Volos said. "That is the difficulty." Evara looked at Orren. He was angry, yes. Anyone could see that. But under anger was something stiller, a fixedness that had not been in him before. In Skeldrun, Orren's hope moved like flame, quick and expressive, leaning toward any air that fed it. Now his hope looked carved. The river had not made him love her. That would have been easier to hate. It had taken the love already there and sharpened it until it could cut through anything that stood near, including her, perhaps. "What did it file behind me?" she asked. Volos looked back to her. Orren whispered, "Evara." She did not look at him. Volos answered, "Uncertainty." The chamber seemed to cool around the word. Evara closed her hand on the table edge. "Can it be undone?" No. Orren stood so fast, the chair struck the floor behind him. The sound cracked across the chamber. Pell yelped. Nim hissed. Chair damage is not a strategic category. Orren barely heard them. "You will not use that to deny me." Volos did not move. Evara turned on Orren. "Pick up the chair." He stared at her. "What?" "Pick it up." "This is not. If you cannot hear me about a chair, you will not hear me about terms." His mouth opened. No answer came. Good. Let him feel that. The room waited. Even Volos seemed to wait with it. Orren bent slowly, pain stiffening his movements, and set the chair upright. His hands stayed on the back of it afterward. "I am hearing you," he said. "No," Evara said. "You are trying to hear me through the sound of getting me back." His face went pale. She had not meant to say it that plainly. No, she had. Plain things had kept her alive when pretty ones tried to carry her elsewhere. Orren lowered himself into the chair again, this time without being told. His eyes did not leave her. She turned back to Volos. "What happens before terms?" Volos said, "You decide whether you will speak with me without him." Orren went rigid. "No." The word left him before Volos had finished. Evara looked at him, his face flooded with the knowledge of what he had done. He swallowed. "I mean, "I know what you mean," she said. He flinched. Good. Not because she wanted to hurt him, because some hurts were signs that a person had touched truth before lying covered it again. Volos watched them both. Evara hated his stillness then. "You set that on purpose," she said to him. "Yes." Orren's head snapped toward the god. Volos did not look at him. A condition has no use if it does not reveal the break. "You are testing him. I am observing what already acts. That is what men say when they arrange the room." Volos's eyes rested on her a moment longer. "Yes," he said. She had no answer for that. He did not pretend innocence. That made fighting him difficult in a way she had not expected. Her father had lied even to himself. Orren sometimes did too, though his lies wore hope, and therefore thought themselves better dressed. Volos admitted the room was arranged, and waited for her to decide what to do inside it. She turned to Orren. "I need to speak with him." Orren's fingers dug into the chair back. "No." Her face hardened. His eyes shut. He forced the next word out. "Why? Better. Not enough, but better." "Because the terms are for me too," she said. "I know. No. You know I am named in them. That is not the same as knowing they are for me." Orren opened his eyes. He looked worse sitting than standing, perhaps because the chair made it harder for his pain to pretend it was purpose. His mouth had lost color. Blood had dried under his nose. He had bitten the inside of his cheek recently enough that fresh red showed when he spoke. "You think I would accept something that harms you. I think you would accept something that harms you and call it love if you believed it got me out." His face broke, only for a second. Then he looked down. Ivara's anger faltered. She did not want to be cruel. She wanted a door that opened without requiring cruelty as the key. There were so few. She crossed around the table. Volos did not stop her. The house did not stop her. Orren looked up as she came nearer. Hope rose again, cautious and wounded. She stopped just outside arm's reach. His hands tightened on the chair. He did not reach. That mattered. She let it matter. "I need one conversation that is not pulled through your fear," she said. His eyes shone. He nodded once. The nod looked like it cost more than walking. "Will you come back?" he asked. The question entered her like cold water. There it was. Not the final question. Not the bargain. Only a room and a few steps away, and already the silence behind him had teeth. Evara closed her eyes. When she opened them, she answered carefully. "I'm in the same house. That is not what I asked." "No," she said. "It is the answer I can give without lying." His lips pressed together. She thought he might argue. He did not. She almost touched his shoulder. Almost. Her hand lifted before she meant it to. Orren saw. He stilled completely. That made the almost worse. Evara lowered her hand. "I will speak with him," she said. "Then I will speak with you." Orren looked at Volos, then at Iren, then back to her. "Alone?" he asked. Volos said, "Not alone. In my house." Ivara's eyes cut to him. That was not comforting. It was not meant to be. Then why say it? To be exact. She looked back at Orren. "I will take Pell and Nim." Behind the column, Pell whispered, "Will you?" Nim whispered, "Apparently we are a virtue now." Volos looked toward them. Both creatures straightened badly. "Pell and Nim will attend," Volos said. Iren shifted. "And the first?" "No," Volos said. Iren's mouth tightened. That was quick. It was exact. "Everyone is developing a fondness for my better qualities today." Volos ignored him. Evara did not. She looked at Iren properly for the first time since Orren entered. He looked like a boy, in the way a knife looked harmless, if set down with the handle toward you. Travel-worn cloak, bare feet, bright eyes, blood at the corner of his mouth, though nearly gone. He had brought Orren here. He had spoken Malin's truth. when the record forced it. He had corrected the record. He had also withheld, until withholding became another wound. "Stay with him," she said. Iren's eyes moved to hers. For a moment, the boy mask did not smile. "I may not be the best person for that." "No," Evara said. "But you are the person standing there." A small breath left him. It might have been a laugh. It was not. "As the lady commands." "I don't." Iren bowed his head a fraction. "As the lady accurately observes." Orren said nothing. That worried her more than protest would have. She turned away before her body could betray her toward him. Volos moved first, not toward the main door, toward the blue fire. A passage opened behind the hearth. Of course it did. The fire folded aside without dimming, revealing a narrow doorway in the black stone. Blue light ran along its edges like veins under skin. Air moved from beyond it, cooler and quieter. Pell emerged from behind the column, pulling Nim by one sleeve. "Attending?" Pell announced. "Regrettably," Nim added. Volos entered the passage. Evara followed. Every step away from Orren tightened something between her shoulders. She could feel his gaze on her back. Not like a hand, not exactly. Like a held breath, like a song, waiting to begin and trying not to. She did not look back. Not because she did not want to, because she did. The passage closed behind Pell and Nim. The sound it made was soft, final enough. Evara stood in a smaller room. No, not smaller, narrower. The ceiling was high, lost in blue shadow, but the room itself held few things. A hearth without flame. 2 chairs, facing each other, across a low table. Shelves along one wall, all closed. A basin cut into the floor. Dry. A single door at the far end carved with the same leaf pattern as the empty chair in the larger chamber, though here the leaves were half buried under lines of black stone. Pell and Nim remained near the entrance. Volos took one chair. The other waited for her. Evara did not sit. Volos looked at the empty chair, then at her. "You may stand," he said. "I know." "Yes. Do you—" The question left her before she decided it was safe. Volos's eyes returned to her face. Pell inhaled sharply. Nim murmured, "We are in a smaller room, but not a safer one." Volos said, "I know you may stand." "That is not what I asked." "No." The old irritation warmed her enough to be useful. She stepped toward the chair and sat, not because he offered, because her legs shook. "I am sitting because I am tired," she said. "Not because you won." Volos inclined his head. "I did not say I won." "Do you think it?" "No." That answer unsettled her. She studied him. He sat with the same stillness as before, but the smaller room changed it. In the great chamber, his stillness had been part of the architecture. Here it looked almost like restraint. His hands rested on the chair arms, long fingers, no rings, no visible weapon. "No need for one." "Why not?" she asked. "Because nothing has concluded." "That sounds like a man waiting for the knife to finish cutting." "Yes." Her mouth tightened. Pell looked from Volos to Evara and back again, clearly deciding whether breathing was worth the risk. Nim had given up hiding his anxiety and was now arranging it into posture. Evara looked at the low table. No food. Good. She did not know whether she could bear another kindness shaped like bread. "What are the terms?" she asked. Volos said, "I have not set them." "Liar." Pell made a faint squeak. Nim whispered, "Accusation entered." Volos's expression did not change. "I have considered several." "That is what I said." "No. It is what you meant. You enjoy making people correct themselves. I value precision. You value owning the sentence." His eyes sharpened. "There, a mark? Small but present." Evara felt something in her unclench. Not triumph, never triumph here. Proof that he could be touched. Terms, she said. Volos leaned back by less than an inch. He may leave alive. Generous? No, at least you know. He entered alive. His death is not required. Only because he is useful? Everything living is useful to something. That is an ugly answer. It is a true one. Evara looked at the dry basin in the floor. Its inner surface was smooth, worn by water that was not there now. And me, you may follow. The word entered her body before her mind. Follow. She saw water. Orren, ahead. The black distance between them, widening. Her burned hand tightened. Do not use that word carelessly, she said. Volos watched her. I did not, he said. That made it worse. Evara leaned forward. Say what it means. You may leave the last house by your own steps, behind Orren Keld, along a path opened by bargain. Behind him? Yes. Why? Because he came to retrieve. That answers his story, not mine. Volos did not speak. Ivara's pulse, or memory of one, beat in her throat. Behind her, Nim's fingers clicked softly against one another. Pell whispered, "Oh, I like that question," then seemed to realize he had spoken, and covered his own mouth. Volos looked toward the carved-leaf door at the far end of the room. Not yours, he had said of the empty chair. Someone had left him, or returned elsewhere, or did both so often that the difference had become a law he hated. Behind him, Volos said, because if he walks behind you, he will carry you with his eyes. Evara went still. If he walks beside you, Volos continued, he will turn every step into persuasion. He will speak. He will sing if fear takes him. He will ask whether you are near until your answer becomes the rope he holds. The words struck too cleanly. Evara hated them, because part of her recognized their shape. Orren is not only that. No, he came here. Yes. He bled through your gate. Yes, he sang, without making me move. Volos's gaze returned to her. Did he? Ivara's throat tightened. The song in the chamber, Orren's voice broken and careful. The low beam, the field, the ship, the water. Her own tears rising because he had finally sung the absence where he had not seen her. The question at the end, placed before her like bread. Do you want the door? She had been moved, but not commanded. Had she? The doubt itself angered her. He tried, she said. Volos nodded slightly. Yes, not mockery. Agreement. That was worse than if he had dismissed it. He tried, Volos said. That is why terms remain possible. Evara sat back. The chair held her. A good chair, a dangerous chair. Then what is the trap? Volos's mouth changed by almost nothing. You assume trap. I assume terms from you have teeth. Yes, there. Teeth are not traps. They are, if hidden. I hide little. Evara laughed once, quietly. Volos watched the sound. What? He asked. You sit in a house full of sealed drawers, closed doors, an empty chair you will not name, and a song that shakes the walls. You hide plenty. Pell whispered, she is going to be eaten. Nim whispered, by conversation, perhaps. Volos looked at Evara for a long moment. Then he said, rest is not hiding. The line touched something. She did not want it to. I did not say rest, she replied. No, but you meant it. Yes. The room went very quiet. Evara looked at the leaf-carved door. The smell of spring rain was absent here, but she remembered it. The door breathing under her hand, the woman's laugh behind it. The name Nim had almost said, and then swallowed. Kore. Do not finish names you do not know in houses that remember them. She looked back at Volos. You offered me a chair. Yes. Food. Yes, a mantle. The house offered that. That is a door with another name. Volos did not deny it. You offered me nothing asked of me while I sit. Yes. Why? Because you are tired. No. The word came sharply. Volos's eyes remained on hers. Evara gripped the chair arms. No, that is true, but it is not why. My father knew I was tired. He knew exactly. He used it. Orren knows I am tired and wants to carry me before asking whether I want arms around me. You know I am tired and offer rest in a room where every door belongs to you. She leaned forward. Why? Volos said nothing. The silence stretched. It did not feel empty. It felt occupied by whatever he refused to place on the table. Then he said, because rest reveals what fear disguises. Evara stared at him. That sounds clean, she said. Yes, I distrust clean things. As you should. Then dirty it. For the first time, Volos looked almost surprised. Only almost. Good. Evara kept going because stopping would let fear recover. You want me rested because a terrified woman will run toward the nearest hand. You want me rested enough to know whether I choose. Or you want to tell yourself that. You want law clean. You want bargains exact. You want no one able to say afterward that hunger or panic made the words. Volos's gaze did not move. And because if I choose rest, she said, quieter, then you did not take me. Pell went utterly still. Nim looked at Volos, and then away. The air cooled. Not violently. Sorrow had entered the room, and taken the temperature down with it. Volos said, you think I need the distinction. Yes, I am Volos. I know. I can keep what comes to me. Then why do you bargain? The question sat between them. Volos's hand closed once on the chair arm. Once. A small movement. Large enough. Because law admits the bind, he said. Evara said nothing. Love does not, Volos continued. Love says stay and calls the command longing. Love says follow and calls the command hope. Love says I crossed death for you and waits for gratitude to become a chain. Law says chain. Evara's breath caught, not because he was right, because he was not entirely wrong. That was how he did it. Not lies, not sweet smoke, not a song that made the body lean. He said enough true things in a row that the road between them began looking straight. She thought of Orren, standing in the chamber, bleeding, saying he used his gift gently. Volos answering that gentleness was what made it cruel. She thought of her father saying home and meaning possession. She thought of herself saying duty, because daughter was harder. She thought of the chair beneath her, and how fiercely she wanted to remain in it for one more breath. Rest is not love, she said. Volos's eyes held hers. No, the word came from him like a door closing softly. At least you know that, she said. Yes, and still you offer it. Yes. Why? This time he did not look away. Because love without rest becomes hunger. Evara's mouth tightened. There was no winning against a man who knew how to put knives in bread. You speak as if you loved someone hungry, she said. The room changed. Pell went pale blue. Nim closed his eyes. Volos looked toward the carved leaf door. Not long. Long enough? Evara almost wished she had not said it. Almost. What happened to her? She asked. Volos's gaze returned to her. Not yours, he said. The chair? The answer. The words were quiet enough that she heard the grief under them. A grief guarded by law. A grief made into a room. Evara sat back. For a while, neither spoke. The house did not fill the silence. No drawers opened. No song passed through the walls. Pell and Nim made no little sounds. Even her burned hand settled into a dull ache. At last she said, If I follow him, what is forbidden Volos answered at once. He must not look back until both of you have fully crossed into the living world. There it was. Evara felt the words before understanding. Not look back. The water opened in her chest. Orren ahead, not looking. Her voice lost to storm. Her body sinking. She stood so fast, the chair scraped behind her. Pell flinched. Nim's hand went to his mouth. Volos did not move. "No," she said. "That is the term." "No, it is the term he must survive." She stared at him. "You chose that because of the water." "Yes." The answer was immediate. Bare, cruel. "You chose the place he broke." "Yes." Her hands curled. One burned, one good, both useless against him. "That is not a bargain," she said. "That is a knife held where the scar is." "Yes." She almost struck him. The thought shocked her. Not because he did not deserve anger, because she knew it would change nothing, and because some part of her wanted the satisfaction anyway. Volos watched the impulse rise and pass. "You want him to fail," she said. "No, I do not believe you." "That does not alter it." "Then what do you want?" Volos stood. The room felt suddenly smaller. Pell and Nim both took one step back. Evara did not. Volos did not approach her. He only stood, and the room remembered whose house it was. "I want the term to test what he claims," he said. "He claims love." "No," Volos said. "He claims return." Evara's throat tightened. "He may love you," Volos said. "He may want you living. He may want your hand, your breath, your future, your forgiveness, and the proof that his road through death was not wasted." Each word landed separately. "He may want all these in love," Volos said. "But return requires one thing love often lacks." "What?" "Trust without witness." Evara looked away. The carved leaf door stood closed at the far end of the room. Trust without witness. It sounded almost fair. That was the horror. "What is my term?" she asked. Volos watched her. "You walk," he said, "by your own steps. And if I stop?" "Then you have stopped." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer." "What happens if I choose not to continue?" "You remain." "With you. In the last house." "That is another not answer." "It is a larger one." Evara looked back at him. "And if I pause?" Volos's expression did not change. "There, another mark. If you pause, you pause. And if he hears silence, then he hears silence. And if he is afraid?" "Fear does not void consequence." She closed her eyes. "Orren would be afraid." Of course he would. He had already been afraid in the chamber when she stepped away. Afraid when she did not answer at once. Afraid when she gave the true answer instead of the useful one. The river had filed his uncertainty behind wanting her back. Now Volos would put her behind him and make silence into the entire road. "You are arranging the room again," she said. "Yes." Her eyes opened. Volos stood by his chair, not triumphant, not apologetic, exact as a blade laid on a table. "Do you understand what this will do to him?" she asked. "Yes." "And you still call it terms?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because if he cannot walk without making your presence certain, he cannot return you freely." Evara had no answer. She hated him for that most. A locked room with a soft bed was still locked. A road out that required Orren to trust her unseen was still a road. Both things could be true. Volos was making cruelty out of truth, and truth out of cruelty, until she could not find clean ground under either foot. She looked toward the passage back. "Orren will accept." "Yes?" "You know that." "Yes." "Then why ask him at all?" Volos said. "Because acceptance spoken by a desperate man still binds." The sentence chilled her. There, the god beneath the chair, the Lord beneath the rest. The law admitting its bind, because the bind was the point. Evara stepped toward him. Pell squeaked. Nim whispered, "Do not step toward the Lord below while angry. That feels elementary." She ignored them. "You are not kind," she said. "No, you are not fair. No, you are not lying. No, that may be worse." Volos looked down at her. He was taller than she had registered. Or perhaps the room allowed height to matter now. "Yes," he said. Evara turned away. She needed to think. No, she needed to feel without being watched. No, she needed one breath. Just one. She moved toward the dry basin and stood over it, looking into its empty hollow. Her reflection did not appear in the polished stone. Perhaps because of the light. Perhaps because the dead had poor standing in mirrors down here. Perhaps because the basin knew better than to offer another answer. By her own steps. That was her term. No one carrying. No song pulling. No father ordering. No god seating. No lover turning her choice into the measure of his suffering. Walk. It sounded simple. Nothing in her life had ever been simple when a man called it that. Behind her, Volos said, "You may refuse." She laughed. The sound was small and ugly. "Refuse? Which? Cage?" Pell whispered, "Oh." Nim did not correct him. Volos said nothing. Evara looked into the dry basin. "If I stay," she said, "what happens? You remain in the last house. With food, if wanted. With a chair, if wanted. With doors that open only where the house permits. Yes. With you." A pause. "Yes." She nodded. "And if I go? You return to the living. Hungry? Likely. Cold? Often. With no house. Yes. With Orren, if the term holds. And if it does not?" Volos did not answer. She turned. "If it does not, then you remain. And he?" Volos's eyes went still. "His song becomes forfeit to the house." The room narrowed. Evara felt the words enter her burn, her throat, her drowned lungs. "No," she said, "that is the cost. No, do not spend the word where it has no purchase." She crossed the room before Pell or Nim could react. "You cannot take that." Volos looked at her. It was the first foolish sentence she had spoken to him. She knew it at once. He could. Of course he could. That was why it was a term. Orren's song. The thing that had fed him. Warmed rooms. Moved men from cliffs. Reached Tharos. Reached her. Hurt her, too. Because no gift that powerful stayed innocent by wanting to be. His song. Forfeit. "He will not survive that," she said. Volos's answer came quiet. "Many survive losing what made them bearable to themselves." She stared at him. The leaf-carved door seemed to draw a breath. Evara understood then. Not fully, but enough. The empty chair, the closed door, the blue fire, the song beneath stone. Volos had survived something and called survival proof that the wound could become a structure. That did not make him wise. It made him dangerous. "He is not you," she said. Volos's eyes held hers. "No, I am not her." "No." The room changed again. Pell went motionless. Nim closed his eyes. Volos said nothing, but the silence around him had teeth now. Evara had struck something she did not know the name. "Good. Let there be marks on both sides. Do not make me fit an empty chair," she said. Volos's face became very still. "I have not." Yet the word stood. Volos looked toward the carved leaf door. For one breath, Evara thought the door would open. It did not. When he looked back, the ancient calm had returned, or a better imitation of it. "You should return to Orren Keld," he said. The dismissal should have angered her. It did. It also released her from the room before she could ask one question too many and lose more than she understood. She walked toward the entrance. Pell and Nim scrambled to follow, then halted when Volos spoke. "Evara Soln." She stopped, but did not turn. "The term binds only if you accept your part." She looked over her shoulder. Volos stood near the 2 chairs and the dry basin, blue light cutting his face into planes of shadow and fire. "You may refuse to walk," he said. "Now or then." "Then why do I feel you have already counted on me not refusing?" "Because you love him." Her throat closed. No one had said it plainly in the last house. Not Orren, not her, not even the house, which recorded everything, except what it could not fit. Volos said it without warmth, without mockery, without hope. A fact. She hated him for knowing. "Yes," she said. Volos inclined his head. "And because you are tired," he said. She looked at him. He did not smile. He did not need to. 2 truths. Both knives. He offered one to each hand. Evara turned away. The passage back opened before she touched it. Of course it did. Pell went first by accident, then pretended it was strategy. Nim followed, muttering about recordable emotional hazards. Evara paused at the threshold. "Orren will ask what you said." "Yes. What should I tell him?" Volos's voice followed her, like cool smoke. "What you can bear to make true." She stepped through before she could answer. The passage closed behind her. For 3 breaths, she stood in darkness between rooms. No Volos, no Orren, no Pell and Nim, though she could hear them whispering ahead. No chair under her, no hand on her sleeve, no song, only her. Evara pressed her good palm against the wall. It warmed, not opening, only there. She took 1 breath, then another. Then she walked back to the man who had come through death for her, carrying terms built from the shape of his wound. Chapter 11. The Terms. Evara left through blue fire and took the room's air with her. Orren stayed seated because she had told him to sit. That was the first humiliation. The second was that he needed to. His body had become a poor instrument in a long performance no one had given him time to rehearse. The chair held him upright while his legs shook under the table. His wounded arm throbbed against the bandage Iren had tied. His bare foot had gone numb on the polished black floor. Blood crusted beneath his nose and at the corner of his mouth. Every breath dragged over the torn place in his throat, where song had come out too often and too hard. Evara had seen all of it. She had made him sit. Then she had gone with Volos. Orren looked at the passage where the blue fire had closed behind her. It was only a wall now. No seam, no door, no sign that a woman could be taken through it and brought back. Not taken. She had walked. That mattered. It mattered in the exact way a knife mattered, because the blade was clean. Iren stood on the other side of the table, hands folded into his sleeves, his face turned toward the wall where Evara had vanished. For once, he did not look as if the world were a joke he had heard too many times. He looked tired. Good. Orren wanted everyone tired. It seemed indecent that the house could stand so steady while he was coming apart inside it. "You are thinking too loudly," Iren said. Orren did not look at him. "Then go farther away. I am forbidden several convenient directions." "You are a god. And yet doors continue to have opinions." "Open one." "No." Orren's hand tightened on the chair arm. "Try." "I have." "You stood there." "I did so with tremendous effort." Orren looked at him then. Iren's eyes were not amused. The anger in Orren lost its footing for half a breath. He hated that. He wanted Iren, easy to hate, quick mouth, evasive answers, old guilt wrapped in boyish skin, the kind of god a man could blame because the god would step aside from the worst of it and make blaming feel earned. But Iren looked toward the wall with something like shame. That made him harder to use. "Can you hear them?" Orren asked. No. The answer came too fast to be a lie. Orren's throat tightened. Can he hurt her? Yes. Orren rose halfway from the chair. The room leaned in. Not moved. Leaned. The blue seams in the walls dimmed. A drawer behind Volos's empty place slid open by a finger's width. Iren turned sharply. Sit. Orren stayed half-risen, one hand on the table, the other gripping the chair. He said yes. And you are going to do what? Bleed at the wall until it reconsiders architecture. I can sing. No, Iren said. The word cracked across the table. Pell and Nim, still behind the column. Both jumped. Pell hit his head on the stone. Nim put a hand over his own mouth, perhaps to trap a correction inside. Orren stared at Iren. The Roadwing's face had gone hard. No, Iren said again. Quieter. You do not sing your fear into his house while she is away from you. Orren's pulse hammered against his torn throat. I would not force. You do not know what you would force when afraid. The words struck too near. Orren sat, not because Iren commanded it, because the chair was suddenly beneath him again, and his knees had no pride left. He looked at the black glass record on the table. His name lay under its surface, pale and faint, like a dead fish beneath ice. Orren Keld, living trespass, river-marked, Malin's son. He put his hand over the glass before the last thought could finish forming. The glass was cold. The record did not change. She will come back, Iren said. Orren laughed once. It hurt. You do not know that. No. Then why say it? Because if I say nothing, you will fill the silence with worse things. Orren looked toward the wall again. The silence had already begun doing that. Evara, on the other side of it, standing before Volos with her burned hand tucked close. Volos offering another chair. Volos naming all the ways Orren had failed her. Volos telling her rest could be had without hunger, without weather, without Orren's need pressing at her like a cold thumb on a bruise. Evara listening. Evara wanting rest. Evara choosing it. No, not choosing. He seized the word before it could become accusation. He had asked her what she wanted. She had said she wanted many things. He had hated that answer, because it was not a door he could open with his shoulder. But it had been true. Evara always found the true shape before he did, and made him resent the effort. Iren watched him. What? Orren snapped. You stopped yourself. From what? Something ugly. Orren looked away. The house murmured softly in the walls. It had voices everywhere. Some sounded like drawers, some like distant water, some like people speaking in rooms that would never open for him. The sound pressed at his ears until he wanted to answer it with his own, just to prove he had not come all this way to sit silently while other powers chose the key and lock. A tiny movement near the column caught his eye. Pell peered around it. When Orren looked, Pell vanished back behind stone. Nim whispered, Subtle. Pell whispered, You look, then. I am looking from a safer angle. You are hiding behind my wing. It is not a wing. It is a legal screen. Orren closed his eyes, for a moment absurdly. The whispering helped. It reminded him of the low beam after a bad song. Men arguing over nothing because nothing was easier to hold than hunger. Mara cursing at a pot. Torv accusing a spoon of being bent by foreign sympathies. Ordinary foolishness. Ordinary people. A room where death was not a lord's architecture, but only something that came later. Unwelcome, and usually without clean floors. He might never see it again, even if he left. The thought slid in quietly. If he brought Evara back, where would they go? No house, no ship, No Camarath introduction, unless Ankistro still lived. And if Ankistro lived, Orren did not know whether that was promise or threat. Skeldrun remained cold. Mara remained behind. Ivara's father remained dead. Malin remained dead. His song remained what it was. Gift, weapon, inheritance, question. The river certainty in him pushed the thoughts aside. Evara first, everything after. He heard that cleanness now, because Volos had named it. Because Evara had looked afraid of it. He pressed both hands against his face and breathed through them. "Does river water lie?" he asked. Iren was quiet for long enough that Orren lowered his hands. "No," Iren said. "Then what? It makes one truth too available." Orren looked at him. Iren shrugged without humor. "A lie pushes against the world. The river is older than that. It takes what already has a claim and files it at the front of the drawer. Evara does have claim. Yes. Then what is wrong with that? Many things with claim are not rightful monarchs." Orren's mouth twisted. Another proverb. "I am deteriorating. I love her. Yes, she died because I led her." Iren did not answer. "She is there because I did not look." Still no answer. "So yes," Orren said. "Yes. That truth stands first." Iren's face tightened. "It is not the only truth. It is the one that matters now. To you." Orren rose. This time, the house did not lean. Perhaps it had learned he would only stand badly and go nowhere. He braced one hand on the table. "Do not speak like him." Iren looked toward the blue fire wall. "I was speaking like myself, which is an older and more disappointing problem. She is not many." "No," Iren said. "Do not ever say it that way again." "I won't." Orren had expected resistance. The easy answer took some of the force from him. He sat again because standing had won nothing and cost much. The passage opened, not with warning, not with a sound. The blue fire at the hearth folded aside, and the wall became a doorway. Evara stepped through first. Orren's body moved before thought. He stood. The chair tipped behind him, but did not fall this time. He caught the table edge, breathing too hard, watching her. She had not changed. Of course she had not. Not visibly. Same dark mantle, same grey bandage, same pale hair, same mouth held too carefully. But something had been added to her face, or taken from it. She looked as if she had set one more weight on an already crowded shelf, and knew exactly where it balanced. Pell came behind her, moving fast to appear useful. Nim followed, wringing his hands and looking at everyone except Volos. Volos entered last. No hurry. No triumph. That made Orren afraid. Ivara's eyes went first to the chair Orren had knocked back and righted. Then to him. She saw that he stood. "Sit," she said. Pell's mouth opened. Nim whispered, "Again." Orren almost refused. Not from anger this time, from shame. Then he saw her face. Not stern, not soft. Tired. He sat, Ivara's shoulders lowered by a fraction. That mattered more than pride. Volos returned to his place near the table. The black glass record stirred under its pale writing. A new drawer opened from the wall and glided across the chamber, joining the first above the table. This one was empty inside, waiting. Iren shifted. Volos looked at him. "You will witness. I have developed a strong dislike for that word. You will witness." Iren's mouth thinned. "Yes." Volos looked toward Pell and Nim. Pell stood very straight. "Witnessing?" Nim nodded. Under extreme protest, internally filed. Then Volos looked at Evara. She stood beside the table, not across from Orren, not beside Volos. Her own place. The house had not given her a chair. Or perhaps she had refused to let one appear. Orren could not tell. Finally, Volos looked at him. "The terms will be spoken plainly," he said. Orren nodded. Evara said, "Aloud and in order." Volos's gaze moved to her. "In order," he said. Orren's hands tightened on his knees. Volos lifted one finger. On the empty black glass, pale letters formed. First, Orren Keld may leave the last house alive. The line wrote itself. Orren barely heard it. Alive mattered only because alive could hold Evara's hand. Second, Evara Soln may leave the last house and return to the living world if she follows by her own steps. The room seemed to listen harder. Evara's face did not move. By her own steps. Good. Right. Terrible. Third, Orren Keld must walk before her along the outward path. Orren looked at Evara. Her eyes remained on Volos. Fourth, he must not look back until both he and Evara Soln have fully crossed into the living world. The words entered him like cold water. He knew they were coming before they were spoken. Still the body remembered. Dark waves are behind him, his face toward the song. Shore first, then term. Shore first. He gripped his knees harder. Evara looked at him then, only then, not long. Long enough. "I can do that," he said. "No," she said. His breath stopped. "No?" he whispered. "You can hear the term," she said. "Do not perform surviving it before he is done." The correction should have stung. It did. It also steadied him. Volos continued. "Fifth, he must not call her forward by song, command, magic, bargain, threat, name, plea, or force." Orren's mouth went dry. Not call, not even plea. Evara's eyes sharpened. "Define call." Volos said, "Any act meant to compel, hasten, bind, pull, or alter her steps from what they would be by her own choosing." Evara looked at Orren. He could not hold her gaze. The record wrote. "Sixth," Volos said, "he must not stray from the outward path. No side door. No bargain with passing dead. No road opened by Iren. No song sung to change the path's nature." Iren's face went very still. "No road?" Orren asked. "No. If the path breaks, it will not. If it seems to." Volos looked at him. "Then it will seem to. That is not." Evara said, "Ask better." He swallowed. "If I believe she is in danger behind me?" Volos said, "Belief does not alter term." Orren's jaw tightened. Evara's hand, the good one, closed once and opened. "What if she is in danger?" she asked. Volos looked at her. "The path will not harm you while the terms hold. That is not every danger." "No? What else can harm me?" "Choice." Nim made a tiny sound that might have been despair appreciating craft. Evara's mouth tightened. "If I stop, then you have stopped." "Does he fail?" "No." Orren turned toward her. The world narrowed. If she stopped, he did not fail. If she stopped, she stayed. If she stopped, he would hear. "No." "No," Volos continued. "If she ceases to follow by her own steps, the path remains open until Orren Keld reaches the living threshold. If he crosses without breach, he returns alone." Orren stood. The chair scraped. Evara did not tell him to sit this time. "No," he said. Volos looked at him. "No." The word sounded smaller the second time. Volos waited. "I did not come for a loan." "No." "Then do not put alone in the terms." "It is already in them." Orren felt the river certainty strain against something dark and huge. "Alone." The word was the whole journey reversed. The low beam after Evara left. His room, with no listener. The shore with her name tearing from him and returning empty. The beach after Malin's hand fell. He could not cross alone. He would not. Evara stepped toward him. The house allowed it. She stopped at the table's corner. "Orren," He looked at her. "If I stop," she said, "you do not make that choice for me." The sentence struck him harder than Tharos's breath. "I would not leave you." "That is not what I said." "It is what it means." "No," she said, "it is what you fear it means." He stared at her. The blue fire moved in her eyes. She was afraid too. He saw it then, not of Volos only, not of the house, of the terms, of him, of herself, of what she might choose if given one breath too many. "You would stop?" he asked. Her face changed. Not guilt, pain. "I don't know. The record did not write that." Orren wished it had. He wished the house would take the words and seal them somewhere outside him, because they were too sharp to carry loose. "I don't know," she said again, softer. "That is why the term matters." The river water in him did not like uncertainty. It pushed. He nearly said, "Then say you will come." He nearly said, "Promise me." He nearly said, after all this. He heard the ugliness before it left him. Evara saw him hear it. Her eyes filled, not with tears, with recognition. He sat down. No one told him. Volos spoke again. 7th. If Orren Keld looks back before both have crossed, strays from the path, or calls Evara Soln forward in breach of the term, the return is void. The record wrote. Orren watched each word form. Void. 8th. If the return is void, Evara Soln remains in the last house. He closed his eyes. No, no, no. 9th, Volos said. Evara inhaled. Orren opened his eyes. Volos's gaze did not leave him. If the return is void, Orren Keld's song becomes forfeit to the last house. The chamber went silent. Not quiet. Silent. Even the records stopped. Orren did not understand at first. His song. Forfeit. The words stood together, but would not become meaning. Then his body understood. His hand went to his throat. Evara stepped toward Volos. No. Volos looked at her. "No," she said again. "That is not part of return. That is punishment. It is cost. It is theft. It is term. You cannot." She stopped. Because he could. They all knew he could. Orren's fingers pressed into the hollow at the base of his throat. His song had been his first food, his first roof, his first way of making a room look at him, and not through him. It had warmed Mara's tavern. It had fed him. It had carried Evara's name before he learned how not to mishandle it. It had anchored men on a ship and soothed a hound at death's gate. It was Malin in him too, and he had only just learned enough to be horrified by that. Forfeit. If he failed, he would not even be able to sing the loss. Good part of him thought. That part frightened him. Good. If I fail her again, let the thing that failed her go with it. Evara looked at him. Do not make that face. He blinked. What face? The one that says you can bear it, because bearing it proves something. He had no defense. Volos watched them. Iren whispered, "Orren." There was warning in it. No. Grief, Volos continued. 10th. If the return is void, the failed bargain marks Orren Keld's soul. Death alone will not guarantee reunion with Evara Soln. The floor seemed to vanish under the chair. Orren gripped the table, but his hands had gone numb. Not even death. He had thought it somewhere under everything. Even if he failed. Even if Volos killed him. Even if Tharos had eaten him. Even if the house closed and the road vanished. There would still be death. A shorter road. A darker one. A final crossing no god could deny, because all living things owed it. Death alone will not guarantee reunion. The term took even that and placed it beyond reach. Evara's face had gone white. "Orren," she said. He could not answer. The river certainty had gone quiet. For the first time since drinking, he felt the full shape of doubt return. Not gone. Not filed. Not behind. Here. If he failed, he lost her. If he failed, he lost song. If he failed, even dying would not carry him to her cleanly, and the test was silence behind him. Volos lowered his hand. The final line wrote itself on the black glass. Then all the terms stood together, pale and exact. Evara turned to Volos. "Repeat the fifth." Volos did, word for word. She listened with her whole face. "Repeat the fourth." He did. "Define fully crossed. When both bodies and names stand beyond the living threshold, and no part of either remains under house jurisdiction." "Names?" she asked. "Names?" Evara looked at Iren. Iren nodded once. Grimly, she turned back. "If he speaks to me without compelling me," Volos said, "permitted if the speech does not call, hasten, bind, pull, alter, or command. How will intent be judged? The house hears intention. That is convenient." "Yes?" Orren looked up. Evara was standing straight now. Fear turned into questions, because questions gave her a handle. This was the woman from the field. The woman below deck counting exits. The woman who had asked about boots when he wanted to speak of warmth. The woman who could stand before the Lord below and make danger repeat itself slowly. Love moved through him so sharply he nearly made a sound. He swallowed it. Good. She glanced at him, not missing the swallowed sound. Of course. "What if I speak first?" she asked. "Permitted. What if I ask him to stop?" Volos said, "He may stop." "What if I ask him to turn?" The room chilled. Volos looked at her. "Then you will have chosen to void your own return. And if he refuses, then he keeps the term." Evara absorbed that. So did Orren. She could ask him to break it. He would have to refuse her. He did not know if he could. "What if I am silent?" she asked. Orren's throat tightened. Volos looked at him when he answered her. "Then you are silent." Evara said, "Silence is not refusal." "No." "Silence is not consent." "No." "Silence is not absence." Volos's gaze remained on Orren. "No." The word entered Orren and found the wound. Silence is not absence. He tried to place it somewhere it would hold. The sea answered with black water. Evara kept going. "If I pause?" "Permitted." Orren flinched. He could not help it. Evara saw. Her mouth tightened, but she did not soften the question. "If I pause for one breath?" "Permitted." "If I pause longer?" "Permitted. Unless you choose not to continue." "How is that judged?" "By you." Volos' answer surprised even Nim, whose mouth fell open. Evara's eyes narrowed. "The house will know my choice." "Yes." "And if I do not know it yet?" "Then neither does the house." The words unsettled the chamber, or only Orren. He stared at Volos. A term with a place for Evara's uncertainty. A term that did not decide for her until she did. That was not mercy. It was worse. It made the test fair enough that Orren could not hate it cleanly. Evara drew a long breath. Then she looked at Orren. "Do you understand?" He wanted to say yes. She would hear the lie before the house did. "No," he said. Her face changed. "I understand the words," he said. A tiny breath left her, almost a laugh, almost grief. "Good," she said. "That is a start." Volos said, "Acceptance must be spoken separately." Orren looked at him. "By both," Volos said. "Good." That word came from somewhere in Orren he did not expect. By both. Evara was not cargo, not prize, not a thing, the house returned, because he had sung well enough. By both. Volos looked at him. "Orren Keld, do you accept the terms as spoken, witnessed, and recorded?" The room narrowed. All of it pressed toward his mouth. Iren stood very still. Pell had both hands over his eyes, but had spread 2 fingers to look through. Nim mouthed something silently, perhaps the terms, perhaps a prayer, perhaps an inventory of everything that could go wrong and become his fault. Evara did not look away from Orren. He thought of saying no. The thought appeared and died quickly. Too quickly, perhaps. If he said no, Evara remained. He returned alone, or did not return at all. The road ended here, and everything became ash and blue fire, and a chair she might sit in because she was tired past sleep. He could not. No, the word was gone before it had lived. He wanted to promise her he would not fail. He did not. That too mattered. "I accept," Orren said. The words left him quietly. The house took them. He felt it. Not magic like warmth or song. A listening made solid. The terms moved around his ribs and settled behind his throat. The place where song began became suddenly aware of law. He swallowed. Volos turned to Evara. "Evara Soln, do you accept your part, that you may walk by your own steps along the outward path, that no return is owed unless you choose those steps, and that the bargain stands only within the terms spoken, witnessed, and recorded?" Evara looked at the record, then at Volos, then at Orren. Her eyes held his for 1 breath. 2. She did not smile. She did not promise. "I will walk," she said. Hope opened in Orren so violently that pain blurred. Not "I will come. I will walk." He heard the difference. He did. He hated the difference. He loved her for it. The house took her words, too. The blue fire went black for 1 breath. In that breath, Orren heard nothing. Not the dead. Not the records. Not Iren. Not Evara breathing. Nothing. Then the fire returned. The 2 black glass records lifted from the table, slid back to the wall, and vanished into separate drawers. The drawers closed. Volos lowered his hand. A passage opened at the far end of the chamber. Narrow, dark. No blue light inside. Only a faint greyness somewhere far beyond, like morning seen through heavy cloth. "The outward path," Volos said. Orren stood. The chair did not scrape this time. Evara moved to stand behind him. Behind, already the shape of it struck. He turned toward her before remembering. Not a full turn. Enough that she saw. Enough that Volos saw. Enough that the house noticed. Evara's face tightened. "Not yet," she said. Not angry, afraid. Orren closed his eyes, then faced the path. His hands curled at his sides until his nails bit his palms. He heard Evara step behind him. 1 step. Real. Near. The sound entered him like bread after starvation. He told himself it would be enough. The path waited. Volos said nothing more. Iren's voice came softly from behind and to the side, already farther than it should have been. No cleverness. Orren did not answer. Evara took another step. He listened. The sound was small, alive or dead. It was hers. Orren stepped into the dark. Chapter 12. The Walkout. The first step was easy. That was cruel of it. Orren put his bare foot onto the outward path, felt stone under skin, and did not turn. Nothing tore from him. No chain snapped around his throat. No hand came from the dark to take Evara back. The house did not laugh. The gate did not breathe behind him. Volos did not call after them. Only his foot on stone. Then Evara's step behind him. Small. Real. Near. The sound entered him so sharply he almost stopped walking at once. Her footfall was lighter than his. Of course it was. She was careful even here. The path was narrow enough that the dark touched both walls, and still she placed her steps as if there were spilled water to avoid, or a sleeping child under a table, or a board in her father's house that would betray her if pressed wrong. Orren took another step. Evara followed. There, again, he breathed. The outward path did not look like the road in. There were no polished corridors, no record drawers, no blue fire seams, no black glass waiting to write him into guilt. The walls on either side were close and matte dark, not wet, not dry. They drank light from somewhere ahead and gave none back. The floor rose gently under his feet, then leveled, then dipped for 3 paces before he could decide whether it had changed. The air smelled of stone, old breath, and the faintest thread of rain. Rain, living rain, perhaps. Or the house, knowing what he wanted, and setting bait out with manners. He kept his eyes on the floor. 1 step, Evara's step. His breath, her breath. Do not look back. He had thought the term would sit before him like a wall. It did not. It sat behind his eyes. It lived in his neck, in the muscles that wanted to turn whenever the sound behind him shifted. It lived in his shoulder, where the body had already begun to prepare the movement before his mind forbade it. Do not look back. The words were too large. He made them smaller. Look at the floor. Step. Breathe. Listen. No, not listen too hard. Listening could become its own kind of looking. Behind him, Evara drew a breath. Orren's body answered before he could stop it. His shoulders rose. His right hand twitched, wanting hers. The path did not punish the twitch, but it noticed. He felt the noticing like cold air against the back of his neck. "I am here," Evara said. The path carried her voice strangely. It reached him clear and close, as if her mouth were beside his ear. His eyes closed. He should not close his eyes. He opened them at once. The floor had not changed. "I know," he said. The lie nearly choked him. Behind him, after a breath, Evara said, "Do not make that sound like a song." He almost laughed. It came out as a broken breath instead. "I won't. You already did a little." "I know." The old answer. Hers, usually. In his mouth now. It landed badly and gently at once. For 5 steps, the path was only a path. Stone, breath, footfall, the ache in his bare foot, the stiffness in his booted one, the raw place in his throat where every word scraped, blood drying under his nose, the bandage at his arm pulling when he lifted his shoulder too far. Evara behind him, close enough to hear. Then Iren spoke from somewhere to his left. No cleverness. Orren started and nearly turned toward the voice. Nearly. He caught himself with both hands against the wall. The stone under his palms was warm. He snatched them back. "Iren," Evara said behind him, and there was warning in it. "I am not in the path," Iren said. He sounded near and far at once, as if he spoke through a crack that moved while he used it. "I am beside the idea of the path. Terrible place. Poor view. I do not recommend visiting." Orren stared straight ahead. A dim greyness waited far down the corridor. It might have been the living threshold. It might have been a turn. It might have been another trick of the house. "What do you want?" Orren asked. "Want? Many things. Better timing, fewer gods, a chair I did not have to bargain with." "Iren." The Road Wing's voice changed. It lost its edges. "No cleverness," he said again. "No counting loopholes. No song under your breath to make her steps fit yours. No bargain with the dark. No road if one opens where it should not. No speaking because silence bruises you." The last line struck. Orren's hands curled at his sides. "I heard the terms." "Yes, you and terms are newly acquainted. I worry the courtship is shallow." Evara said, "Let him walk." Iren went quiet. For a moment, Orren hated that she had defended him. For another, he loved her for it. Both feelings got in the way of walking. He stepped forward. Evara followed. Iren's voice came once more, softer now. "Forward. That is the entire lesson. And I am sorry for how simple it is." The path narrowed. A black seam opened in the wall to Orren's left, no wider than a hand. Iren's voice vanished into it. Then the seam closed. Orren walked. Behind him, Evara did too. The first change came as sound. Her steps became harder to hear. At first, Orren thought the path had widened. It had not. The walls remained close enough that his sleeve brushed stone whenever he swayed, but the air had thickened between his ears and the space behind him. His own breathing grew loud, too loud. His pulse sat in his throat like a drum, badly covered. The scrape of his boot against stone came back to him twice, once from the floor and once from somewhere overhead. Ivara's next step disappeared inside the echo. Orren stopped. The path did not react. He held still. Behind him, cloth moved. Good. Evara was there. He walked again. One step. No sound. Another. There. A faint scrape. Her foot. His echo. A drip from the ceiling. There was no ceiling he could see. The dark above him pressed low and high at once. He swallowed. Do not ask. He wanted to say, Are you there? The words rose fully formed, simple and harmless-looking. He bit them back. A call meant to compel her pace breaks the term. Was asking if she was there a call? Not if he only needed to know. Need was exactly the problem. He bit the inside of his cheek until blood came. Pain helped. For a while, the path turned left. Orren stopped before the bend. The turn hid everything ahead. He did not know why that mattered when he could not look behind. It did. The straight path had let him imagine one line, him, then Evara, then the house falling away. A turn made shape uncertain. Around it, sound might change. The path might double back. He might be walking toward her without knowing. He might see her by accident if the corridor curved sharply enough. He stood before the turn and hated geometry. Behind him, Ivara's breathing sounded closer. You can turn left, she said. His eyes burned. Thank you. I am not mocking you. I know. You say that when you don't. He almost smiled. Then he took the turn. The corridor did not bring her into view. Good. Bad. His relief had teeth in it. The walls after the turn were different. Stone gave way to something smoother, paler, almost like bone rubbed flat by many hands. Thin, vertical marks lined both sides. Orren kept his eyes low. But the marks shifted at the edge of sight. They were not letters, or not only. They looked like tally marks, doorframes, ribs, trees in winter. One of them whispered as he passed. Orren Keld. He kept walking. Another whispered, Singer. Another, Son. His step faltered. Behind him, Ivara's footfall came one breath later. Still there. Forward. Another mark whispered, Killer. Orren stopped. Behind him, Evara stopped too. Not because he commanded her, because he stopped. That mattered, and did not help. The corridor waited. Orren, Evara said, his name in her voice, nearly turned him. He closed his eyes, then opened them again on the pale wall ahead. I'm all right. No, she said. You're walking. It was so exactly her that a sob rose in him without warning. He held it down. I'm walking, he said. Then walk. He did. The marks continued, but stopped speaking. Or perhaps he stopped listening. The path sloped upward. The air cooled. A scent came through. Wet earth. Not stone. Not old breath. Earth. Living soil after rain. The kind of smell that had come from Skeldrun fields on the rare mornings before failure was visible. He saw the lower field in his mind. Dead stalks. Ivara's hand over his. Roots twisting free. He saw her father's house, beyond the fog. Whole then, before fire had opened it. He saw the door. He saw the belt on the peg, though he had never seen it there. He had imagined it so often that memory had begun to borrow the shape. Behind him, Evara inhaled. A small sound, not pain. Recognition. He wanted to ask what she smelled. If she smelled the field. If she smelled the house. If the house was being cruel to both of them, or merely efficient. He said nothing. The corridor opened into a low chamber. Orren stopped at its threshold. The chamber was round and empty, except for rain falling in the center. No ceiling, though there should have been one. No sky above either. The rain came from darkness and vanished before touching the floor. It hung in a narrow column, silver and soft, each drop falling slowly enough that he could see its shape. The path continued on the other side. He would have to walk around the rain, not through it. The floor near the falling water shone like wet stone. Orren's stomach clenched. Water. Behind him, Evara said nothing. Of course she said nothing. The path allowed silence. The path, perhaps, preferred it. Orren moved to the right. His boot slipped slightly on the damp curve around the rain. He caught himself against the wall with his elbow, not his hand. The injured arm sparked pain. He used the pain. The rain made no sound. That was worse. Rain should strike. Roof, basin, field, skin. Rain should have somewhere to land. This fell and did not arrive. Halfway around, he heard water in his mouth again. Not here. There, the sea, his body breathing against him. Evara behind him. The pull ahead. He stopped. His throat closed. Behind him, Evara's step entered the chamber. Then another. He could hear her clearly here. The rain took away echoes. Her foot on the wet stone. Her breath. The slight catch when she reached the curve around the silent water. He wanted to turn more than he had ever wanted applause. More than Kamarath, more than bread, more than breath when the sea had him. He stared at the opposite doorway. Evara's steps slowed. Do not. He did not know whether he meant her or himself, or the house. A sound came from behind him. A stumble. Small. Real. His whole body lurched. Evara. The name left him before he could stop it. Not sung, not command. Only fear. The chamber changed. The rain stopped falling. Every drop hung in the air. Orren froze. Behind him, Evara breathed in sharply. The suspended drops reflected tiny pieces of the room. In the nearest one, Orren saw a curved black wall. In another, a streak of blue fire that was not here. In another, a pale blur behind him. He shut his eyes. No, the drop trembled. The house listened. I am not calling her, Orren said, though he did not know whether speaking to the house helped or worsened it. I am not. Silence. Then Evara behind him, voice tight but steady. I slipped. I am standing. The rain fell, all at once. Sound crashed through the chamber. Orren flinched so hard he nearly fell. Water struck the floor, struck itself, struck the silence it had been holding. Then it was gone, vanished into stone, leaving only a damp circle and the smell of living rain. He opened his eyes. The path remained. No forfeit, no void. Evara still behind him. He had said her name. Had that been allowed? The house had not taken her. Not yet. He stepped through the far doorway before the question could swallow him. His hands shook. Do not do that again, Evara said behind him. I didn't mean... I know. That answer cut deeper, because it was true. He walked. The next corridor was longer, darker. The greyness ahead had grown brighter, or he had begun needing it more. It lay at the end of the path, like light under a door. Living world, air, rain that landed, pain that belonged to a body with blood still moving. If he reached it, and Evara followed, then they would stand beyond the house's jurisdiction, names and bodies fully crossed. He could turn then. He could see her, touch her, ask, answer, apologize, fall. Let her decide whether to catch him. If she followed, she would follow. She was walking. He could hear. No, he could not. The corridor swallowed sound again. Orren walked slower, too slow. Was slowing a kind of calling? If he slowed so she could keep near, was that altering her steps? If he hurried so the path ended sooner, was that abandoning her? If he matched the rhythm he thought he remembered, was that song? His thoughts twisted around the terms until every breath looked guilty. Volos had chosen well. The realization came cold and unwelcome. The term was not only not looking, it was making every form of care suspect. Behind him, nothing. He took another step. Nothing. Another. A faint breath? No. His own. Another. The corridor narrowed until his shoulders nearly touched both walls. He turned sideways to pass through a tight place, and immediately shut his eyes because sideways was almost back. His heart hammered. Stone scraped his wounded arm. He hissed. Behind him, cloth brushed the wall. There, he heard it. She was entering the narrow place. He stepped out of it and waited on the other side, facing forward. Waiting was allowed. Was it? He had not been told he must keep walking. Only not stray, not look, not call. Waiting was not straying, unless waiting became pressure, unless she heard him stop and felt required to hurry. Orren's hands clenched. Every mercy became a blade if he held it wrong. Behind him, Evara emerged from the narrow place. He knew because the air changed. Warmth at his back. Not much. Not body heat, perhaps. Something else. The mantle she wore? The house reacting to her? His imagination starving itself into sensation? He did not move. Evara stopped. They stood that way in the dark. 3 paces apart, perhaps less, both facing the same direction. Her breath came unevenly. He wanted to ask whether she was in pain. He wanted to say he was sorry. Not for one thing, for all of it. For the field, for the ship, for the water, for Malin, for making his grief so loud she had to stand inside it, for needing her answer too badly to hear it. Instead, he said, "I am going to walk." Safe. A statement about his own steps. Not a call, not a plea. Behind him, after a moment, Evara said, "Then walk." He did. The greyness ahead widened. Air touched his face. Cooler now. The corridor began to breathe with the living world. Not fully, not enough, but enough that his skin recognized it before his mind trusted it. Rain somewhere beyond. Soil. A far bird call. Wind in grass. Orren nearly sobbed. They were close. Behind him, Evara's steps came steady for 6 paces. He counted before he realized. Stopped counting. Still heard them. 1? No. A step. No number. Another. Then nothing. Orren kept walking. 1 step. No. His step. Another. No sound behind. The light ahead touched the floor now. Not blue, not black. Grey-white, thin as dawn under cloud. He could see the path ending perhaps 20 paces ahead. A threshold stood there. Not a door, only an arch of rough stone. Beyond it, rain fell in the living world. Real rain. He could hear it striking leaves. He stopped. No sound behind. The silence opened. Not like a room, like water. His hands went cold. He waited. No step. Evara had paused before. In the chamber, in the field, in the conversation. She paused to think, because she would not be dragged by another person's urgency. He knew this. He loved this. He had been warned. Silence is not absence. He took 1 step forward. The arch waited. The living world breathed through it. Behind him, nothing. His mind went to the sea. Not by choice. It had kept the map ready. Dark water. Song ahead. Evara behind. His body moving because stopping meant death. His certainty becoming sure. His listening deciding it was enough. His face never turning. He heard her name break in the storm. Had that happened? He did not know. He had not known then. He did not know now. His shoulders shook. No. He pressed both hands against his thighs until pain entered his fingers. Trust. The word sounded like someone else's language. Trust what? The path? The house? Volos? Evara? His own hearing, which had failed him. His own love, which had already found ways to dress fear as care. Trust without witness. He hated Volos. He hated him most because the term had found the place no song could warm. Behind him still nothing. Orren stood with the living world ahead, and Evara's silence opening behind him like water. He did not turn. Not yet. Chapter 13. A song not meant for him. Evara followed. That was the part the story would need to remember. If anyone ever sang this badly enough to make it simple, if anyone ever put Orren at the center of a dark road and made love into a man's face turned bravely forward, then someone would need to say, she followed. One step, then another. Her bare feet touched the same stone his did, though the path did not feel the same beneath her. Under Orren it sounded. She heard each of his steps ahead of her, rough and uneven. One boot, one bare foot, one body refusing to fail because failing would give him too much time to think. Under Evara, the stone warmed. Not always. Not enough to comfort. But every few paces the floor seemed to recognize her before she set her weight down. A faint warmth spread beneath her soul, held for a breath, then faded once she passed, as if the house were placing its palm under her foot and taking it away before she could decide whether to call that kindness. She did not like it. She kept walking. Orren's shoulders were too tense ahead of her. The dark swallowed much of him, but not that. She could see the line of him. One arm held wrong, head slightly bowed, fingers opening and closing at his sides whenever he heard her move. He had not looked back. Good. The thought came first, then the other one, meaner and more honest. Yet, Evara hated herself for it. He was trying. She could see the effort in every inch of him. The path had been made from the shape of his worst fear, and still he walked. He had not reached for her. He had not sung. He had said her name once, in the chamber of falling rain, and the house had listened so hard the water froze in the air. But the term had not broken. Not then. She had told him not to do it again. He had not, so far. Evara followed. The path made no room for easy feelings. Love walked with anger. Relief with suspicion. Fear with tenderness. She had thought when he came into Volos's chamber that seeing him would settle at least one thing. Either she would run to him or step away. Either the sight of him would make the living world pull harder than the chair by the blue fire, or it would show her the truth she was afraid to name. Instead, Orren had arrived bleeding and beautiful in the terrible way ruin sometimes made a person beautiful against their will, and every answer in her had become two. She loved him. She feared the need in him. She wanted life. She feared the life waiting if they reached it. She wanted rest. She did not trust rest from a man who owned every room where it was offered. Ahead, Orren's step faltered. Evara slowed before she thought. He recovered and walked on. She did too. The first stretch had almost been ordinary, if any part of this could wear that word without shame. Stone underfoot, his breath ahead, her breath behind. The old shape of two people walking the same road. One a little before the other, because the path was narrow. Then the house began choosing what silence meant. It changed sound, not all at once. Nothing in the house did kindness enough to be obvious, unless it wished to. The change crept. Orren's breathing came back from the walls, larger than it should have been. His boot scraped, and the sound returned twice, then 3 times. Her own footfalls sometimes vanished completely, swallowed by dark before they reached him. Each time, his shoulders lifted. Each time she saw him not turn. Each time, she wanted to say, I am here. She did, once. The words had helped and hurt him at the same time. She heard it in his answer. I know. He had not known. That was why he said it like a song. So she stopped giving the path her voice. That too felt cruel. The corridor bent left. Orren paused before the turn. Evara waited behind him, close enough to see one hand close around nothing. He took the bend as if turning his whole life on a hinge. She followed. The next walls were pale and scored with marks that whispered when he passed. They whispered at him first. She knew by the way he went rigid. She could not hear the words until she drew near. Singer, son, killer. Evara stopped so suddenly her toes struck stone. The marks went quiet. Orren had stopped too. His back was to her. Always his back now. That was the term. That was the shape. That was what Volos had made of them. Orren, she said. He trembled. She had meant only to steady him. The sound of his name became another weight. I'm all right, he said. No, he was not, but that was not what he needed from her. No, she said. You're walking. The words landed. She saw them reach him. His shoulders bowed once, not collapsing, only receiving the small mercy of a plain thing. I'm walking, he said. Then walk. He did. She followed. When the marks whispered at her, they used different words. Daughter, drowned, unassigned. The last one chilled her. Unassigned. She passed the mark without touching it. The wall warmed beside her anyway, not under her hand. At her shoulder, as if some unseen presence walked the other side of the stone and kept pace. No, she whispered. Not to Orren, not to the house, not quite to herself. The warmth withdrew for 7 steps, then returned under her feet. The path opened into a round chamber where rain fell from nothing and touched nothing. Orren circled it first. Evara watched his back move through the silver column's light and saw how badly he wanted the water to be only water. Her own body remembered rain differently. Rain on a bad roof. Rain in the yard while fire ate the house. Rain on the dock, where Captain Veyers had bowed and called weather an apology. Rain on the deck, before the ship split. Rain in the sea, if sea could be counted as rain when the whole world entered the mouth. She stepped into the chamber after him. The falling drops hung between them and the dark above. Each one caught a fragment. Orren's shoulder, her bandaged hand, a streak of blue fire. The leaf-carved door. No, not there, not here. She blinked. The door was gone. The rain continued falling without sound. Then her foot slipped, only a little. The stone was wet beneath the silver column, and her body had become too accustomed to dry warmth underfoot. Her heel slid. She caught herself against the wall with the good hand, not the burned one. Her breath came in sharply. Orren heard. Of course. Evara. The rain stopped. Every drop hung in the air. Evara froze. Orren stood ahead of her, rigid, face turned forward with such violence that the muscles in his neck showed. He had said her name, not sung it, not commanded, but fear had put its hand under the word and lifted. The house listened. Evara felt it everywhere, in the wall, under her palm, in the suspended drops, in the bandage around her burned hand, in the place where her lungs remembered water. I slipped, she said, steady because the path needed steady from one of them. I am standing. The rain fell all at once. Sound crashed through the chamber. Orren flinched and went on. Evara followed, slower now. Do not do that again, she told him. She heard herself say it. He answered something. She did not keep the words. She kept the feel of them. Shame, apology, fear dressed in obedience. After the rain chamber, the path darkened. Here, sound disappeared almost completely. Orren's steps ahead came and went without pattern. Sometimes he seemed close enough that she could reach out and touch the back of his torn shirt. Sometimes the dark swallowed him so thoroughly that only his outline remained, a paler break in the blackness. The path narrowed. He turned sideways to pass through a tight place and closed his eyes while doing it. Evara saw that. He thought she might not, behind him in the dark. But she saw. The care of it hurt her. He came out on the other side and waited. Waiting could be kindness. Waiting could be pressure. She did not know which one he meant. Perhaps he did not either. Evara entered the narrow place. The walls brushed her shoulders. The dark mantle caught on a rough edge and held. She stopped, tugged once, and the cloth did not free. Ahead, Orren stood with his back to her. She could see him very clearly now. The path had placed a thin grey light around him, outlining his hair, his bowed head, the hand pressed against his thigh. He was not moving, neither was she. The mantle remained caught. She could ask him to wait. He was already waiting. She could ask for help. He could not help without turning, without reaching back, without making the whole bargain bleed. The absurdity of it almost made her laugh. She unhooked the cloth herself, thread by thread, until the mantle came free. Orren did not speak. Good. Her chest hurt. Bad. She stepped out of the narrow place and stopped 3 paces behind him. For one moment, they stood close enough that she could hear him breathe. Not well, not easily. Each breath dragged across his torn throat. His body wanted to collapse. He was holding himself upright with want and terror, and whatever the river had made too clean in him. Evara wanted to put both hands on his back and say, "Enough. Sit. Bleed. We will not go another step until you stop making survival into proof." She wanted to say, "I am angry with you." She wanted to say, "I followed you." She wanted to say, "I do not know whether I am following now because I choose life, or because I cannot bear what my stopping would do to your face." She wanted one breath to belong to her before any of those sentences had to become a road. Orren said, "I am going to walk." A careful sentence. About his own steps. He was trying so hard. Evara closed her eyes. "Then walk," she said. He did. She followed. The greyness ahead brightened. The living world had a smell. That was the next cruelty. Wet leaves, soil, real air, rain that struck things and stayed, something growing under stone, stubborn and green. Evara's body reached for it before her mind could decide. The dead, or whatever she was now, still remembered lungs. Her chest opened around the scent, hungry for it. Life. The word did not shine. It stank of mud and rot and need and weather. She wanted it anyway. Then another sound came. Not ahead. Below. Behind. Everywhere, the path touched the house. Volos had begun singing again. Evara stopped walking. Only for one breath. The song did not call her. That was the first thing she understood. It did not say, "Turn." It did not say, "Stay." It did not say, "Evara Soln," in the measured way Volos spoke her name. It did not reach for her like Orren's songs did, hand warm and hungry for answer. It did not ask for the body, did not lift her grief and arrange it until she leaned. It continued. That was all. A song not meant for her, a song she happened to hear. It moved under the path, under the stone, through all the rooms she had walked, the room of unfinished meals, the record hall, the shelves of returned things, the closed green-black door with leaves carved into it. The song held those places in their shape. It held the dead who had brought hunger with them and were learning, slowly or never, that they did not need to save the last bite. It held names that had been entered wrong, and names that had no one living left to correct them. It held objects too small for history and too large for letting go. It held a woman at a dry basin, perhaps. It held an empty leaf-carved chair. It held a door that smelled of spring rain. A thread of laughter moved under the melody. Female. Low. Almost amused. Not kind, not cruel. Evara's hand lifted. The wall to her right warmed before she touched it. The path ahead remained open. Orren was only paces away. The living threshold lay beyond him, close enough that real rain silvered the air around his outline. But beside Evara, A seam appeared in the wall. Not a door. Not yet. A line of green-black light, fine as thread. It smelled of soil after frost. Her throat tightened. "No," she whispered. The seam did not open. It waited. That was worse. Ahead. Orren took another step. He had not noticed she had stopped. Or he had, and was obeying. The back of him held more tension now. He had sensed the silence. Of course he had. The whole path had been made to teach him the size of it. Evara lifted her foot. She meant to continue. She did. The song below shifted, and a voice inside it said nothing in words, but somehow placed her name against the stone. Evara Soln. Not as Orren said it. Not as Volos weighed it. Not as her father used it, when he wanted the daughter to fit back into the work of the house. The house almost said her name as a question, not received, not unassigned, not forfeit. Question. Her lifted foot hovered above the path. What are you? The warmth seemed to ask. Evara did not know. Alive? No. Dead? Yes, but not correctly. Daughter? No father left to hold the word. And yet the word still had hooks. Beloved? Yes. Not only. Returned? Not yet. Staying? Not yet. Following? She looked at Orren's back. He had stopped. Not turned. Stopped. The space between them filled with all the water in the world. Orren, she wanted to say, but his name might become a rope, or a knife, or a mercy that made the next mercy harder. The seam in the wall stayed beside her, green-black, patient. Volos's song went on below. It did not hurry her. That was the temptation, not the door, not the house, not Volos, with his exact hands and dangerous chair. The temptation was the absence of hurry. No one had given her that. Her father's hunger had set the pace. The fields failing, the roofs leaking, Orren's offer, the ship's tide, the wreck, the sea, the house opening. Before she understood the cost, Orren coming below with all his pain made into a demand he tried to call a question. Now the path waited. The house waited. The Lord below sang a song that would continue whether she answered or not. Evara took one breath. Only one. Her own. Ahead, Orren's shoulders rose. The breath had been enough to frighten him. Evara's heart clenched. She lowered her foot. Not backward. Forward. A step. Small, but hers. Before it touched the stone, Orren stopped breathing. She could hear that. Somehow she could hear that. Then he whispered, so softly that she might have imagined it. "Do you follow?" The question reached her without turning. It was not sung. It was not command. It was terror trying to wear words. Evara opened her mouth. "Yes," she could say. "I am here. I was here. I only needed—" Orren turned. Not all at once. Shoulder first, then neck, then the side of his face, entering the grey light. The bargain broke before their eyes met. But their eyes did meet. That was the worst mercy. He saw her, 3 paces behind him, 1 foot lowered after a single pause, 1 hand still hovering near the warm wall, the green-black seam beside her, unopened, her mouth already shaping his name. He saw that she had been there. Evara saw him understand. His face broke open. Relief, horror, shame, love, all of it, too late. The path took 1 deep breath. "No," Evara said. She did not know whether she meant him, herself, or the house. The stone under her foot went cold. Chapter 14. The hand almost taken. The stone under Evara's foot went cold. Not winter cold. Not sea cold. Law cold. It entered through her soul and moved upward, taking the shape of every word Volos had spoken. Her step stopped before it touched fully down. Her hand still hovered near the wall. The green-black seam beside her sealed itself so quickly that afterward she could not prove there had been anything there at all. Orren had turned. He stood 3 paces ahead, though the path had already begun arguing with the distance. His shoulder remained twisted toward her. His face was half lit by the grey of the living world, half held by the dark of the house. One eye bright with relief, one already filling with horror. He saw her. He saw that she had been there. Evara had thought some truths would feel better once witnessed. This one did not. "Orren," she said. His name reached him. The path shuddered. Then the space between them lengthened, not like a road stretching, not like a room growing, more like a sentence being revised after it had already been spoken. 3 paces became 5. 5 became something the eye could not measure cleanly. The floor pulled thin between them, black stone sliding under black stone without sound. The arch ahead blurred. The rain beyond it flattened into a grey sheet. No drops, no leaves, no living world, only the idea of escape receding. Orren reached for her. He did not seem to know he had done it. His hand came up, open, desperate, blood dark at the knuckles. The movement broke something in his face. The hope vanished first, then the certainty. What remained was the boy from the low beam, struck by a silence he could not turn into music. "I thought," he said. The path drank the rest. Evara's lifted foot came down. Cold seized both her legs. She gasped and reached for the wall. It was no longer warm. The house had withdrawn its palm. The stone beside her felt smooth, dead, and final. "I was there," she said. Orren flinched, as if the words had crossed the widening space and struck him. "I know," he said. "No." Her throat hurt. "You know now." His mouth opened. No sound came. The path beneath them cracked. Not physically. No split opened in the stone. No jagged line ran between them. But Evara felt the break through the soles of her feet, through the burned hand tucked at her side, through the drowned place in her lungs that had never stopped remembering water. The bargain had been a held breath. Orren had exhaled. Behind him, the grey arch dimmed. Behind her, the dark of the last house deepened. A sound moved under the path. The house breathing in. Evara took a step toward him, or tried. Her foot dragged against the stone, as if the floor had become thick mud. The cold climbed to her knees. Her mantle pulled backward, though no hand touched it. The air around her grew dense and dark, clinging to cloth, hair, skin. She leaned forward with all her weight. Orren's hand stretched farther. "Take it," he said. The words came clearer this time. Too clear. The path listened. Evara felt the terms wake around them, like teeth lifting from sleep. "Orren, don't. Take my hand. That is a call." "No." His voice broke. "No, I'm not, Evara, please. Please." The word had always been dangerous in him. It made hunger kneel and pretend it was kindness. She forced another step. This one moved her, perhaps the width of a finger. The house pulled back harder. Orren stumbled toward her, and the path buckled under him. He dropped to one knee, caught himself on his wounded arm, and cried out. Blood struck the stone beneath his hand. The moment his blood touched the path, red lines flared around it. Words, not letters she knew at first. Then the house changed them, because it wanted to be understood. Breach. Orren looked down. His face emptied. "No," he whispered. The red lines spread from his blood toward her, thin as roots under frost. Breach by sight. Breach by call. Pending forfeit. "No," Evara said. This time the word was for the house. It did not care. The lines reached the space between them and stopped, waiting. Orren lifted his head. Something changed in him then. Evara saw it happen, and feared it before she knew what shape it would take. Grief found the river water certainty inside him. Fear found song. Shame found the old place where he had always gone when words could not survive plainly. His mouth opened. "Orren," she said sharply. "Do not sing." His eyes fixed on hers. "Not past her. Not toward the door. I can fix it." The sentence chilled her more than the stone. "No, I can. Not like this," he began, anyway. The first note was almost nothing, a torn breath, a thread of sound pulled through a throat that should have been allowed to bleed in peace. It shook when it entered the path, weak enough that for one foolish heartbeat, Evara thought it might fail on its own. Then the house answered, not with welcome, with resistance. The path darkened. The red lines flared brighter. The air between them thickened until the note moved visibly through it, a pale vibration crossing the dark like a strand of hair in water. It touched Ivara's chest. Her body moved. Not much, only a lean. But she felt it. Her ribs lifted toward him. Her burned hand opened inside its bandage. Her good hand rose from the wall, fingers stretching. Memories brightened all at once. Too sharp at the edges. Orren laughing in the low beam. Orren in the field with mud on his cheek. Orren offering the last of his broth. Orren stopping the hum when she told him to. Orren saying her name on the ship, as if it had been the only word he still trusted. The song made all of that near, too near. The house pulled backward. The opposing forces met inside her. Evara screamed. Orren's song faltered. Good. Let it falter. But then he heard the scream as pain, and because he was Orren, because he had always moved toward pain with music in both hands, he sang harder. The note widened. Blood ran from his nose. "Orren, stop! I have you. You don't." The words tore out of her. He did not stop, or could not, or heard her, and believed stopping meant losing her. The song called her name without saying it. That was worse. If he had spoken Evara Soln, the house might have broken him at once. Instead, he sang the space her name occupied in him. The low beam silence, the field, the water, the hand that had not reached his, the one breath she had taken on the path. Her whole self, or the version of her his grief knew how to hold. It pulled. Evara slid forward. The stone beneath her feet fought. Her knees nearly buckled. The dark mantle snapped backward, hood choking against her throat. She ripped at the clasp with her burned hand, and pain flashed white. The clasp gave. The mantle flew behind her and vanished into the dark, swallowed before it touched the floor. Without it she felt smaller, colder, more herself. She reached toward him by choice. That mattered. It had to matter. His song pulled, yes. The house pulled back. But her hand opened because she wanted his. She wanted him alive. She wanted his face, not to hold that ruined look. She wanted to cross the space and strike him and hold him and tell him he had broken the only term that asked him to trust her. She wanted all of it at once. "Orren," she said, "listen to me." "I am." "No, you're singing." He sobbed through the next note. The sound went through her. The song wavered and changed, becoming less shaped, less careful. The gentleness he had managed in Volos's chamber tore under panic. This was no question placed on a table. This was a hand closing around a wrist in water. This was a man saying, "Stay close," while swimming toward a song only he could hear. Evara felt herself pulled another step. The house answered. The walls opened on both sides of the path, not doors. Records. Drawers slid out in long, dark rows, one after another, impossible in the narrow passage. Black glass faces glimmered inside them. Lines of red light wrote themselves too fast to read fully. Return void. Terms breached. Evara Soln retained. Orren Keld forfeit pending. Living trespass marked. Song claim contested. Song claim. Evara's stomach turned. "No," she said again. The record nearest her opened wider. Her own name appeared. Evara Soln. Below it, the line began to form. Failed to follow. She slammed her good hand onto the glass. The writing stopped. The house went still. For one breath, even Orren's song thinned. Evara leaned into the record, palm burning cold against the glass. I followed. The letters flickered. Failed to... I followed. The glass beneath her palm warmed. Orren's song tugged at her ribs, pleading now, desperate, almost childlike. The house pulled at her back. The record held under her hand, waiting for the right words or the wrong ones. I was there, she said. The line on the glass broke apart. For a moment, nothing replaced it. Then, slowly, new words formed. Evara Soln. Present on path at time of breach. The record slammed shut. The force threw her forward. Orren cried out and reached with both hands. The distance between them collapsed by half. Their fingers were suddenly close enough for heat. His heat. Living warmth, fevered and rain-salted and blood-borne, crossed the last span before skin did. Evara felt it in her fingertips and nearly sobbed. Orren saw her hand. His song became a raw, rising thing. Almost, he gasped. No, that word was death. Almost was the thing stories fed on when truth had gone hungry. Almost saved. Almost touched. Almost enough. Almost could make a whole life into a room a person never left. Evara stretched anyway. Her shoulder burned. Her hand shook. The bandage around her burn unwound in a long grey strip and streamed backward into the dark like smoke. She reached with the burned hand, too, because pain had already spent itself, and because one hand was not enough for all that unfinished wanting. Orren's fingers reached hers. A drop of his blood lifted from his knuckle and hung in the air between them, not falling. Not yet. It drifted toward her, slow as a thought. It touched her first finger. Warm, real, not his skin, only blood. Still, his face changed, as if he had felt the contact. Evara made a sound that might have been his name. His fingers strained. The tips of them brushed the heat around her hand. Not the hand. The air trembled between their skin. Then the song broke. Not stopped. Broke. Orren's voice cracked open on a note too large for the ruined throat, carrying it. Blood spilled from his mouth, bright against his teeth. He doubled forward and still tried to sing. The sound that came out was no longer beautiful. It was wound. It was need without music enough to hide itself. The house accepted that. The red lines between them flared white. The word arrived with no voice, and every voice. Forfeit. Orren's eyes widened. Evara understood before he did. The house was no longer waiting to see whether the breach could be corrected. The terms had crossed from bending into breaking. Volos did not appear. He did not need to. His law had always been here. In the floor. In the records. In the path that had allowed them just enough hope to know the shape of loss. The pull on Evara's back became a hand, not one hand. The house. She was taken from the space between one breath and the next. Her fingers swept through where Orren's had been. Nothing. No! He shouted. No song now. Only voice. Only man. That almost undid her more than the song had. The path tore open behind her. Dark corridors unfolded. Records and blue fire and leaf-carved shadow flickering in them. The house drew her backward through its own impossible throat. Orren lurched after her. The red lines caught him across the chest. He struck them like ropes and fell to his knees. "Orren!" she screamed. He lifted his head. The look on his face would follow her through every room of death. Not because he had lost her, because he knew. He had turned. She had been there. He had sung anyway. The house pulled harder. Evara clawed at the stone. Her nails found no purchase. Her burned hand left a streak of bloodless heat on the floor. The path stretched. Orren blurred. The grey arch beyond him vanished entirely. He reached one last time. So did she. Their hands passed close enough that the air between them warmed. Not touching, never touching. Then the last house remembered its claim. Chapter 15. Forfeit. Forfeit. The word did not enter Orren's ears. It entered his throat. He felt it there first, cold and narrow, a line drawn across the place where sound became song. His mouth was open. Blood was on his tongue. Evara's hand had just vanished from the space in front of his, close enough that the warmth of her almost touch still lived between his fingers. Then the house spoke its word. Forfeit. Orren tried to sing through it. The first note tore out of him like cloth caught on a nail. No beauty, no shape, only refusal. The path buckled under his knees. Red-white lines crossed his chest where he had struck the broken terms, and they held him back with no more thickness than thread. He pressed both hands against them. They did not cut his palms. That would have been kinder. They simply refused him. Evara slid backward down the darkening path, pulled by the house's unseen claim. Her torn bandage streamed from one wrist. Her hair lifted in a wind he could not feel. Her face was turned toward him, mouth open, eyes furious with fear. Orren! His name reached him. The terms tightened. He sang anyway. He sang because she was there, because she had been there, because she had followed. And he had turned, and now the house was taking her for the shape of his fear. He sang because if he stopped, then the last true thing between them would be the moment his hand failed to close around hers. He sang the low beam, the old room, the bad rafter, Mara's pot, Torv's wrapped fingers tapping the table, the boy under the bench pretending to sleep, Evara by the door, not clapping, listening too closely for him to survive it. The sound came out wrong. The room, in memory, did not warm. No shoulders lowered, no cups paused, no breath gathered. He pushed harder. His throat opened inside. Something tore in it. Not flesh only, though flesh tore too. Blood filled his mouth and spilled over his lower lip. He tasted iron, salt, and river cold. Evara stopped sliding for half a breath. Only half. Her hands clawed at the stone. Her fingers found no purchase. The house drew her back inch by inch. The red lines around Orren flared. Forfeit? Accepted. No, he said. The word was voice, not song. Not enough. He reached inside himself for the place where songs began before words, the small hidden chamber behind the ribs. The first hum he had ever made as a hungry child, because quiet had frightened him. The part of him that could take a room's sorrow and give it a shape people could hold without cutting themselves. He found it. For one breath, he found it. There was the little note he had never sung aloud for anyone but Evara. Not even fully for her. A private turn, half melody, half wanting. It belonged to the way she looked when she pretended not to smile, to the patched seam at her sleeve, to the field in fog, to the blue string he had tied to her basket, because foolish things were easier to find in the dark. He reached for that note. The house reached too. Orren's song became a thing with weight. He felt the house take hold of it, not by sound, by root. Every song he had ever carried tightened inside him at once. The tavern songs, the winter tunes, the donkey verse, the little hum he used to settle babies, the half-written Camarath melody he had been ashamed to want, the rough anchor song he had thrown across the deck in the storm, the blood-broken harmony he had shared with Malin before Tharos, the question he had sung to Evara in Volos's chamber. All of them drew inward. Threads pulled through the eye of a needle. Orren screamed. This time the scream carried no music. That was the first loss. The world did not lean. The path did not tremble for him. The records did not hesitate. The dark did not open. Evara did not move closer. He screamed again. And it was only a man's throat breaking around pain. Evara heard. He saw that she heard. Her face changed more terribly than if he had vanished. "Orren, stop!" The words reached him through the lines, through the dark, through the house's cold machinery. Stop. He had heard her say that before, below deck, in the little room, with the too small window, after he hummed, and her shoulders lowered without her consent. Stop. He had not learned fast enough. The house pulled. Something left him, not the sound in his mouth. Not yet. Something below that. The note that lived before breath. It went out of him like a light taken from a room, and carried beyond a door. He reached for it with everything he had left, but his own body had become unfamiliar territory. His chest still moved. His lungs still dragged air. His tongue still shaped blood and words. But the inner place was empty. No, not empty. Worse. Ordinary. He tried to hum Evara's name. Only breath came. Flat, wet, broken breath. The loss struck him so hard he forgot the lines holding him. He dropped forward, onto both hands. The red-white terms crossed his back, pressing him down. His injured arm collapsed beneath him. His shoulder hit the stone. Pain should have filled him. There was too much absence for pain to reach the edges. Evara was farther away now. The path behind her had become corridors. He saw them opening and closing around her. Record drawers. Black stone, blue fire through cracks, the flash of a leaf-carved door. The room where she had stood with one hand on a chair that was not his to resent, and could not be blamed for existing. She was being taken into the house, not thrown, not dragged like prey, claimed like a line entered correctly after argument. That was worse. "Orren!" she called again. He tried to answer. Her name formed in his mouth. Evara. It did not go anywhere. The word fell between his teeth and the stone. No thread carried it. No warmth. No reaching. No room turned toward it. It was only sound, and the failure of sound. Evara's eyes widened, as if she felt the difference too. He tried again. Evara. Nothing. He clawed forward. The red lines tightened around him. One crossed his throat now, not touching the skin, but resting inside the space where his song had been. The house had not needed to cut him. It had found the more exact wound. From somewhere beyond the collapsing path, Volos's voice came. Not loud, not angry. Forfeit accepted. Orren struck the line at his throat with both hands. His fingers passed through nothing and hit his own skin. He dug in until nails broke flesh. "Give it back." The dark did not answer. "Give it back." His voice cracked. No power, no resonance. No boy from the low beam who could make hunger laugh. No singer on a ship who could anchor men to their bodies. No son of Malin who could harmonize with a dead mother at a gate. Only Orren Keld, bleeding on a path he had broken. The house began to close. The distance between him and Evara folded in pieces, not shortening, ending. Whole stretches of path vanished, as if they had never been allowed to exist. Evara stumbled backward when the floor changed under her. Her good hand struck a wall. The stone warmed under her palm. Even now, even as it took her, it warmed. Jealousy rose in him, absurd and sick. The house answered her touch. He had not. No, he had answered with fear, with song, with pull. Evara pushed herself upright. Her burned hand hung open at her side, unbandaged now, pale and raw in the blue-black light. She looked at him across the closing dark. No farewell sat ready in her face. There was too much left. That was the cruelty. He had thought death made endings large. It did not. It cut people in the middle of ordinary sentences and left all the rest trapped in the body. Her mouth formed words. He could not hear them. The house had begun taking sound too. He saw only the shape. I was there, maybe, or stop, or Orren. He would never know. The red line around his throat tightened. A mark burned under his tongue. Orren gagged and pressed one hand to his mouth. The taste of river water returned, cold and clean and terrible. The river had filed his need. The house now stamped the file shut. Something wrote itself inside him, not on skin, not on bone, deeper, a line of law, drawn through the part of him that would one day cross death. He felt it circle his soul like a wire around a wounded branch. Failed return bargain. Song forfeit. Reunion unguaranteed. He did not know the words fully, but he felt their shape. Even death would not be a road he could trust. That understanding broke something quieter than song. His body had been holding one last comfort without asking his permission. If all else failed, if the path closed, if Volos kept her, if Orren crawled out alone, there would still be death someday. All men went below. All songs ended. He could die, and perhaps dying would take him where love could not. The mark took that from him. Not even death. Orren made a sound too small for the size of the wound. Iren appeared at the edge of the collapsing path. Not ahead, not behind, to the side, where the old road must have still clung to one broken seam. His face had gone white, the boyishness stripped clean from it. One hand was outstretched, but not toward Evara, toward Orren. No, Orren said. He did not know whether he meant help or refusal. Iren stepped closer and hit an invisible boundary. The impact drove him back a pace. His cloak snapped in a wind that did not touch Orren. "Iren!" Orren shouted. "Open it!" The road wing looked at the space where Evara was disappearing, then at Orren. His mouth worked once. No joke came. "I cannot." "Open it." "I cannot." "You mean you will not." Iren's face twisted. "No," he said. "I mean cannot. There are words even roads obey." Orren crawled toward him because he could not crawl toward her. "Then break them." "I cannot." "You brought me here." "Yes." "You opened the road." "Yes." "Open this one." "There is no road there now." Orren's hand found Iren's ankle. For one instant, he gripped something solid. Living? Divine? It did not matter. A body, a witness, a thing not yet taken by the house. "Please," Orren said. Iren looked down at him. The pain in the god's face was not enough. Nothing could be enough. "I am sorry," Iren said. Orren released him as if burned. "Do not spend sorrow on me. You gods count it badly." The words were ugly. Good. Let them be ugly. The path behind Evara folded again. Now she stood within a doorway of blue fire. Volos was not visible, but the light belonged to him. The house behind her had become chamber and record and shadow. Pell and Nim were not there, or Orren could not see them. Only Evara, framed by the place that held her. She looked very small. No, she looked exactly herself. And the house looked large. There was a difference. She raised her burned hand, not reaching now, showing it. Open palm, empty. His chest caved inward. She had followed by her own steps. She had paused by her own breath. He had turned by his own fear. He had sung by his own need. The record would know. Would it? Would anyone above? Would the world sing that she had failed to follow, that he had loved too much, that a woman was lost because she hesitated, that a man's backward glance was romance instead of mistrust? No, he tried to stand. The lines forced him down again. "Write it," he rasped. Iren crouched. "What?" Orren's eyes stayed on Evara. Write that she was there. Iren went still. The blue fire around Evara flickered. Perhaps she heard. Perhaps the house did. Perhaps both. A drawer opened somewhere in the dark with a sound like a held breath becoming paper. Evara's face changed. The distance was too great now for him to read it clearly. But he thought, for one heartbeat, that she understood. Then the doorway closed. Evara vanished. No sound, no final cry. no hand almost touching his, only the place where she had been. Blue light fading into black stone. Orren stared. The red lines around him released. He fell forward. His forehead struck the path. Stone became water. Water became void. Void became wind. The outward path tore itself apart beneath him, not in pieces, but in meanings. Floor forgot it had been floor. Walls forgot direction. The grey arch ahead burst into light and then went dark. The house expelled him, the way a body expelled poison, not with hatred, but because keeping him violated its own law. He rolled through blackness. Iren shouted somewhere, or perhaps Orren did. The mark under his tongue burned. His throat opened around a song that was not there. He reached for Evara's note. The private one? The foolish one. The one that had lived under every verse. Since the low beam, nothing answered. He fell upward. For one suspended breath, he saw the gate from inside. Bone pillars. Taros's dark center eyes. The river beyond carrying names. Malin's feather turning in a little fire and refusing to burn. He reached toward the feather, without knowing why. It became a hand. Malin's hand. No, Evara's. No, his own. Empty. Then the last house closed. Orren hit living ground hard enough to break the breath from him. Rain struck his face. Real rain. It landed. It ran. It entered his mouth, and his body swallowed because bodies wanted to live even when the person inside them had lost every argument. He lay on his back under a grey sky and opened his mouth. To call her, to sing her name into the world until something answered. Only breath came out, a torn, ordinary sound. Iren landed beside him a moment later, harder than a god should have needed to. He went to one knee, one hand braced in the mud, the other reaching for Orren and stopping short. Orren? Orren turned his head. The world tilted around the motion. Grass, stone, rain, a black opening in the earth several paces away, shrinking as he watched. Old road marks fading from the ground. Iren's face above him, wet now, finally wet, hair plastered to his forehead. Behind Iren, the opening sealed. No seam, no door, no road. Orren looked at it until rain blurred it from him. Then he tried to hum. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. His mouth filled with rain water and blood. Iren closed his eyes. Orren understood then that the god had known before he did how final the wound was. Rage came, too late to be useful. He rolled onto his side and clawed at the mud, dragging himself toward the vanished road. His fingers sank into wet earth. Grass tore under his nails. Open it. Iren's voice came behind him. Orren, open it! There is no. Orren lunged at him. His body failed before anger reached its target. He collapsed half across Iren's knees, shaking so violently his teeth struck together. Iren caught him. This time, Orren had no strength to pull away. He hated that more than the rain, more than pain, less than silence. Give it back, Orren whispered. Iren's arms tightened. He did not ask what. Good. If he had asked, Orren might have killed him for the mercy of not knowing. I cannot, Iren said. Orren pressed his forehead into the wet cloth at Iren's shoulder. The sound that left him was not song, not speech, not even weeping at first. It was the body discovering that grief did not need music to become unbearable. Rain fell harder. The earth drank it. The sealed road stayed sealed. And inside Orren, where song had once lived like a small hidden fire, there was only the cold outline of a door he could no longer open. Chapter 16. What she could not say. The house took Evara backward through itself. Not down, not away, backward. She knew the difference, because every room she had passed through returned to her in the wrong order, each one opening around her for less than a breath before folding into the next. The path vanished. The grey arch vanished. Orren vanished last, though her eyes kept making him in every dark seam ahead of her. His hand, his face, his mouth shaping her name after the song had gone flat. Then the record hall swallowed her. Drawers opened along both sides of her, thousands of them, black glass faces flashing with pale script. She struck one shoulder against a cabinet and did not stop moving. The house pulled without hands. Her feet dragged over polished stone. Her burned hand scraped a drawer edge, and pain went bright up her arm. Names blurred past. Evara Soln, present on path at time of breach. Orren Keld, terms breached. Return void. Song forfeit. Failed return bargain. No, she said. The house did not stop. She reached for a drawer as it passed. Her fingers caught the lip. For one instant she held, body stretched between the pull and the record wall, arm shaking, nails biting into black stone. The drawer slid open beneath her hand. Inside, writing formed too quickly. Evara Soln. Failed return. Retained. Under lawful. I followed. The words came raw. The writing paused. She hung there, breath tearing in and out of her dead lungs, hair across her mouth, burned hand useless at her side. I followed, she said again. The drawer warmed. Then the house pulled harder. Her grip tore free. The record hall became the room of unfinished meals. A chair knocked backward as she stumbled through. Tables stretched on every side, each with food waiting for someone who would never need to eat it. The saved crust, the child's porridge, 3 grains on a plate that were not her seed, and still made her chest hurt. Her hip struck a table. A cup tipped. It did not fall. Nothing here was allowed the mercy of breaking by accident. Evara caught herself on the edge of the table, and nearly stayed there. Only a breath, only one. The thought struck so hard she almost laughed. That was all she had taken on the path. One breath, a breath that belonged to no one else. The house had waited. Volos had sung. The living world had waited ahead. Orren had not. The pull took her again. The table slid from her hands. She fell through the room of returned things. Hooks rattled. Buttons trembled in dishes. Combs, knives, letters, locks of hair, and little useless treasures turned their attention toward her as she passed. For one instant, she saw a blue thread in a glass dish and reached before she could remember. It was not hers. Her fingers closed on air. Then the green-black door with living leaves appeared at the end of a corridor. Closed. Still, smelling faintly of rain. Evara stopped moving. Not because the house released her, because the door looked at her. There was no better word. It stood at the far end of the hall, carved leaves dark and glossy, the notch in one leaf still visible near the center. The smell of spring soil entered the air, soft as a hand under the chin. Somewhere behind the door, a woman laughed once. Not kindly, not unkindly, as if she had seen this before, and was tired of being right. Evara's feet touched the floor. For 3 breaths, nothing pulled. Her burned hand shook at her side. Her other hand pressed against her ribs. Her mantle was gone. The torn dress beneath it clung to her body in strips and ash-stiff folds. One shoulder was bare. Her hair had come loose around her face. The grey bandage was gone from her burn. She could see the ruined skin in the green-black dimness, blistered and pale where it was not angry red. The door breathed. Evara thought of Orren on the path. Do you follow? She thought of her father at the table. Girl, she thought of Volos by the blue fire. You may sit. She thought of herself in the water, following until her body could not make forward happen any more. The door stayed closed. Good, she thought. She did not know whether she could bear another thing opening for her. The house took her again. This time, gently. That was worse. The corridor folded, and the blue fire chamber rose around her. Evara fell to her knees on the black floor. Her good hand struck stone. Her burned hand she held close, and failed to protect from the impact. Pain flashed white. She did not cry out, not because she was strong, because the sound stuck somewhere behind everything else. The chamber was quiet, too quiet after the path. No Orren, no Iren, no living rain, no grey arch. Blue fire turned over itself in the hearth. The table stood where it had before, empty plate, knife, cup, black chairs, one carved with leaves at the far end, held in shadow and waiting for someone not here. Volos stood beside the fire. He had not sat. That was the first thing Evara noticed, and she hated herself for noticing, because it meant she had already begun learning him as one learned dangerous weather. He did not look triumphant. That did not comfort her. Pell and Nim stood near the table. Pell's eyes were wet and too wide. Nim had both hands locked together so tightly his thin fingers looked ready to break. No one spoke. Evara pushed herself up. Her knees failed. She remained on the floor. For a moment, that was all she could do. Kneel on black stone. Breathe. Feel the burn in her hand. Feel the absence of Orren's warmth from the space between her fingers. They had almost touched. No, not almost. Almost was a liar with a pretty voice. His blood had touched her. She looked at her fingers. There, on the first finger of her good hand, a dark red smear had dried along the knuckle. Orren's blood. Not his hand, only blood. She pressed her thumb to it. The mark did not vanish. Volos's gaze lowered to her hand. Evara closed her fist. "Do not," she said. Her voice sounded strange. Volos did not ask what she meant. Good. If he had, she might have thrown herself at him for making her explain the shape of a wound while it was still open. Pell took one step toward her. "Evara." Nim caught his arm. Pell shook him off, but stopped anyway. "I mean, Mistress Soln, He had no words. That made him better than the rest of them, for one breath. Evara looked at Volos. "Where is he?" "Living ground." The answer entered her body before anger could. Alive. Orren was alive. Songless, perhaps. Marked, perhaps. Broken, certainly. But alive. She closed her eyes. Relief came again, rude and unwelcome, throwing itself across the floor of her grief. She wanted to hate him cleanly, and could not because alive mattered. It mattered even now. "How far?" she asked. "Beyond the house." "Can he come back?" "No." She opened her eyes. Volos did not soften the word. "No. Exact. Final. Useful to no one." Evara stood then, not gracefully. She braced one hand on the floor, pushed, swayed, and caught herself on the table edge. Pell flinched toward her again, and stopped himself with visible effort. Nim looked as if he approved and feared approval might be a punishable category. Volos watched. He did not help. Good. She hated him less for that, and hated herself for the calculation. "The bargain is ended," he said. "No," Evara said. Volos's eyes held hers. "It failed," she said. "Yes. Do not make ending sound clean. The bargain is ended by failure." "There. Say it that way." Pell stared at her. Nim whispered, "Correction? Accepted?" Pell whispered back, "Do not narrate." Volos said nothing. That silence did not give her victory. It gave her room. Evara turned toward the table. Her legs still shook. The chair he had offered earlier stood by the fire, angled toward warmth that was not warmth. It waited. Of course it waited. Every tired part of her wanted it. That made her angry enough to remain standing. For a while. Then the shaking grew too large for pride. She crossed to the chair and sat, because she chose to sit, because her legs were no longer honest, because refusing rest in order to spite a god was only another way of making him the center of the room. "I am sitting because my legs are shaking," she said, "not because you won." Volos looked at her across the blue fire. "I did not say I won. Do you think it?" No, she did not know what to do with that. Pell wiped his face quickly with both hands and pretended he had scratched his nose. Nim saw and pretended not to. The chair held her. It held too well. Evara rested her burned hand in her lap and made herself look at it. The skin was worse without bandage. The pull on the path had opened blisters, scraped raw places, left lines where the grey cloth had torn away. It should have bled. It did not. No blood, only heat and pain and a shine like new wax. "Will this heal?" she asked. Volos's gaze moved to the burn. "In time. Do the dead heal? They change." "That is not the same answer." "No," she almost smiled. It came nowhere near her mouth. Pell edged closer. "We could wrap it." Nim looked horrified by his boldness, then quickly said, "With approved cloth. Clean cloth, not record cloth. Never record cloth. I would like that noted." Evara looked at them. Pell had already taken a strip of grey fabric from somewhere. Perhaps his own tunic. Perhaps the house. His blunt fingers worried one end. He looked frightened of offering it, and more frightened of not offering. Evara held out her hand. Pell froze. Nim whispered, "She is permitting." Pell stepped forward. He wrapped the burn badly. Better than Orren had the first time. Worse than same. He was careful in a clumsy way, his clawed fingers trying not to touch the raw places. When the cloth caught against one blister, Evara's breath hissed through her teeth. Pell winced, as if he had been hurt. "Sorry," he said. The word was plain, too plain. Evara looked away. "It is a hand," Nim muttered. "Hands are difficult. Everyone should have fewer." Pell looked at him. "You have two, and I live in constant apprehension." "You do not live. That has not helped." Evara almost laughed. Almost. The almost did not hurt as much this time. When Pell finished, the bandage sat crooked but serviceable. He stepped back quickly, as if worried the kindness might be recalled and punished. "Thank you," Evara said. Pell's face crumpled. Only for a second. Then he folded his arms. "Acceptable." Nim patted his shoulder once. Pell shoved him away. Evara looked at Volos again. His song. Volos's face did not change. That was answer enough, and not enough at all. "You took it. The term took it. You are the term. I am its witness and authority. That is a coward's split." Pell made a small, distressed sound. Nim whispered, "Noted objection to metaphysical distinction." Volos's eyes sharpened. "Good. Let him have marks, too." "You think I should have spared him the cost he accepted?" Volos asked. "I think you placed the cost where he would bleed most." "Yes." Her mouth twisted. "You do enjoy that word. When it is true. Was there no other cost?" "There are always other costs." "Then why that one?" "Because his song broke the term." "No," Evara said. "His fear broke the term. His looking broke the term. His song came after. His song attempted to undo consequence. He was afraid. Fear does not void consequence." "I know what you said." "Then you know my answer." She leaned forward in the chair. "Do you know what he lost?" Volos looked at her. Blue fire moved across the stillness of his face. "Yes." The word came quietly. It had weight. Not sympathy, perhaps. Memory. That was worse than indifference, and not nearly enough. Evara looked toward the empty leaf-carved chair in shadow. "You have survived loss, and made a kingdom out of it," she said. Volos did not move. "That does not make survival mercy." The chamber went cold. Pell and Nim both stepped back. The blue fire lowered until the hearth was more shadow than light. Volos's voice came soft. No. Evara's heart, or what remained to beat in her, moved once. No. Agreement, not apology. She would have preferred anger. Anger could be met. Agreement sat beside you and refused to leave. She leaned back. For a while, the chamber held them in silence. Then a drawer opened in the record wall. Evara turned. A black glass sheet slid out, hovering above the table. Pale writing crawled across it. Return bargain. Orren Keld and Evara Soln. Breach. Visual reversal by Orren Keld prior to completed crossing. Secondary breach. Song call and attempted compulsion. Return void. Evara Soln retained. Orren Keld expelled living. Song forfeit accepted. Soul marked. Evara read each line. The words were accurate, not complete. That was the danger of records. A true thing could stand in a row of true things and still make a lie by what it did not include. She stood. Pell took half a step after her, then stopped. Evara walked to the record. Volos watched her approach. The glass hovered at chest height. Her reflection did not show in it, only the pale letters. She lifted her good hand and touched the line that read, Evara Soln retained. The glass warmed. Change it, she said. Volos said, no. She looked at him. No, the line is accurate. It is incomplete. Yes. Then change it. Additions may be made. Then add. The blue fire rose slightly. Volos's eyes remained on her. What addition? Evara looked at the record. What had happened? She had followed. She had paused. She had heard a song that was not for Orren. She had taken one breath that belonged to her. He had stopped. He had asked. He had not waited. He had turned. She had been there. He had sung. She had told him to stop. She had reached. The house had pulled. His blood had touched her. Their hands had not. How much could law hold before it became another room with too many objects and no one allowed to touch them? Right that I was there, she said. The chamber stilled. Volos watched her for a long moment. The house knows, he said. Then it can learn to say it plainly. Pell whispered, oh. Nim whispered, yes. Everyone looked at him. Nim swallowed. I mean procedurally. Clarity is often. Pell elbowed him. Nim shut his mouth. Evara did not look away from Volos. The lord below stood beside the blue fire, his hands loose at his sides. He did not seem angry. He did not seem pleased. He seemed to be deciding which truth he disliked less. At last, he inclined his head. Very well. The record trembled beneath Evara's hand. New lines formed. Evara Soln followed by her own steps. Evara Soln paused on path without choosing refusal. Evara Soln remained present at time of Orren Keld's visual breach. Evara Soln told Orren Keld to stop singing. Evara Soln reached by her own will during breach consequence. Her throat tightened. There, not comfort, not freedom. Record. The public world above might still make its song. It would prefer a simpler wound. A lover turned back. A beloved lost. A warning shaped like romance. Men would sing it in taverns and courts, and never wonder whether the woman had paused for one breath or followed until mistrusted. But the house knew, and now the house had said it. Evara lowered her hand. The glass cooled. Again, she said. Volos's brow shifted. What? Read it. Pell's eyes widened. Nim looked as if he had just witnessed someone ask a cliff to recite weather. Volos looked at the record, then at her. You require witness aloud. Yes. Why? Because Orren could not hear it now. Because Iren might. Because records locked away in drawers became another kind of silence. Because she had spent her life in a house where her mother's story changed depending on the man speaking, and she would not become an absence shaped by someone else's need. "Because I said so," she answered. For the first time, Volos almost smiled. Almost. It never reached softness. He turned to the record. His voice was low and exact. Evara Soln, followed by her own steps. Evara Soln paused on path without choosing refusal. Evara Soln remained present at time of Orren Keld's visual breach. Evara Soln told Orren Keld to stop singing. Evara Soln reached by her own will during breach consequence. The words entered the chamber. The drawers along the wall answered with a soft collective sound. Accepted. Evara closed her eyes. Her knees shook again. But she did not sit. Not yet. "There is more," Volos said. She opened her eyes. He was looking at the record, not her. A final line formed. At living expulsion, Orren Keld requested record of Evara Soln's presence. Evara stared. For a moment, the chamber lost shape. Orren on the other side of the closing. Song gone. Or going. Marked. Broken. Still saying, right that she was there. Her hand closed around nothing. She hated him. She loved him. The two truths stood so close she could not tell which one had spoken first. "What did he say?" she asked. Volos looked at her. "Exactly." The Lord below was silent. Then he said, "Right that she was there." Evara turned away, not to hide tears. There were no tears this time. Something else had risen in her. Harder than tears and less kind. He had turned. He had sung. He had pulled. He had also known at the end which part the story would try to steal from her first. That did not absolve him. It made him Orren. That was the most painful thing left. Pell sniffed behind her. Nim whispered, "Do not leak on the official record." "I'm not," Pell whispered back, voice thick. "You are emotionally humid. You are emotionally dead. We are all dead. It is not a useful insult here." Evara wiped at her face, and found wetness after all. She laughed once. It broke halfway through. The sound did not belong in the last house. The house kept it anyway. The record slid back into its drawer. The drawer closed. Evara watched until the seam vanished. "What happens to him now?" she asked. Volos did not answer quickly. That told her enough. "What happens to him?" she repeated. "He returns to the living world altered. Because of you. Because of the bargain." That split again. "Because of me," Volos said. The admission gave her no satisfaction. "And because of himself," he added. That gave her even less. She looked at the blue fire. Will he die? Not from this. Will he want to? Yes. The answer was so plain that her breath left her. She remembered Orren on the shore that was not hers to see. Crawling, perhaps. Songless, perhaps. Reaching for a road that had closed. She remembered him in the low beam, charming hunger into laughter because a room leaning toward him meant he existed. What was he now? If the room did not lean, what will he do? She asked. Volos's eyes moved toward the chamber ceiling, or beyond it. I do not know. Evara looked at him sharply. He knew the dead, the records, the house, the terms. He knew Ankistro's ship, and Orren's rivermark, and her own strange arrival. She had begun to hate the way he knew things before she knew they could be known. But he did not know this, or said he did not. Then the blue fire bent low. A pressure entered the chamber. Not from below, from above. Evara felt it in her teeth. The air tightened. Pell squeaked and dropped flat to the floor. Nim grabbed the table leg and muttered something about jurisdictional intrusion. The records in the wall all shut at once. Volos went utterly still. What is that? Evara asked. The blue fire darkened. Storm, Volos said. Not weather. She heard the difference. Her heart dropped. Orren? Volos looked toward the ceiling, face cold and unreadable. Still living, he said. That was not what I asked. No, the pressure deepened. For one breath, Evara smelled rain. Not spring rain behind the leaf-carved door. Not Skeldron rain. A high, hard rain. Sky rain. Rain with thunder behind it and no roof in mind. Volos's mouth tightened, only slightly. Enough. Who is with him? Evara asked. Volos did not answer. The pressure passed. Not gone. Farther away. The blue fire rose again, but its color had changed by a shade. Sharper now. Evara stood very still. She had thought the house would be the worst place for Orren. Now she was not sure. Volos, she said. His gaze came back to her. It was the first time she had used his name without title. The room noticed. Do not let them make him useful, she said. The words came from somewhere she did not understand. Volos looked at her for a long time. Then, softly, that is not within my house. I did not ask where it was. No, he said. And gods rarely refrain from using what grief leaves unguarded. Evara's burned hand throbbed. She looked toward the sealed ceiling, as if she could see through stone, house, road, earth, rain, and whatever sky had found Orren. She could not. The helplessness was old. The shape of it was new. Behind her, Pell had risen to his knees. Nim remained attached to the table leg, though he was pretending it was a strategic crouch. What can I do? Evara asked. No one answered. Then the wall of records opened. Not one drawer, many. Rows upon rows sliding out by a fraction. Each black glass face catching the blue fire. The sound was not command, not invitation, attention. Evara turned. The house did not offer escape. It offered record. Law as weapon, law as cage, law, perhaps, as the only tool within reach. Volos looked at the open drawers, then at her. Learn, he said. Evara thought of the field, the seed, pouch, the door that had broken, the path. Orren's face when he understood. The line, written at her demand. I was there. Not enough. But a beginning. She looked at Pell. Can you read these? Pell swallowed. Some? She looked at Nim. Nim slowly released the table leg. More than some. Good, Evara said. Volos watched her. She did not sit. Not this time. Show me where return bargains are kept. Pell's mouth fell open. Nim looked at Volos, then at Evara, then at the records. That is, Nim said weakly, a very large category. Then start with failed ones. Volos did not smile. But the house opened another drawer, then another. Then a long, dark aisle appeared where there had been only wall, lined with records from floor to ceiling. Evara stepped toward it. Her legs still shook. Her hand still hurt. Her heart, if it was one, still pulled toward a living world she had not reached, and a man who had not trusted her silence. She stepped anyway, by her own steps. Behind her, Volos returned to the blue fire. Ahead the records waited. Evara entered the aisle and did not look back. Chapter 17. The road god's shame. Iren felt the road die. Not close, not shut, die. There was a difference, though mortals rarely lived long enough to learn it, and gods had the bad manners to learn it too late. A closed road still existed. It sulked. It hid. It waited behind a wall or under a name or inside the breath a person took before deciding not to knock. A closed road could be argued with, tricked, bribed, flattered, remembered, or insulted, until it opened out of spite. A dead road had no opinion left. The outward path lost itself in Iren's hands. One moment he could feel it beside him. A narrow line drawn through the last house, and toward living rain, dangerous and exact, and mean as a needle. The next, the line vanished from the grammar of the world, not erased, recorded as ended. The distinction mattered to Volos, which meant it mattered to the house, which meant no amount of cleverness could make the old seam pretend ignorance. Iren stood in mud, under real rain, with Orren Keld half collapsed across his knees, and hated every word for being precise. The opening behind them, sealed without a mark, the grass, where it had been shivered once, then settled. Rain struck the place and did ordinary rain things. Darkened soil, bent stems, gathered in a shallow hoofprint left by no animal currently visible. A road had been there. Now there was wet ground. That was all the world chose to admit. Orren clawed toward it anyway. "Open it," he said. His voice had no song in it. That was the first thing Iren had known when the path expelled him. Before the blood, before the soul mark, before the look in Orren's eyes. The absence struck the air around him like a bell that could not ring. Orren Keld had once hummed even in silence. Most living singers carried music as habit. Yes, little scraps, tucked under breath. Unfinished phrases, rhythms in fingers, the pressure of lyrics held behind teeth. Orren had carried more, a resonance under the flesh, a room beginning before he entered it. The inherited warmth of a song that could find wanting in others and braid it to his own. Now there was breath, only breath, wet, torn, human. It made Iren feel sick. "Open it," Orren said again. Iren crouched beside him and placed one hand on the vanished seam, because stupidity occasionally needed ritual to reveal itself. The earth was cold. No pulse of old road, no hinge, no fold, no shadow door. He pressed harder. Mud pushed between his fingers. The house gave him nothing. "I cannot." Orren turned his head. Rain had plastered his hair to his face. Blood diluted under his nose and ran down to his mouth. His eyes were too bright. Fever and grief and river-filing all burning together. He looked at Iren, as if gods existed solely to be blamed. "Fair, you mean you will not." "No." Iren's hand stayed in the mud. He wanted to wipe it clean, and did not. "No, I mean cannot," Orren laughed. It came out as a scrape. The laugh had no hook in it, no cruel little turn of melody, no instinctive shaping of sound to make pain bearable to anyone listening. It fell from him and lay there. Iren closed his eyes for half a breath, too long. When he opened them, Orren had seen. The boy's face changed. No, not boy. He had corrected Iren on the beach. Orren. His face changed because he understood, then did not want to, then understood again. He opened his mouth. Nothing came. He tried to hum. It was the smallest sound. A broken breath pushed through a ruined throat. The rain did not shift. The grass did not lean. Iren's own heart, old as roads and badly disciplined, did not answer with the slight involuntary turn it had answered before when Orren sang. Orren tried again. Less sound. More horror. Iren looked away because there were forms of witnessing that became cruelty if stared at too directly. "Give it back," Orren whispered. Iren had no lie prepared. That was unlike him. "I cannot." "Who can?" The answer came at once. Volos. Also perhaps no one. Also perhaps the wrong god. The one whose storm Iren already felt gathering far above the hills. He said none of that. Orren's hand found his sleeve. Not a grip. A clutch. Fingers closing on wet cloth, with less strength than need. Who can? Iren looked at the closed ground where the road had been. The answer that would wound least was still a wound. "I do not know." Orren's fingers opened. He rolled away from Iren into the mud and retched. Nothing came up but rainwater and blood. The living world around them was offensively gentle. Low hills under a grey sky, wet grass flattened by weather, a line of black stones half buried in the slope, their old road marks already fading from sight. No gate, no river, no blue fire, no records. No Evara demanding that the house write the true part before anyone turned her into myth. Right that she was there. Iren had heard him say it, not with road sense, not with God sense, with ears. Orren, song stripped from him, had used his last shape of voice not to beg for Evara back, but to ask the record to keep her from being made absent. That was almost mercy. Almosts were among the more vicious inventions. Orren pushed himself onto hands and knees. Mud smeared across his palms. His wounded arm shook so violently that the whole body followed. He lifted one hand to his throat and pressed there, not gently. "Stop," Iren said. Orren pressed harder. Iren caught his wrist. The movement was quick, too quick. He felt the bones under Orren's skin, thin and cold and living. Orren fought him with a strength that would have embarrassed both of them if either had room for embarrassment. "Let go." "No," Orren snarled. Then he sagged. Iren released the wrist as soon as the hand fell away from the throat. A red half-moon of nail marks ringed the skin there. Not the true mark. That lay deeper. Iren could see it when he let himself look properly. A line under Orren's tongue, black, blue, and old law bright. Another around the inner shape of the soul, finer than hair, crueler than iron. Volos's bargain had not simply punished the body. It had filed the failure where death itself would one day check the record. Failed return. Song forfeit. Reunion unguaranteed. A neat piece of law. Iren wanted to spit. Instead, he wiped mud from his hand onto his already ruined cloak and stood. The rain came harder. That was the first warning. Not natural rain. Natural rain had arguments with wind. It staggered. It thickened and thinned, and changed its mind around hills. This rain fell straight for 3 breaths despite the crosswind, each drop striking the grass with bright, singular attention. Iren looked up. The clouds above were wrong. Not storm clouds yet. Not to mortal eyes. Grey, low, ordinary. But pressure gathered behind them. High and golden white. A kind of royal impatience forming before thunder had permission to speak. "No," Iren said. Orren did not hear, or did, and no longer owned enough curiosity to care. The pressure deepened. Far overhead, lightning moved behind cloud without flashing. It pushed its shape through the sky like a hand through cloth. Aurelian! The storm crown's attention arrived before his body. Roads noticed kings. That was one of their least attractive habits. The ground beneath Iren's feet went still, not dead like the path, still like a servant holding breath before a court enters. The rain began to taste of iron. The little hairs on Iren's arms lifted. Somewhere in the distance, birds rose from a line of wet trees, though no thunder had yet sounded. Iren crouched beside Orren again. "We need to move." Orren's eyes remained on the sealed ground. Orren, nothing. Iren took him by the shoulder. Orren turned then, slow and emptied. "She was there?" "Yes." The answer cost nothing. It cost everything. "She was there?" "Yes." I turned. Iren did not answer. I sang. Iren's mouth tightened. I told her to take my hand. Rain ran down Orren's face and made every line of it look younger than grief should have allowed. "She told me to stop," he said. "Yes? You heard?" "I heard enough." Orren looked away. "Then it is true." The words entered the mud between them and sank. Iren could have said many things. That truth was not a whole truth. That fear had teeth. That Volos built the bargain from the exact shape of Orren's wound. That Evara had paused, and her pause mattered too, not as blame, but as agency. That no one survived love without sometimes reaching poorly. That coercion born of terror was still coercion. That there would be time later, if the world was not crueler than usual. He said none of it. Some truths needed a body less broken before entering. The sky pressed lower. Iren looked up again. Damn him, he whispered. Orren followed his gaze. For the first time since the path closed, something entered his face other than grief. Not hope, suspicion. Who? Iren stood and pulled him up by the arm that was least ruined. Orren nearly collapsed against him. Iren took the weight without remark. There were times not remarking became the closest he came to virtue. Walk. Who? A god with terrible timing. Orren laughed once. This time it was only air. That narrows nothing. True, a storm god with terrible timing. The pressure in the sky became weight. Orren looked up. Rain struck his open eyes, and he did not blink. No, an excellent instinct. Entirely useless. Why is he coming? Iren tried to pull him toward the line of trees. The ground under them refused. Not physically. Worse. Meaningfully. The slope that should have led downward to the left now suggested itself as decorative. The trees seemed farther, though they had not moved. Every possible path away grew uninterested in being used. Aurelian's attention had made the place significant. Significance was a terrible trap. Songs loved it. States loved it. Gods lived on it. Mortals bled inside it. Iren tried another angle, opening a little road beneath the next step. Nothing. He tried the goat path that had once crossed this hill in a summer 3 centuries gone. Nothing. He tried the rain-run track made by water when water still believed itself free. Nothing. The place had become audience. Iren's stomach turned. Orren, he said quietly, whatever he says, do not answer quickly. Orren looked at him with exhausted contempt. I have had enough of gods offering doors. Yes, hold that. Thunder rolled. Not in the distance. Inside the clouds, directly above them. The sound formed a word before it became weather. Waste. Orren went still. Iren closed his eyes. There it was. Aurelian had always known where to put the first blow. The rain stopped. Every drop hung for a breath in the air. Bright and perfect. Then the clouds opened. Not parted. Opened. A wound of white light split the sky. Lightning moved inside it in branching veins. The suspended rain flew upward, each drop becoming a tiny star before vanishing into the brightness. Wind struck from all directions at once, flattening the grass away from the sealed road. Orren swayed. Iren caught him. No, Orren said. Though whether to the sky or his own failing body, Iren did not know. A figure descended in the stormlight. At first only scale. Too large, too bright, too much vertical certainty. Then the shape chose manhood because gods enjoyed pretending restraint made them humble. White hair streamed upward like cloud torn by high wind, shoulders broad enough to carry a temple roof, skin lit from within by storm, eyes gold white and terrible with purpose. Aurelian, the storm crown, set one bare foot on the wet earth. The ground steamed. Rain resumed in a circle around him, not touching him until he allowed it. When it did, each drop slid from his skin like it had been blessed and dismissed. He looked first at Orren, not Iren, not the sealed road, not the mud, the ruined man. Waste, Aurelian said again. Orren's face changed so quickly that Iren felt it like a road snapping underfoot. No, the word came out ragged, ordinary, but it held rage enough to stand. Aurelian's gaze sharpened with interest. Iren hated that interest. Orren pushed himself free of Iren and stood badly on his own. One boot, one bare foot. Blood at mouth, throat marked, song gone, soul scored, hands shaking. Do not call her waste. Aurelian's expression did not soften. I did not speak of the woman. Lightning moved behind his teeth when he spoke, not metaphor. Iren saw it flicker. Orren stared at him. The next words came slowly. Then, what? The wound. Iren stepped forward. Aurelian. The storm crown turned his eyes to him at last. It felt, as it always did, like being examined by a mountain, deciding whether roads were a useful mistake. Road wing. Only that. Iren's mouth went dry. "You have opened enough," Aurelian said. The words were not loud. They struck every road in Iren's body. For one breath, he could not feel the old ways. No goat tracks, no thresholds, no window ledges, no between places, no childish path under the table, no death road, no river bend, no door hidden in a name. Only this wet hill, this sealed ground, this storm. Aurelian had not taken his power. He had put a hand over its mouth. Iren's anger came hot. Good. Anger was better than fear before this god. "He is not fit to choose," Iren said. Aurelian looked back at Orren. "Few mortals are fit when history arrives." "History did not arrive. You did. Often. That is how history begins." Iren laughed. It was a mistake. The sound came out brittle and too bright. Aurelian's eyes returned to him. Iren bowed slightly, mockery trimmed into obedience because he was not suicidal by preference. "Forgive me. I have been among precise people today. Grand ones require adjustment." Aurelian ignored him. "Of course." He stepped toward Orren. Orren did not step back. That was the first thing in him Aurelian liked. Iren saw it and wanted to knock Orren flat, just to ruin the symmetry. "You crossed death," Aurelian said. Orren's mouth twisted. "I failed." "Yes." The agreement landed like thunder too near. "You sang before the Lord below." "I failed." "Yes." "You passed the gate." "I failed." "Yes." Orren's hands curled. Iren saw the old instinct rise in him, to answer pain with sound, to throw his voice into the space between him and the god, and make it mean something. Nothing came. Orren felt it too. He flinched. Aurelian noticed. His gaze moved to Orren's throat, to the unseen line where the house had drawn its forfeit. "Volos has taken your song." Orren's face went white. Iren said, "Do not." Aurelian did not even glance at him. The intimate part, the room-warming part, the part that begged hunger to become applause, the part that made love a private note and thought that privacy made it pure. Orren swayed. Iren stepped toward him. The storm shoved him back, not violently, firmly. Aurelian continued. "That vessel is gone." Orren pressed one hand to his throat. His fingers shook. Aurelian extended a hand. Rain circled his wrist without touching skin. "A song is a small vessel for what moves in you." Iren's chest tightened. There it was, the offer wearing prophecy's cloak. Orren looked up, eyes bloodshot and furious. "Do not make a sermon of my throat." Aurelian smiled, not kindly, with approval. Iren felt dread settle into him like cold water. "Yes," Aurelian said. "That," Orren stared. "That refusal," the storm crown said. "That anger. That will to stand in judgment of gods while mud still holds your knees. That is not song. That is storm." "No," Iren said. The word came too late and too small. Aurelian's hand remained extended toward Orren. "I can give you thunder." Orren looked at the hand. The hill held its breath. Rain fell around them in a perfect ring. Iren felt every road strain under the moment and find no opening. "Orren," he said. Orren did not look at him. "Good. Bad. Both." Aurelian stepped closer, and the light around him lowered until his face could almost be mistaken for a man's. "Almost. You cannot save Evara Soln," he said. Orren recoiled as if struck. His knees nearly failed. He caught himself with one hand in the mud. Aurelian did not pause. "You cannot die cleanly to find her. You cannot sing her back. You cannot break the house. You cannot undo the moment you turned. You cannot return to the boy who sang for fishskin in Skeldron and mistook applause for proof of life." Orren's breath came in short, broken pulls. Iren wanted to speak, could not. Not from force this time. From knowing Aurelian was choosing truths. That was his cruelty. A lie could be cut. A truth, arranged well, became a cage with windows. Aurelian lowered his hand until it hovered before Orren's face. But you can prevent other men from kneeling where you kneel now. Orren looked up. The line had found him. Iren saw it enter. No more Orrens. The old source of heroic exploitation before it had a name. A god taking a private wound and widening it until the man inside mistook scale for meaning. Aurelian said, "There are villages that will burn while you learn how to grieve. Ships that will break. Children that will be fed to old laws. Men and women who will walk into darkness with no hand strong enough to hold back what follows." Orren's jaw trembled. "I can make your grief faster than fire," Aurelian said. Iren stepped forward again and hit the storm wall. This time it hurt. He gritted his teeth. Aurelian, he is marked. Yes, he is songless. Yes, he has not slept, not healed, not understood half of what has been done to him. The storm crown looked at him. History rarely waits for comprehension. History is not a god's excuse for taking broken people. "No," Aurelian said. "It is the name mortals give to what remains after gods do." Iren had no answer. He hated that too. Orren looked between them, but his eyes returned to the outstretched hand. Not Evara's hand. Iren saw that thought cross his face, because the grief in him reached toward the comparison and cut itself open. Not Evara's, not Malin's, a god's. Purpose offered where touch had failed. "Orren," Iren said, softer now, "you do not have to become useful today." Aurelian's eyes moved to him. There was warning in them. Iren ignored it. "You are allowed to be ruined." Orren looked at him then, finally. The rain had washed most of the blood from his face, but more gathered at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were hollowed by everything he had lost in too short a span for a mortal mind to keep count. He looked at Iren as if the sentence had come in a language he did not know, but almost remembered. Allowed to be ruined. Iren had never seen a man need permission so badly. Then Aurelian said, "Ruin is a room with no door." Orren's gaze snapped back. The storm crown's hand remained. "I offer the door." Iren closed his eyes. There it was. Always a door, always a road, always a bargain named differently by the god who wanted it. Orren stood, slowly. His body did not want him to. He made it. Mud slid from his knees. His bare foot trembled in the grass. He lifted his head until he could meet the storm crown's eyes. "What will it cost?" Aurelian's answer came like a blade cleaned before use. "What you can no longer keep." Orren's mouth moved. No sound. Iren felt the moment narrow. He tried one last road, not a way. To Orren, a small thing, not a rescue, a whisper path, no wider than a child's hand, carrying one word from his mouth to Orren's ear before the storm could forbid it. "Orren." The private name crossed. Orren flinched. Aurelian heard it. Of course he did. He did not stop it. He only raised his hand higher. And thunder spoke behind him in a language older than pity. Orren looked at Iren. For one breath, Iren thought he might step back, might fall, might choose the mud, the rain, the grief with no purpose, might remain only Orren Keld, failed lover, son of Malin, beloved of Evara, singer without song, ruined and still not anyone's weapon. Then the sealed ground behind him gave no road. The sky ahead offered one. Orren reached for Aurelian's hand. Iren felt the old paths shudder. "No," he whispered. Thunder answered anyway. Chapter 18. Havren. Orren reached for the wrong hand. He knew it before his fingers touched Aurelian's. Not Evara's. Not Malin's. Not Mara's smoke-warm hand against his cheek. Not Same's broad, careful fingers wrapping a burn. Not Iren's hand dragging him from roads he should not have survived. This hand was clean, too clean. It had never hauled water from a frozen pump, never scraped a pot, never tied a poor knot in bad weather, never clutched wet sand while begging the sea to give back what it had taken. A god's hand, warm as fever. The moment Orren's fingers closed around it, the rain rose from the ground. It did not fall upward all at once. First, the drops on his sleeves lifted, trembling. Then the water in the grass shivered free of every blade. Mud loosened from his knees and broke into dark beads that hung in the air around him. Blood diluted by rain lifted from his chin and hovered red before his mouth. Iren shouted something. The storm took it apart. Aurelion's grip closed. Orren's bones heard thunder before his ears did. He tried to pull back. Too late. The hand held him without tightening. That was the first lesson of the mantle. A god did not need force where the world had already been persuaded. Lightning struck the hill, not from sky to ground, from Aurelion into Orren. White pain entered through the hand and went looking for every hollow place grief had made. It found the mark under his tongue, and Orren gagged as the failed bargain burned cold against the storm's heat. It found his throat, the empty place where song had lived, and filled it with pressure too large to become sound. It found the wound at his shoulder, where Ankistro's talon key had cut him. It found the old bruises, the swallowed seawater, the torn knees, the cracked palms, the place on his cheek where Malin had touched him before dying. It found Evara's name. Orren closed his other hand around his own chest, as if he could hide it. The storm went in anyway. Evara. The name lifted from him. Not spoken, not sung. A private thing pulled toward the sky, and held under lightning until its edges began to change. No, he seized it. Not that. Take the pain. Take the blood. Take the river mark. Take the shame. Take the thing in him that had turned. Take the hand that had reached too late. Take every song he had failed to keep gentle, but not the way she had stood in the low beam and refused to clap. Not the way she had said his rhyme was lazy. Not the seed corn under her mattress. Not the one breath she had needed on the path. Aurelion's voice moved through the storm. You cannot keep grief private and make it useful, Orren screamed. Only voice. Only a man. The storm answered because where his song had been, thunder now found room. The sound that came from him shook the hill. Iren dropped to one knee. The grass flattened outward in a circle. Rain burst away from Orren's body in white spray. The sealed road mark behind him flashed once under the mud, then vanished deeper, as if even the old path had flinched. Orren's hand was still in Aurelion's. He could feel his fingers. Too much. Every bone in them seemed to lengthen, harden, remember a shape it had not been born with. His arm pulled tight from wrist to shoulder. The cut Ankistro had made burned closed, then reopened in a line of white light, then sealed again as a scar too clean to be healing. His ribs spread around a breath larger than his lungs. His spine arched. His knees left the mud, though he did not stand by choice. The mantle lifted him. No, Aurelion lifted him. No, the storm inside the mantle lifted what it had decided could still be used. Orren fought for his own weight. He wanted the mud. That became clear with terrible force. He wanted to collapse. He wanted to lie on the hill and weep until the rain filled his ears. He wanted to be only a failed man beside a closed road, useless, ruined, untidy, unclaimed, by purpose. The mantle refused. It held his body upright. That was its first cruelty. Aurelion watched with eyes full of bright approval. Yes, the storm-crown said. Orren hated him then. That hatred entered the mantle too. The storm took it and smoothed the edge. Anger became force. Shame became endurance. Grief became direction. No, no, those were his. Ugly, but his. He tried to turn them back inward, to keep them as wounds instead of weather. The mantle opened them from the inside. Every private hurt became pressure moving outward through blood and bone. The low beam widened into a crowd. Evara's silence became a lesson. The shipwreck became trial. Malin became inheritance. The failed bargain became law. His lost song became vacancy. Vacancy became a place for thunder. A man could not hold so much and remain small. Orren wanted to remain small. No one asked him. Aurelian placed his other hand against Orren's throat. The mark of the forfeit burned under the god's palm. Orren choked. For one heartbeat, he felt the last house again. Blue fire, black records, Evara's palm on glass. Volos's voice reading aloud what she had demanded be written. Evara Soln, followed by her own steps. Evara Soln paused on path, without choosing refusal. Evara Soln remained present. The words struck the mantle like stones thrown into floodwater. Orren clung to them. She was there. She was there. She was. Thunder rolled through his ribs. Aurelion's fingers pressed beneath his jaw. The dead keep records, the storm crown said. The living need symbols. Orren tried to spit at him. Rain and blood left his mouth instead. Iren's voice cut through the storm. Orren! The name reached him. Barely. It came along a road so thin it should not have survived Aurelion's presence. A thread of sound, stubborn and illegal, carrying nothing but the private name. Orren. For one breath, he saw himself outside the mantle. Orren Keld, cold room, fish skin, cracked six-string, Evara's thumb on the patched seam where his had rested. Rain on the dock, the stupid blue string tied to her basket. His own voice before it broke. Orren. He reached toward the name. The mantle reached too. It did not destroy it. That would have been easier to fight. It placed the name beneath another. Aurelian spoke. Orren Keld was a singer. The sky lowered. He sang hunger warm and called that life. Lightning moved around them, circling, not striking. He loved a woman and mistook need for trust. Orren's body shook. He crossed death and failed the term designed to reveal him. Iren rose with both hands clenched. Enough. The storm shoved him back. Aurelian did not look at him. He lost the song that made him bearable to himself. Orren tried to close his eyes. Could not. Aurelian's hand at his throat held his head lifted to the sky. But loss is not an ending, unless a man has no god to name the remainder. The words entered Orren like nails. He felt the name coming before he heard it. Not language first. Office. Wait. A place in the world already made and waiting. As if countless lives had needed this shape before he ever bled enough to fill it. A public hollow. A hero-shaped wound. Men would cheer into it. States would send petitions. Mothers would point to it. Children would sing versions that left out the blood. Gods would guide it. Armies would follow it. Priests would bless it. Kings would borrow it. Enemies would fear it. Orren would stand inside and be mistaken for whole. He fought then with everything. No song came, only breath, only body. He twisted against Aurelian's grip, bare foot clawing at the mud, wounded arm striking uselessly against the god's chest. Lightning ran over his skin and did not burn him where it should have. His wounds sealed as fast as the struggle opened them. Strength rose in him against his will. He hit harder. That, too, pleased the mantle. He was being made able to survive resisting. Another cruelty. "Let me fall," Orren said. His voice broke on the last word. Aurelian's face changed. Not with pity, with something nearer sadness. If sadness could stand at the head of an army and still call itself clean. "No," The answer was almost gentle. That made it unforgivable. "You will fall often," Aurelian said, "but not here. Not before beginning. I do not want beginning. Few mortals do when it arrives, honestly. There is nothing honest in this." Aurelian's eyes brightened. "There," he said again. "Keep that. A hero without anger becomes a banner. Banners are useful only until wind changes. I am not your hero." "Not yet." Orren's laugh came out broken and ordinary. The mantle hated the ordinary sound. It moved in his throat, searching for replacement. Not song. Something wider, less delicate. A sound that did not need a listener's consent, because thunder had never asked permission to be heard. Orren clamped his mouth shut. The pressure built behind his teeth. His jaw ached. His ribs expanded around the storm. Aurelian lifted his hand from Orren's throat and placed it over Orren's heart. The hill vanished. Not truly, but Orren saw beyond it. 100 villages burning in weather that did not belong to them. Children running from things with old law in their mouths. Ships breaking in black water. Men dragged by bargains they had not known they signed. Women seated in rooms that called stillness mercy. Boys with songs turned into weapons. Girls with names written incorrectly by people who needed the story simpler. Evara appeared among them. No, not Evara. The story of Evara. Lost beloved. Dead bride. Woman behind him. Reason for the hero's grief. A shape crowds could hold without asking whether she had wanted one breath to herself. The mantle began to take her into itself as fuel. Orren snarled. That sound had thunder under it. "Do not." Aurelian's hand pressed harder. "Then remember better." The command struck deep. Orren seized Evara's record like a live coal. She was there. She followed. She paused. She told him to stop. She reached by her own will. He held each line inside the storm. And for one moment, the mantle did not know what to do with a grief that refused to become simple. Good. Good. His. Hers. The storm shifted. Not defeated. Complicated. It roared through him. But now something in its center remained jagged, unfiled, resisting the smoothness of public myth. Aurelian's eyes narrowed. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Yes," he said, "that will hurt. Keep it." Orren did not know whether that was victory or another way of being used. Probably both. The mantle sank deeper. It entered his bones. Not metaphor. He felt it in marrow. Hot and bright, threading the living structure of him with storm law. His blood thickened around sparks. His lungs took in rain and made it breath. His skin remembered lightning as kin. The failed bargain mark under his tongue did not vanish, but the storm wrapped around it, not healing, not undoing, only making it part of a larger wound that could be carried without immediately dying. He hated the relief. His body stopped shaking. That was wrong. It should shake. It should fail. It should know what had been lost and answer by breaking. Instead, his spine straightened. His knees steadied. His bare foot pressed into mud as if rooted there. His wounded arm lifted without pain. His throat, ruined and songless, opened around breath that did not rasp. A steady breath. He feared that more than agony. Iren saw it too. The Road Wing's face went still with horror. "Orren," he said again. The name arrived weaker now, not because Iren had less power, because the mantle had begun placing distance inside Orren. Orren tried to answer him. He could not find the right sound. Not song, not thunder, just answer. Aurelian's hand left his chest. The storm around them rose. Rain fell again, hard and clean, striking Orren's face, running down his neck, washing blood from his skin. It did not wash the mark from beneath his tongue. It did not wash Evara's blood touch from memory. It did not wash Malin's feathers from the creases of his hands, though no feathers remained. Aurelian stepped back, for the first time since Orren had taken his hand. The god released him. Orren stayed upright. That was the first wrong thing. His body should have folded. It should have known the shape of grief and returned to the mud. Instead it held, remade around a strength he had not asked for. Rain slid from his jaw. Thunder moved somewhere under his ribs. The air around him smelled of wet stone. Iron and sky split open. Iren took one step toward him. The storm no longer stopped him. He stopped himself. Orren looked at him. The road wing's eyes were bright. Not with tears. Not quite. With a rage too old for his young face and guilt too fresh to hide. "Say your name," Iren said. Aurelian looked at him. Iren did not look away. "Say it," he said to Orren. Orren opened his mouth. Orren Keld. The name was there. He could feel it. Small, human, muddy, hungry. A name that had slept in taverns, run through rain, loved poorly, sung beautifully, failed terribly. A name Evara had spoken in anger and worry, and once, in the water perhaps. A name Malin had tried to put inside my boy, before death took the rest. He reached for it. Awe. Thunder struck inside his throat. Not painful, louder than pain. The name vanished under the sound. Aurelion's voice came over him, through him, around him. "Let the broken place bear storm." The sky answered. A white bolt split the clouds and struck the ground at Orren's feet. Mud burst outward in a ring. Grass smoked. Iren shielded his face with one arm. Aurelian stood within the light, as if it were a cloak being fastened. The storm crown spoke the new name. Havren. The name entered Orren, like weather, entering a broken roof. It did not ask where to settle. It filled cracks. It lifted beams. It drowned small fires. It found Orren Keld and placed him behind the storm. Not dead, not gone, but farther from his own hands. Havren, the hill heard it. The sealed road heard it. Somewhere below, perhaps, the last house recorded it. Somewhere in the last house, perhaps, Evara felt a pressure in the air and looked up from a drawer of failed bargains, without knowing why her burned hand had begun to ache. Orren. No. Havren, no. He stood between names, and could not make either shelter him. Aurelian lowered his arms. The storm quieted. Not ended. Quieted. Like a great animal commanded to heal. Havren, the Stormbearer, Aurelian said. The title followed the name into him. Stormbearer. Not singer, not lover, not son, not failed. All of those remained. But they were pushed back, placed under the title like objects stored in drawers where no guest would see them unless invited. Havren looked at his hands. They were still his. Long fingers. Torn nails. Mud in the creases. Scars newly white where wounds had been. They trembled only faintly now. He hated that. He tried to hum. No song came, but thunder stirred. Deep in his chest, a low sound answered the attempt, vast and public and empty of everything he had meant to reach for. The air pressure shifted. Rain bent away from him. Grass flattened. Iren stepped back. Havren closed his mouth at once. His hands shook harder then. Good. Some part of him could still shake. Aurelian watched. "You will learn. I do not want this." His voice was different. Not deeper, exactly. Wider. As if the air now made room before he spoke. The sound frightened him. Aurelian inclined his head. Want rarely survives naming unchanged. "Take it back." "No." "Take it back." "No." Havren stepped toward him. The storm moved with him. Iren said, "Orren." The private name struck like a small stone against a temple bell. Havren stopped. For one breath, the storm inside him opened around the old name and did not crush it. Orren. He turned toward Iren. The road wing looked at him with such naked regret that the mantle tried to turn the sight into purpose. Alley, witness, road, future use. Orren held it as pain instead. "Do not let him call me that," he said. Iren's face changed. Aurelion's gaze sharpened with interest. Orren had not meant the storm crown. He had meant the mantle. He had meant the name that had just entered him and begun arranging his grief into architecture. Iren understood. Of course he did. The road wing swallowed. "I will try," he said. The answer was poor. It was also true. Orren almost laughed. Only breath came out. Rain passed between them. Aurelion turned toward the slope below, where the land opened into valleys, villages, roads, wars not yet named. "Come." Orren did not move. Aurelion looked back. "You have been given a mantle. I heard. You will be trained to bear it. I heard that too before you said it." Aurelion's mouth curved. The approval came again. Orren wished he knew how to cut it out of the air. "I need," he began. "Evara." Her name rose, and the mantle moved toward it. He clamped his teeth shut. Need was dangerous now. Perhaps it always had been. Aurelion waited. Orren tried again. "I need to remember." The storm crown looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Then remember while moving." Of course. Gods and roads and bargains all loved motion when a man needed stillness. Orren looked at the sealed ground where the last house had closed. No door, no seam, no path, only rain, mud, grass. He knelt. The mantle resisted. He forced it. His knees entered the mud. Good. Pain did not come as sharply as before. His body had already been changed enough to deny him certain proofs of damage. But the mud was cold. It touched him. It marked him. It did not care what he was called. He pressed both hands into it. Iren said nothing. Aurelion said nothing. Orren bowed his head over the sealed road. He could not sing. He could not reach below. He could not even trust death to carry him where she was. So he spoke. And the words were only words. And that made them all he had left of honesty. "Evara Soln followed by her own steps," he said. Rain struck his hair, his neck, his newly healed scars. Evara Soln paused, without choosing refusal. The mantle shifted inside him. He held the words harder. "Evara Soln was there when I turned." Thunder muttered under the hill. "No, let it mutter. Do not let it speak over her. Evara Soln told me to stop." His throat tightened. No song came to help. Evara Soln reached by her own will. The rain softened, not by magic, or perhaps the world had simply become tired of striking him. Orren lifted one hand from the mud. A dark smear clung to his palm. For a moment he saw Evara's burned hand on the black glass record. Her insistence, her anger, her breath that had been hers. He pressed the muddy hand against his chest, over the place Aurelion had touched. The storm in him recoiled from the dirt. "Good. Do you hear?" he asked the sealed ground. No answer. "Of course." He lowered his head. Behind him, Aurelion said, "Havren." The new name pulled at his spine. Orren stayed kneeling for one more breath. Only one. His. Then he stood. The mud fell from his knees in heavy pieces. The mantle gathered around his bones. The storm waited under his ribs. Aurelion watched the hero he had made. Iren watched the man who had been taken. Orren reached for the note that had once belonged only to Evara. For a breath, he almost heard it. Not sound. Memory of sound. A warm room. A bad rhyme. A woman who did not clap. Then the storm taught his throat a larger noise. And somewhere beneath it, hidden, wounded, not yet dead, Orren Keld kept the silence where her note had been.
Rain on the sill, salt in the flame. When the door goes quiet and the room lets go, lay the last word gently where the dark runs slow.
There is still a road under ash, under rain. There is still a voice trying not to break. Carry the song through the dark and the foam. Carry the name when the cold calls home. Leave one small light where the lost can remain. I will find you by listening. You will know me by name.
Rain on the sill,
Salt in the flame. The door goes quiet. Carry